I traveled to a colorful world of beasts. Here you can find the Tianyao Cloud Whales flying freely among the sea of clouds, and the Jiying Spirit Leopards running freely on the grassland. There are also shadowy giant pythons hidden in the mountains and forests, and the dark dragons sleeping soundly under the calm abyss of the sea. All of these constitute a colorful world of beast taming. The first time I crossed into this world, I successfully bound to the store system. As long as I can breed and sell the beasts, I will receive rewards from the store. My name is Luo Chen. At this moment, I am sitting quietly in front of the window, staring at the heavy rain outside in a daze. My eyes are empty, and I don't know where my thoughts are drifting. A round little ball of fur was pulling at my trouser leg, which caught my attention. I saw a gentle smile on the little ball's originally silly face, and the whole room was filled with joy. Mauchio, are you hungry again? Wait, I'll get you some cat food. Watching it wolfing down the food, cat food that was bigger than itself was eaten up. Every time I see this scene, I still find it very magical. The little guy in front of you is not an ordinary kitten, but a royal beast called the Qingling cat. When I woke up one night, I found that the world had changed. The biggest change was the emergence of a race called beast tamers, which possessed magical skills. People could control them to enhance their own strength. Beep, please choose the appropriate store to bind as soon as possible. This sound appears in my mind every hour, torturing me to the point of almost having a nervous breakdown. I looked at the rain outside the window, opened my umbrella, and went out. There were quite a few pedestrians on the street, but there were even more strange-looking beasts. The little ball of fur seemed to sense my mood, and a soft light spread over my whole body, as if a layer of white film covered my body, separating me from the rain. I have been catching up on my knowledge of beast taming, and I know that this is the only skill spirit membrane that the light civet cat knows. I gently touched its head and said, "Furball, I'll give you a snack when I get back." While I still had the spiritual membrane on my body, I quickened my pace. The spiritual membrane could only last for a dozen minutes. I stopped in front of a pet store called Qinyang, walked in, tore off the rental paper on the glass door, and observed the environment inside the store. The store was very clean. I sighed. This was left by the missing parents. I'm not a breeder, so I can't run it. So I plan to rent it out. The voice in my head changed my mind. I can only bind the store first. When I find a suitable store, should I bind it? Not long after I entered the door, a voice rang and asked me if I wanted to bind. I didn't hesitate and responded in my heart, "Yes." The store has been successfully bound. The pet store system is at your service, and wonderful changes have taken place in the store. First, the space was extended, and the area increased to twice its original size. The original store area of more than 100 square meters was expanded to more than 200 square meters. The first floor is filled with square shelves for accommodating small pets. I don't know what material they are made of, but they feel a little warm to the touch. I looked at the store that had grown bigger, and when I went out and looked from the outside, the space occupied by the store remained the same. Could this be a spatial skill? I asked myself, what on earth are you? Can you please get out of my mind? This system is a pet store system that helps store owners train and sell pets. As the shop owner, you will have two abilities, the Eye of Truth and Evolutionary Deduction. The Eye of Truth can display all the information of the beast tamer in text form, and Evolutionary Deduction can help you find the direction of the beast tamer's evolution. I have learned something about beast tamers. After a beast tamer contracts a beast, his or her talents will be awakened, which can make the beast evolve faster or make the skills more powerful. Although the Eye of True Knowledge has no added value to beast taming, it is a necessary talent for becoming a beast tamer. My father has this talent. This is the first time I have heard of evolutionary deduction. It should be possible to deduce the evolutionary direction of the beast. I held the ball of fur in the palm of my hand and checked its information with the Eye of Truth. Race, light cat. Rank, 3 stars. Category, psychic. Status, healthy. Qualification, excellent. Skill, spiritual membrane. Attaches a layer of air film formed by energy to the target surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. I tried another new talent, evolutionary deduction. Evolution route, 1. Light civet cat, moon civet cat. Moonlight system, 2. Light civet cat, shadow cat. Dark system, 3. Light civet cat, two-tailed cat. Spiritual system. The only officially announced evolutionary route is light civet, moon civet king cat. I have never seen any other evolutionary route. Is this the ability of evolutionary deduction? I was filled with surprise. As beast taming has developed to this day, the evolutionary route has become stable. Every new undiscovered evolutionary route means huge wealth. As long as the evolutionary route deduced by evolutionary deduction is feasible, the bright road will be right in front of us. I calmed down my excitement and looked at the changes on the second floor. When I came to the second floor, I saw only a pool that looked like a hot spring. It was not very big, only 3 meters by 3 meters, and it was steaming. I pointed at the pool and asked, "What is this pool for?" A voice sounded. "The cultivation pool can remove impurities from the pet's body and improve the pet's qualifications." I let the little ball of fur on my shoulder enter the pool water. After a while, rich energy entered my body through the water, and my whole body seemed to be transforming. The soaking time varies depending on the size of the pet. For a small pet like a civet cat, 10 minutes is enough. A large one usually takes more than half an hour. The energy contained in the incubation pool can only support 3 small beasts to soak every day. 10 minutes later, I used the Eye of Truth to check the information of the little fur ball. Race, light civet, rank, fierce beast 4-star, category, psychic system psychic, status, comfortable, qualification, excellent, skills, 1. Spiritual membrane. Attach a layer of air membrane formed by energy to the target surface to prevent the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. I noticed that the little ball of fur had been upgraded by 1 star. It was totally worth it just by taking a dip in the pool. There are 4 aspects of work that breeders do. The first is the evolution of beasts, which is the main source of income for breeders. The second is the level upgrade. The third is combat power training, which includes learning new skills, improving skill proficiency, etc., and the content is complicated. The fourth is qualification training, which only high-level breeders have this ability, because the qualifications are determined at birth and basically have to rely on natural resources to change. My shop has the ability to upgrade its rank. Although I am not yet an officially certified breeder, the shop can already receive customers normally. Yellow level mission released. Reach 50 customer visits within a week. Sell 3 pets above the fierce level. Mission reward. 10 stalks of shanling grass. Shanling grass. A spiritual treasure that can absorb impurities, generate spiritual energy in the surrounding environment, increase the concentration of spiritual energy, and is the best choice for changing the environment. Due to these benefits, shanling grass is in short supply, and I am very excited about the reward offered by the pet shop system. Soaking in the pool for too long is not good for your hair. The little fur ball understood what I said and quickly climbed out of the pool. I made an appointment for the breeder qualification exam 3 days later. Seeing that it was getting late, Mauchio, we went home. Hearing my call, the fur ball that was running around the store turned into a shadow and climbed onto my shoulder. The next day, after breakfast, I took my little fur ball out. Today, we went to the animal breeding farm to buy the animals to be sold in the store. It is the morning rush hour now. There are all kinds of people on the bus, and most of them have 1 or 2 beasts following them. I looked at a beast curiously. It looked like a rabbit with pink fur and 1 or 2 crystals dotted on its earlobes. I could also smell a faint fragrance emanating from the rabbit. Race, fragrant rabbit, rank, 1-star ferocious beast, department, medical, status, shy, qualification, excellent. Skills, 1, fragrant. The fragrant rabbit always exudes a special fragrance, which has the effect of concentrating the mind and calming the mood. Xinxiang rabbit has always been popular because of its gentle personality and good for children's growth. However, it also has obvious shortcomings. It is difficult to evolve, and its combat power and healing abilities are very weak. This beast is on my shopping list because it is not as expensive as other beasts and is very popular among middle-class families with children. From several young boys, only one of them exclaimed, "What kind of beast is that? So cool." A horse-like beast stood in the middle of the road, its body covered with blue scales, with 2 sharp horns over 20 centimeters long on its head, looking ferocious and domineering. A wind-controlling spirit horse is a beast tamer of the spirit beast level. A spirit beast is 1 level higher than a fierce beast, and is much stronger than a fierce beast. Having a spirit beast means that you have entered the real world of beast tamers. Race, wind-controlling spiritual horse, rank, 4-star spiritual beast, type, wind system, status, anxious, qualification, ordinary, skills, 1, power of controlling wind, yellow level controlling the strong wind. The speed of the wind-controlling spiritual horse becomes faster. 2, scaled armor, Shin level the body's spiritual power flows and protects the scales throughout the body, greatly enhancing the defense. 3, wind blade, yellow level condensing the power of wind element and turning it into a sharp blade. The skill levels are 2 yellow levels and 1 Shin level. About an hour later, I finally arrived at my destination, Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center. Land is extremely expensive in the city nowadays, and it is really amazing to be able to open such a large breeding center in the city. I came back to my senses just in time to see a young man rushing out of the breeding center angrily. "You are such a bully. Why don't you accept individuals buying beasts?" Seeing this farce, I walked past them and into the breeding center. When the young man saw me, he thought I was here to buy the Beastmaster individually like him. "Brother, this shop doesn't sell Beastmasters to customers, only to shops." I looked at him and said something that petrified him. "I'm here on behalf of the store." The young man's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and he didn't utter a word for a long time. The main reason was that my appearance at the age of 16 or 17 was too deceptive. I was just entering high school, and who would have thought that I was here to purchase beast tames for the store? I ignored the young man behind me and turned around and walked leisurely into the hall. The hall was very spacious, with a number of sofas neatly arranged for people to rest. At the service counter to the right of the door sat several young women in uniform. When someone first walked in, there was a flash of delight on their faces, but when they saw that it was me, a boy of 16 or 17 years old, that little bit of interest disappeared instantly. A sweet-looking girl stood up and politely asked me, "How can I help you?" Her voice was as sweet as her appearance. I looked at the nameplate on her chest, which had the Chinese characters Zhangya printed on it. This was her name. "I came to buy a beast. What is the specific process?" Zhang Ya's face froze. She probably thought I was the same person as the man who had just caused trouble in the hall. She even regretted asking me if I needed help. She forced a smile and said, "Young man, I'm sorry, but we don't sell beasts to private individuals." I was prepared. I pulled out a business license from my backpack and handed it to Zhang Ya. "I'm here to buy the beast on behalf of the store. This is the business license." Zhang Ya took the business license protected by special materials with surprise and read out the name on it. Tianyao Pet Shop. Tianyao Pet Shop? Didn't the owner of this shop disappear? A woman with delicate makeup next to her heard the name and said subconsciously. After she reminded him of this, Zhang Ya also remembered the incident that had caused quite a stir some time ago. Not far from the city gate outside Qingyang City, a new secret realm appeared, the Vast Sea Secret Realm. The Qingyang City government officially designated this secret realm as a 7-star spiritual realm, which means that the government predicts that the highest level of beastmasters in this secret realm will not exceed the level of a 7-star spiritual beast. Having said that, for Qingyang City, it is considered a high-level secret realm, so the authorities gathered forces from all sides to form an exploration team. My parents, Luo Yuheng and his wife, were in this exploration team. As expected, this team had an accident. Now more than a month has passed, and the time for their return has long passed, but no one from this team has successfully returned. So what is announced to the public now is that the exploration team is missing. Perhaps given the current situation, no news is good news. Zhang Ya came back to her senses, looked at me and speculated. Could this be Master Luo Yuheng's child? He looks pretty, but he looks sickly. "Sir, your business license is fine. Which types of beasts do you want to buy?" Looking at the girl in front of me quickly getting into work mode, "Please give me a brief introduction to the types of beasts in your breeding center." Hearing what I said, the girl in front of me was not surprised at all, and skillfully took out a picture album from under the cabinet. He opened it in front of me, pointed to the catalog on it and said, "This catalog contains all the species of beasts in our breeding center. There are domestic pet-type beasts such as the fragrant rabbit, the woody parrot, and the lucky clover. Among them, the fragrant rabbit, the woody parrot, and the lucky clover are the most popular. There are also small playmate-type beast tamers that have gentle personalities but certain damage skills, such as the radiant hound, the shield bird, and the water turtle. Beastmasters that are good at fighting include the extreme shadow cat, sawtooth tiger, howling moonwolf, etc. As the largest breeding center in Qingyang City, Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center does have a wide variety of beasts. Most of the beasts sold here are ferocious beasts, and there are probably some spiritual beasts as well. However, these high-end goods are usually sold through auctions. It is estimated that even the Qingyuan Breeding Center cannot sell spiritual beast-level beasts in bulk. Based on the preparations I made before coming here, I said to Zhang Ya, "Can you take me to see the 3 beasts? The Xinxiang rabbit, the Guanghui dog, and the electric mouse? The lightning mouse is on my shortlist as a combat-type beast tamer. I have all 3 types of beast tamers, so it is complete to some extent." Zhang Ya put away the album and said, "Please follow me." She made a guiding gesture and led me into the hall. After passing through an archway, we walked through a long corridor with a faint white gas emitting from it. This is a gas that kills viruses. The beasts inside are still small and fragile, and they cannot be affected by toxic substances from the outside. I nodded to show that I understood. 15 minutes later, under the guidance of Zhangya, I finally arrived at the Xinqiang rabbit farm. The farm where Xinqiang rabbits live is half open air and half indoors. The open air half of the ground was covered with green grass. Based on its shape, I recognized it as Qingyang grass, one of Xinqiang rabbits' favorite staple foods. Among the more than 10-centimeter tall Qingyang grass, from time to time, there would be more than 10-centimeter tall fragrant rabbits jumping around. Zhangya said to me, "Young man, you can choose. You can catch the one you choose directly on the spot, but no returns or exchanges will be accepted once the fish are sold." I was very familiar with the rules of the farm and did not raise any objections. I looked at the fragrant rabbits one by one with the eye of truth. The purpose of selecting them was naturally to select those with gentle personalities and good health. Those with bad personalities are not acceptable, and those with poor qualifications are not acceptable. After a lot of selection, I finally selected 3 from these fragrant rabbits. This is my first time opening a shop and doing business. I cannot buy too much goods this time. I prefer to buy less but better and train these Xinqiang rabbits before selling them. In a similar way, I went to other farms and picked out 2 Guanghui dogs and an electric mouse, thus completing this purchase. Compared with other stores, the amount I purchased was really pitifully small, but Zhangya kept a straight face throughout the whole process and accompanied me to complete the selection diligently and responsibly. 3 fragrant rabbits cost 30,000 spirit coins, 2 radiant dogs cost 40,000 spirit coins, and 1 electric mouse costs 50,000 spirit coins, for a total of 120,000 spirit coins. "Young sir, do you still need food for these beasts?" I nodded. "We must provide rations for these little guys, and prepare 30 days' worth of food for each beast." Hearing my answer, Zhangya showed some joy on her face. "Okay, so the total cost is 135,400 spirit coins. I'll round off the amount for you and make it 135,000 spirit coins." I handed over a bank card with some heartache. It was the living expenses my parents left for me and Luoyang before entering the secret realm. There was a total of 500,000 yuan in it. This cost a quarter of my money. I silently comforted myself that this was a necessary investment before making money, and I felt a little better. "Young sir, do you want to take these beasts away yourself, or do you want us to deliver them to your door? As long as they are within Qingyang City, they are free." When I heard it was free, I nodded immediately and asked you to deliver the goods to my door. With a stiff expression, I made another request, which was, "Could you please send me back as well?" Zhangya suddenly showed a look of surprise on her face, but she quickly retracted it. "This, of course, is no problem. It was just one more person sitting in the car, which was not an excessive request. It was just that Zhangya had never encountered such a situation before, so she couldn't control her emotions just now." The truck from Qingyuan Breeding Center was quite fast. In just half an hour, the beasts and I were delivered to Qinyang Pet Shop. I politely declined the deliverman's offer to help me deliver the beasts into the store and asked them to leave the beasts at the door and sent them away. I skillfully took out the key and opened the door of the pet shop. I moved the pets into the store one by one. After each pet was placed in a cage, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, I got up to do the unfinished work. I was going to start training the few beasts I had just bought. On the street where Qinyang Pet Shop is located, there are 5 shops selling animal guardians. If Qinyang Pet Shop wants to stand out in the fierce competition, the quality of the pets must first attract customers. It is not easy for ordinary beast masters to distinguish the quality of a beast in a short time. Therefore, the beast shops with breeders are completely different from those without. Because the breeder can easily check the condition and quality of the beast, many customers will buy the beast based on the breeder's name. Because my father Luo Yuheng is a star breeder, Qinyang Pet Shop's position is difficult to shake even in this highly competitive street. However, with the disappearance of Luo Yuheng and his wife, Qinyang Pet Shop's market share was quickly divided up by 4 other stores. I want to take back market share from these 4 companies, so first I have to take the breeder qualification exam myself. There are also apprentice breeders in the other 4 companies, so I am not very competitive, unless I can directly become a star beast tamer and surpass them. Otherwise, the beast tamers in the store must have their own characteristics so that they can regain the market. I have thought a lot and decided to take the test for the breeder qualification certificate the day after tomorrow. The internship stage is not difficult and I am confident that I can get it. I turned my attention to the few beasts that were looking around because of the change of environment. The next step was to train them. I first took the 3 fragrant rabbits out of the cage, put them on my arms, and walked leisurely to the 2nd floor. When I arrived at the breeding pond, I gently placed the 3 shivering little rabbits into the pond. Seeing this, the little furball following behind me rushed into the pool and took a comfortable bath. Compared with the little fur ball that was running around like its master, the three rabbits were much quieter. They huddled together, as if they felt safe this way. No matter how scared they were, the benefits they gained were real. The light from the pool entered their bodies and the fragrance in the air became stronger. When the 15 minutes were up, I prepared the towel and fished the three sweet rabbits out of the breeding pool. While wiping their bodies, I also used the Eye of Truth to check the changes in their information. Race, fragrant rabbit. Rank, 2-star ferocious beast. Department, medical. Status, frightened. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Fragrant, yellow level. The fragrant rabbit always emits a special fragrance, which has the effect of concentrating the mind and calming the mood. The situation of the three Xinjiang rabbits is similar. Just by taking a simple bath, their star rating is upgraded from 1 star to 2 stars. This is simply unimaginable in other stores. Most of the Xinjiang rabbits sold on the market are around 2 to 3 stars of the ferocious beast. In terms of price, a 2-star ferocious beast costs about 15,000 spirit coins, and a 3-star ferocious beast can be sold for 20,000 spirit coins. Higher star-level Xinjiang rabbits are generally not available unless they are customized by customers, because the breeding value is not equal and the store may suffer losses. However, I estimate that if these 3 rabbits come to the breeding pool often to bubble, they can soon be upgraded to about 4 stars of fierce beasts. I hope to use this as a selling point to attract customers. I put the 3 Xinjiang rabbits back into the specially prepared cage, and then prepared food for the Xinjiang rabbits, Guanghui dogs, and electric mice. After eating the food mixed with sedative effects, they fell asleep quietly in the cage. After this night's buffer, their emotions should have stabilized. Then I went out, had a simple meal at a restaurant on the street, and went to the supermarket to buy a quilt. I plan to stay in Qinying Pet Shop tonight. After all, the pets in the shop account for most of my current wealth, and I can't afford to be careless. After spreading the bedding I bought on the 2nd floor, I took out my personal terminal to check the breeding information of the Guanghui dog and the electric mouse. At this time, I found a red prompt in the message bar, and the nickname of the person who sent the message was Qinyang Zhiguang. Qinyang Zhiguang, brother, I will have a holiday the day after tomorrow. The message was sent at 3:30 p.m. It was very concise, but it made me stunned for a long time. I smiled helplessly. I was not really ready to meet my relatives in this world. Chun Yangziguang, that is, my younger brother in this body, is called Luo Yang. He is 2 years younger than me and is 16 years old this year. He is a sophomore in Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, and Qinying Pet Shop is named after us 2 brothers. I thought about it and felt that it would not be normal not to reply to the message, so I replied in the same tone. Chenluo, okay, I'll prepare something delicious for you and add a big smiley face. Soon there was a reply from the other side. Qinyang Zhiguang, brother, has your old illness not recurred recently? My heart warmed and I replied, no, it has always been normal. Qinyang Zhiguang, that's good. You should stay at home these days and don't go out easily. This makes him seem more like a brother. Chenluo, okay, Yang Zizi. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. I didn't reply to Luo Yang's message. I put down my personal terminal and wondered if I was a time traveler. I didn't suddenly travel into this world. I have been in the mind of this body since my mother's womb. Is it because the souls of the 2 worlds have not merged well? I have had soul separation syndrome since I was a child. The external manifestation is that when I was a child, I was sometimes dull, sometimes smart, and understood everything. So I seldom went to school, and mostly followed my parents around to see famous doctors and various beast-taming masters, but none of them could help. As I grow older, the soul-leaving syndrome occurs less frequently. As a time traveler, I have been watching my growth in this world from the perspective of a bystander. When I was a child, my intelligence was actually due to the fact that I was traveling through time and space and was in control of my body. However, when I realized that there was another weak consciousness growing in my mind, I rarely did this. As a well-educated person, I don't want to be a murderer, even if it means erasing the consciousness of a newborn baby. Who knew that as time went by, his and my consciousness began to merge and connect, and during the fusion process, the soul separation syndrome became more obvious. It wasn't until half a month ago that our consciousnesses were truly integrated successfully, so strictly speaking, I can't be considered a pure time traveler. I also regard my family members in this world as my real relatives. Shaking his head to get rid of these thoughts, Luo Chen continued to check the content he wanted to find on the Star Network just now. As soon as I typed the 3 words Guanghui dog into the browser, a series of entries appeared. What combat skills are suitable for the Radiant dog? At what age does the Radiant dog become an adult and can be mated? The price of the Radiant dog, and the evolved form of the radiant dog. Luo Chen didn't pay attention to the most search contents and continued editing. How to train a Guangwei dog. Sure enough, a lot of relevant content appeared, but as he looked at it, Luo Chen's brows unconsciously frowned. Radiant dog. The training route from Radiant Dog to Blazing Sun Dog ensures that you have a spirited Blazing Sun Dog. Luo Chen was attracted by the title, but when he clicked on it, he found out that it would cost 10,000 star coins. Then read on the page to find Master Lu's experience in training the Radiance Dog, the best skill combination for the Radiance Dog, etc. Luo Chen clicked on it and found that they were all the same as the courses sold in his previous life, and they required fees. After watching several of them in a row, Luo Chen decisively gave up. With no other choice, he could only review the breeder skills left to him by his father Luo Yuheng. As the night passed and the sun rose, more and more people appeared on the street, including people doing morning exercises with their beast tamers and energetic students. Even though beasts are rampant outside the city is still full of vitality under the protection of the city guards, as if it is still in a peaceful and prosperous era. At Qinying Pet Shop, Luo Chen also got up early. To be honest, it was indeed more comfortable to spend the night in the store than at home. He first added food and drinking water to the new members in the store and then did a simple cleanup of the store. After having breakfast at the breakfast shop nearby, I took the 3 Xinjiang rabbits to the breeding pool on the second floor and let them take another bath. Noticing that the energy aura on them was stronger, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction and put the little rabbits back into the cage. After doing all this, Luo Chen stared at the 2 Radiance dogs and Electric Mouse and began to worry. For a moment, he really didn't know how to train these 2 kinds of beasts. Generally speaking, most breeders are passed down from master to apprentice. Each breeder has different expertise and trains different beasts. Different breeders also have their own unique skills. Just like his father Luo Yuheng was good at the light cat, this was also the reason why Luo Chen's first beast was the light cat. At least with Luo Yuheng's help, there is no need to worry about the training of the light spirit cat before it becomes the king beast. Luo Chen released the 2 Guangwei dogs from the cage. Unlike the gentle and shy Xinjiang rabbit, these 2 Guangwei dogs were much more lively. As soon as they got out of the cage, they ran around the store excitedly. Luo Chen had no doubt that if the store door was not locked, they would rush directly to the street. The 2 Guangwei dogs are about the same size. Their fur is yellow and white, and from time to time a hint of light emanates from their fur. As they ran, the light on their bodies no longer appeared occasionally, but was always on, like 2 glowing mascots. As a breeder, your job is to train them to control the energy in their bodies to prevent them from harming their owners who are unable to make a contract after being sold. Race: Light Dog. Rank: 2-star Fierce Beast. Category: Light E Daylight. Status: Excited. Qualification: Good skills. 1. Light. Yellow level. The energy in the body can be converted into light and radiated from the fur, which can slightly increase the surrounding temperature. The information of the 2 Radiant dogs is similar. After all, they are still cubs, so it is normal that they only have 1 companion skill. The qualifications for taming beasts are divided into several levels: inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, and peerless. Ordinary is the most common aptitude in a race, good is second, inferior is as rare as excellent, perfect is hard to come by, and peerless aptitude is harder to come by than winning a lottery. Mauchio, let them calm down. Mauchio received Luo Chen's order, his eyes full of eagerness, and looked at the 2 Guangwei dogs that were running non-stop. Then he accelerated and jumped accurately in front of a small glory dog, with his right paw raised high. Bang! The little Guangwei dog lay on the ground in a daze, with severe pain on his face. It was obvious that he didn't understand what was happening. When the other little Guangwei dog saw what happened to its companion, it didn't dare to run around anymore and just lay down. The light cat is a 4-star Fierce Beast, while the glory dog is only a 2-star Fierce Beast. The glory dog is not stupid and can sense the rank of other beasts from their aura. The Guanghui dog has a gentle personality and generally will not attack others without the owner's orders. Even though they don't have an owner now, Luo Chen has fed them twice and is considered their temporary owner, so the 2 little guys didn't resist. Seeing that the 2 finally quieted down, Luo Chen turned his back to the glory dog and quietly gave the little fur ball a thumbs up. I came to the 2 glory dogs and gently stroked the back of the beaten glory dog. Ouch, does it hurt? When Guanghui dog saw his owner, he whimpered in grievance. Luo Chen took out 2 small spiritual fruits from somewhere and fed them to the 2 Guanghui dogs. After getting the food, the glory dog instantly forgot the grievance he had just suffered. The little furry dog on the side looked at the scene in confusion not understanding why this happened. Jump over. Yes. Luo Chen's voice came from Qinyang's shop. The two Guanghui dogs followed Luo Chen's instructions and crossed the increasingly high obstacles in front of them. After Luo Chen tested their maximum jumping height, he wrote in the notebook, the maximum jumping height of a 3-month-old Guanghui dog is 2.3 meters. It also says the maximum speed is 3 meters per second, the jumping distance is 2.5 meters, etc., as if it was a comprehensive physical test for the Guanghui dog. After the test, compared with the general data on the internet, Luo Chen had a comprehensive understanding of the current physical fitness of Guanghui dog. However, these data do not seem to be of much use in the breeding of Guanghui dogs. Just let them have fun and vent their excess energy. Luo Chen accidentally saw the electric mouse look at the two light dogs with disdain, and then took a nap in the cage again. Race, electric rat, rank, 3 stars, type, elemental, electric, status, lazy, qualification, good, skills, 1. Electric light, yellow level electric rat can release electric light through its tail, causing damage to the target. Luo Chen returned the two Guanghui dogs that had completed the test to their cages and gently tapped the cage of the electric mouse. I'll let you feel comfortable for 2 days. Once I become an apprentice breeder, I'll start training you. The electric mouse is all white with irregular silver curves all over its body and is about the size of a palm. Hearing Luo Chen's threatening words, it turned nonchalantly into the cage and turned its butt towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen was almost amused by this electric mouse with a unique personality. Although Luo Chen was preparing to reopen Qinyang Pet Shop, he had not yet obtained the qualification of an apprentice breeder, so it was not yet time to reopen the shop. After Luo Chen had simply packed up, he wanted to learn about beast taming. Today he was learning about the approximate distribution of wild beasts in Qingyang City. The most dangerous place around Qingyang City is naturally the nests of several king beasts. These king beasts are all beasts that came out from various secret realms near Qingyang City. In this world, not only can beastmasters enter the secret realm to obtain rare materials, but beastmasters can also pass through the secret realm's door to the outside world. Fortunately, the doors to secret realms are mostly located in remote wilderness areas and rarely found directly in cities. Otherwise, humans would suffer even greater losses under the impact of beasts, and the current situation of relying mainly on cities to defend against beasts is difficult to maintain. The levels of beast taming are divided into fierce beast, spiritual beast, and king beast. As the third stage of beast control, the king beast usually leads a tribe, and more spirit beasts of the same race will gather together. Therefore, when traveling, you must avoid the territory of the king beast. 20 miles south of Qingyang City, there is a king beast species called King Liuping. They have a ferocious personality, so don't provoke them. 15 miles to the west, there is a red flame fire lion. 15 miles and 30 miles to the east, there are the sun-reflecting royal lotus and the blue moon carp respectively. There are 3 king-level secret realms in the north, and the king beasts in them may come out at any time to wreak havoc on the world. Luo Chen frowned inadvertently. This Qingyang City was surrounded by beastmasters. You should know that the most powerful people in Qingyang City were only 3 king-level beastmasters. There are so many king beasts around Qingyang City alone. And what about the wild areas further away? I'm afraid there are even more king beasts. Now Luo Chen finally understood why the people in this world were trapped in the city. The outside world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Perhaps we have to worry all the time whether these beasts will unite to attack the city. This seems to have happened in other cities. A rich kid somehow got a king beast cub from a secret realm, who knew that the cub was the offspring of the uncrowned king of the entire secret realm. As a result, all the beasts in the secret realm came out in droves to take revenge on the city. In the end, the city was not breached, but it did cost the city a huge price. After briefly understanding this information, it seems that the secret realm where Luo Yuheng and his wife are trapped is at least a king-level secret realm. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and go to the secret realm to find out what's going on. He firmly believes that Luo Yuheng and his wife will not die easily in the vast sea secret realm. Because Luo Yuheng is about to be promoted to a king-level beastmaster, and he is a breeder himself, so he can get information about beasts in the secret realm in advance. Being able to effectively avoid the beastmasters that they were unable to deal with, he now believed that they were just blocked by the high-level beastmasters and could not escape for the time being. Put down the terminal in your hand, feed a few little guys, and check their status. I had a simple meal and went to bed early. I have to take the assessment for trainee breeders tomorrow, so it is important to get enough rest. The night passed peacefully, and the next day Luo Chen got up early to clean up, first soaking the 3 fragrant rabbits in the breeding pond. After being pleasantly surprised to find that they were all promoted to 3-star ferocious beasts, they contentedly set out for the breeder center to take the assessment. The breeder center is located in the center of Qingyang City, not far from Qinying Pet Shop, just 2 or 3 streets away. There was still plenty of time, so Luo Chen and Xiao Maoqiu strolled there. When they arrived, they found that there was already a long line in front of the breeder center. There were at least a few hundred people, and the ages of those queuing were of different kinds, ranging from 12 to 60 or 70 years old, which really opened Luo Chen's eyes. There were not many people of the same age as Luo Chen who came to take the test. Luo Chen consciously stood at the end of the line and waited quietly for the breeder assessment center to open. "Brother, this is your nth time taking the assessment?" As soon as Luo Chen stood still, a fat boy wearing gold and silver next to him started talking to him in a familiar way. It was the first time. Luo Chen answered honestly. The little fat boy looked as if he had suddenly understood something. I asked him why he looked so unfamiliar to me, and he said calmly, "This is the 6th time, and the assessment for breeders is too difficult." Too difficult? Luo Chen was a little puzzled, thinking that as long as he awakened the talent of the Eye of True Knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult. How come the fat kid failed the test 6 times? And what about the elderly man? At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He had to pass this assessment, otherwise the whole plan would be messed up, which was absolutely unacceptable. As if noticing Luo Chen's sudden nervousness, the little fat man began to comfort him. "This is your first time. Just take it as gaining experience. Did you see that gray-haired old man?" The little fat man secretly pointed at the oldest man and said, "I heard that he had been taking exams for most of his life and still hasn't passed the test. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Oh my god. Now he is under even more pressure. He suspected that this guy might be deliberately attacking his opponent in advance. The queue finally began to move, and the door of the breeder center opened to welcome those who came to take the assessment. It's not obvious from the outside, but the breeder center is very spacious inside. The hall on the first floor is at least 500 square meters. There are doors made of special materials on both sides of the hall. Luo Chen counted them carefully and found that there were no less than 20 on each side. Just as Luo Chen was observing the environment on the first floor of the breeder center, a lively little girl came up to him and handed him a number tag. 135. This is the number on the number plate. After giving the number plate to Luo Chen, the little girl continued walking forward and distributed the number plates to the people in line one by one. There were more than 300 people in the team, and the number cards were distributed quickly. Soon the little girl completed the task. An energetic old man appeared in front of the team at some point. He was dressed elegantly, and the most eye-catching thing was the special badge on his chest. The badge is light blue in color as a whole, with a background that resembles the deep universe. There are 3 stars on the main body, 3 stars for the star breeder. Luo Chen, who was familiar with the ranks of breeders, recognized the meaning of this badge at a glance. The ranks of breeders are divided into apprentice, starry sky, bright moon, and radiant sun. The stars rank classifies the breeder's ability by star level. For example, his father, Luo Yuheng, is a star's 5-star breeder. 5 stars is the highest level among all the stars, and above that is the Hao Yue level breeder. So to some extent, this old man who looks knowledgeable is not as good a breeder as his father. After the old man saw the little girl handing out the number plates, he spoke calmly. "I am Lu Qingyu, today's trainee breeder examiner. There are a total of 324 people taking the assessment today. The examination rooms are assigned according to the number plates, with 1 room for every 50 people and 1 room for the last 24 people, for a total of 7 examination rooms. It's the 7 rooms on the left." Lu Qingyu pointed to the room on the left. Everyone who knew the assessment rules went to different rooms. Luo Chen was carried by the crowd to the 3rd door. There were 50 sets of tables and chairs in the room. Unlike in the previous life where students had to choose their seats by number when taking exams, everyone could sit wherever they wanted. Luo Chen randomly chose a seat at the back, as the good seats at the front had already been taken by those who arrived earlier. After a while, the girl who was handing out number tags came in with a gorilla beast. She was holding a cage covered with a black cloth, and the gorilla behind her was holding 2. After placing the 3 cages on the huge stand, the girl smiled and said, "I am Lu Qingyu, the invigilator of examination room number 3. After the exam officially begins, you are required to write down the information of the 3 beasts in the cages as detailed as possible. The more complete the information, the higher the score." After saying this, she calmly fiddled with the personal terminal in her hand, as if she was looking for some information. After receiving the signal, Lu Qingyu unveiled the black cloth on the 3 cages from left to right. The assessment now officially begins. Please do not whisper during the assessment. Luo Chen, like the other candidates in examination room number 3, looked intently at the 3 beasts of different shapes in the cages. The one on the far left is a parrot-like beast with long tail feathers. The one in the middle is a cat-like beast, and the one on the far right has a strange shape, and Luo Chen can't recognize which common creature it is. With Luo Chen's knowledge, he didn't recognize any of these 3 beasts, but he didn't panic. He activated the Eye of Truth and selected the one on the far left. Race: Crested Parrot. Rank: 5-star ferocious beast. Category: Sound system. Status: Depression. Qualification: Ordinary skills. 1. Simulated sound. Xian level. The crested parrot can simulate the sounds it hears with its unique voice. Luo Chen wrote down the information he saw with the Eye of Truth on a blank piece of paper in front of him. When he came to the status, he couldn't help but sigh that it turns out that beast tamers can also have mental illnesses. Luo Chen also summarized it in his own words. It looks similar to an ordinary parrot, with a body length of about 30 centimeters. The crown feathers on its head are as long as its body, bluish-white in color, and its entire body is bright blue. Luo Chen looked at the cat-type beast in the second cage. Race: Long-tailed cat. Rank: 6-star fierce beast. Type: Martial. Status: Lazy. Aptitude: Good. Skills: 1. Long-tail whip. Yellow level. Use the tail as a weapon to whip the target. A well-qualified long-tailed cat is not as valuable as an ordinary crested parrot. The crested parrot is rarer and has greater potential and a higher upper limit. If the crested parrot learns 1 or 2 sound-based offensive skills, its combat power can soar instantly. Finally, there was the bizarre-looking beast. It looked like a few stones stacked randomly, not like a living being at all, but the vibrations coming from its body proved that it was alive. Race: Little Spirit Stone. Rank: 9 stars of ferocious beast. Type: Earth. Status: Dormant. Qualification: Ordinary. Skills: 1. Spirit in Stone. Earth level. Racial talent: the small spirit stone can devour stones of various attributes to enhance its own talent and combat power. 2. Ground Sinkhole. Xian level: the small spiritual stone extracts the land elements in the target area to form a sunken area. 3. Falling Rocks. Yellow level: the small spirit stones condense the power of the earth element, forming huge rocks above the target, which then fall down. When Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to see the information of this strange creature, he found out that it actually possessed Earth-level racial talent in the ferocious beast stage. What did that mean? This means that this race has the potential to become a king beast directly. As long as there are enough resources, it can be trained to become the strongest combat force in Qingyang City. Luo Chen had some doubts. The breeder center should not be rich enough to use such beast taming as an assessment for trainee breeders. However, when he saw the word dormant in the status, Luo Chen seemed to understand what was going on. There must be something wrong with this beast. Even the masters at the breeder center can't solve it, so they treat it as a test question. Luo Chen guessed correctly. This beast not only often appeared in the assessment of trainee breeders, but also a frequent visitor in the assessment of star breeders. He was just hoping that there would be a genius who could solve its problems. After Luo Chen finished filling in all the information he had observed, he found that not many other candidates in the same examination room wrote anything on paper. Most of them were staring at the 3 beasts in the cages, their brows furrowed, looking as if they were thinking hard. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth again with some uncertainty to observe the detailed information of the 3 beasts and found that he had not missed anything. He raised his right hand confidently. Lu Qingyu, who had been scanning the entire room, had actually noticed Luo Chen a long time ago. After all, among all the candidates, he was the only one who was writing furiously, which was quite eye-catching. Lu Qingyu came down from the stands, walked to Luo Chen and asked softly, "What's the problem? Can I hand in the paper early?" Lu Qingyu picked up the paper on the table in front of Luo Chen and replied as a matter of course, "Of course you can. Then you can wait in the hall for a while. I estimate that your results will be available in an hour." The assessment results of the Breeder Center are released very quickly, basically on the same day. If you pass, you can receive a badge. If you fail, you can try again next time. Luo Chen naturally knew all this already, so he didn't say anything else, but went to the hall obediently to wait for his results. The candidates who were in the same examination room looked at Luo Chen's back with envy, and at the same time, they couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Lu Qingyu watched Luo Chen's back as he left the classroom, then looked at his answer sheet with curiosity. After reading it, Lu Qingyu excitedly took out her terminal, edited a message, and sent it out. Luo Chen, who was playing on the terminal while waiting in the hall, suddenly heard a gentle voice ringing in his ears. "Luo Chen, right? Can you come with me to the examiner's office?" Luo Chen turned his gaze to his left and saw the person in a blue dress, who was the invigilator Lu Qingyu. After thinking about it, Luo Chen stood up from his seat and said, "Okay." Then he came to Lu Qingyu and followed her to the second floor. "Is there any problem with my answer sheet?" Luo Chen looked at the young girl beside him curiously. Lu Qingyu did not hide her thoughts from Luo Chen. "Your answer sheet is perfect, there is no mistake. It's just that the examiner wants to see you." After hearing this, Luo Chen searched his mind hard to find any memories about the examiner Lu Qingyu. But after searching, I confirmed that I didn't know him at all, and I didn't know why he wanted to see me. With full of questions in his mind, Luo Chen followed Lu Qingyu's steps to the second floor. After passing through a corridor, Lu Qingyu knocked on a stone door and heard an old man's voice coming from inside. "Come in." The layout of the room was simple. Some materials related to beast taming were placed on several shelves. Then there was a desk and several chairs that should be used to entertain guests. Examiner Lu Qingyu was sitting behind the only desk in the room at this time, looking at Luo Chen with inquiring eyes. "Sit." After Luo Chen and Lu Qingyu sat down on the two chairs in front of the desk, Lu Qingyu continued to speak. "I wonder what the relationship is between young friend Luo Chen and Master Luo Yuheng?" Luo Chen withdrew his gaze and heard Lu Qingyu's question, and a trace of vigilance rose in his heart unconsciously. However, this kind of relationship cannot be concealed, and it would be quite easy for Lu Qingyu to investigate if he wanted to. So although he was alert, Luo Chen did not choose to hide it. "It was my father." Lu Qingyu already had some guesses in his mind, so he didn't look surprised at Luo Chen's admission. Instead, he showed an expression of, as expected. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, "Master Lu, do you know my father?" Lu Qingyu laughed. "Master Luo Yuheng, who doesn't know about the higher-level beast masters in Qingyang City?" Indeed, as the only person in Qingyang City who has the hope of advancing to Haoyue breeder in recent years, Luo Yuheng is the object of friendship for many beast masters. But unfortunately, Master Luo Yuheng is now trapped in the vast sea secret realm and cannot come out. This Lu Qingyu knew some information about the secret realm of the vast sea. Luo Chen couldn't help asking, "Master, do you know something about my father?" Hearing the excitement in Luo Chen's tone, Lu Qingyu patiently explained, "I don't know any more information. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that the vast sea secret realm is indeed not a spiritual beast secret realm, but a large king beast secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm has been blocked by several king beasts, so the exploration team cannot return." Seeing that the situation was similar to what he had guessed, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least his parents and others were no longer in danger of death. "What I need to do now is to improve my strength as soon as possible so that I can go to the secret realm to rescue them. Time is running out. If I let them stay in the secret realm for one more day, there will be a chance of accidents." As if to make Luo Chen not worry, Lu Qingyu revealed another piece of news to Luo Chen. "Don't worry too much. The city lord has already asked for help from Liuguang City. It won't be long before a rescue team arrives." China divides cities into three categories: upper, middle, and lower. Lower cities have a population of 1 million, middle cities have a population of 10 million, and upper cities have a population of over 100 million. Qingyang City is one of the 1,600 lower cities, and Liuguang City is one of the 160 middle cities. At the same time, Qingyang City is under the jurisdiction of Liuguang City. A king-level beastmaster who is considered top combat power in Qingyang City is also rare in Liuguang City, but definitely not extremely rare. Luo Chen couldn't help but have more expectations for Zhongqing's support, but he didn't dare to put all his hopes on others. The right thing to do was to improve himself as soon as possible. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Master Lu, for telling me this news." Lu Qingyu waved his hand, not caring at all. "I just saw that your name is the same as the name of the son that Master Luo Yuheng often mentioned, so I wanted to confirm it. If my guess is correct, you should have awakened the eye of true knowledge." Luo Chen nodded as a matter of course. "Of course you have awakened this talent, so you dare to take the exam? But I have some questions. Why do those candidates seem to have such a hard time answering questions for such a simple test?" Lu Qingyu looked a little strange and coughed lightly. "Qingyu, you answer it." "Okay, Grandpa." Lu Qingyu turned to Luo Chen and patiently explained, "After all, there are only a few candidates who have awakened the talent of the Eye of True Knowledge, but the demand for breeders is extremely large. Moreover, simply isolating ordinary people from entering the breeder industry based on talent is also inconsistent with China's consistent philosophy. Therefore, the assessment of breeders is also aimed at the vast number of people who do not have the talent of the Eye of True Knowledge. Of course, for those who have this talent, the assessment is as simple as drinking water. However, for those who have not awakened this talent, They need to learn and memorize a lot of knowledge about beast control. However, it is also undeniable that many knowledgeable breeders have emerged among them, making great contributions to the country's beast training. Now Luo Chen finally understood. It turned out that those people did not have the talent of the eye of true knowledge. No wonder they had to frown and think hard for an assessment that was extremely simple for them. Seeing that Luo Chen understood the situation, Lu Qingyu handed him a badge in the shape of young grass. Here, this is the badge that proves your identity as an apprentice breeder. However, since you have the talent of the eye of true knowledge, I think you will be able to change it to the official starry badge soon. Lu Qingyu's face now reveals a kind look. Luo Chen took the badge excitedly. He could finally open the store officially, and the system's task could finally be completed. He has been coveting the system's reward for a long time. Luo Chen took the tender grass badge and said, "Thank you, Master Lu." After saying goodbye to Lu Qingyu, Luo Chen returned along the same route he came. Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen took down the temporarily closed sign on the door, indicating that the pet shop was open again. He returned to the store, took out a sign from the warehouse, and wrote down the service scope of Qinyang Pet Shop on it. We provide 2 services, selling and fostering animals. If the trainee breeder's level was not low enough, he would actually like to start providing beast training services. However, the identity of an apprentice breeder could not support him in providing this service, so Luo Chen could only give up temporarily. After putting the sign in a conspicuous position in the lobby on the first floor, all Luo Chen needed to do next was to wait for customers to come. He waited for the sun to set from noon, without a single customer coming in. Luo Chen watched the number of pedestrians on the street outside decrease. I'm kind of doubting my life. Why isn't there even a single customer coming in? Squeak. The sound of the store door opening was finally heard, and Luo Chen looked towards the door with anticipation. She had a high ponytail, a round face with some baby fat, and was wearing the student uniform of Qingyang No. 1 High School. The little girl who came in was frightened by Luo Chen's fiery gaze, and wanted to open the door and leave, feeling a little at a loss. From her actions, Luo Chen guessed what she was thinking and immediately tried to keep her. This was his first customer, and whether he succeeded or not, it would at least increase the popularity of the store. Otherwise, he would really doubt his life. "Student, is there anything you want?" The cute round-faced girl looked even more reserved when she heard his words. "I'm just taking a look." "Just take a look, no problem, just take a look." As if seeing the essence of the girl's social phobia, Luo Chen turned his attention to his own personal terminal. Without Luo Chen's gaze, the round-faced girl felt more at ease. She first looked around the interior of the store and was somewhat surprised that the store was willing to use space skills to expand the interior space. After looking around the store, he found the only few beasts in the huge store in several cages in the middle of the south side. The girl had a look of deep confusion on her face. How come this shop, which should have had plenty of money in terms of decoration and space, only had these 2 or 3 beasts for sale? The girl glanced at Luo Chen secretly, and when she saw that he was not looking at her, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the cage with the beast in the south. The round eyes stared at the 6 little guys in the cage. The gentle and well-behaved Xinxiang rabbit, the excited and cheerful Guangwei dog, and the lazy and arrogant electric mouse. Among them, the glorious dog was the most excited about the girl's arrival and wanted to get close to the girl through the cage. Luo Chen, who was observing quietly at the side, secretly gave a thumbs up to Glory Dog. "Yes, this is how you should promote yourself." Luo Chen felt a little disappointed with the lazy, lightning mouse. Which beast master would be willing to choose such a lazy one? No, he must train it more in the future. The little girl's timid voice sounded, "Manager, brother, there seems to be something wrong with the fragrant rabbits here." Luo Chen put down the personal terminal in his hand, came to the cage and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The crystals on the earlobes of these 3 fragrant rabbits seemed to be abnormally large. This sentence mustered up all the courage of the little girl. Luo Chen had a gentle smile on his face. "You are right, but do you feel that their fragrance is stronger?" The little girl sniffed hard and nodded, and the fragrance in the air was very strong. Moreover, the crystals on their earlobes are closely related to their own ranks. Luo Chen's hint was very clear. The little girl was also very smart. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "Manager, what you mean is that the level of these fragrant rabbits is higher than the common 2-star fierce beasts?" Luo Chen nodded calmly and gave the little girl an affirmative answer. It seemed that these few words of conversation with Luo Chen made the little girl less socially anxious. She continued, "But the common Xinxiang rabbits on the market have never exceeded the 2-star level of fierce beasts. The ones that the store manager has seemed to be very different." There have been no fragrant rabbits above the second star level on the market. It's not because they can't breed them, but because the cost is too high. The profit they get is not as high as the profit brought by the second star level beasts. The little girl glanced at the fragrant rabbit in the cage and asked, "Then, this? We are different. Chinyang Pet Shop only breeds high-quality pets. Naturally, the quality of the beasts will be raised to a higher level." Luo Chen was happy to advertise his own store. "How much do these fragrant rabbits cost?" The little girl's eyes were full of curiosity. 25,000 spirit coins. After hearing Luo Chen's words, the little girl's face froze, and then she waved her hands hurriedly. No, I don't have money to buy it." A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Chen's face, but he didn't intend to bully the girl. "Haha, it's just a joke. Don't be so nervous. Just continue to observe." Seeing that Luo Chen was just joking, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She stayed here for a while, looked at the time on the watch, and then hurried out of the store. Ding dong. Someone on the terminal sent a message to Luo Chen. "Xinyang Zhiguang, brother, where are you?" Luo Chen slapped his head and almost forgot that his younger brother was also a student of Qingyang No. 1 High School. He should be on holiday today, just like the girl who came to the store. "Chen Luo, I'm in the store and will go home soon." After replying to the message, Luo Chen prepared food and water for the 6 beasts for tonight, then closed the shop and hurried home. However, when passing by the restaurant, he did not forget to buy some of Luo Yang's favorite food. After all, he had finally made the trip home, so he still had to reward himself. Click. Luo Chen opened the door of his home. The lights in the house were on, but there was no sign of Luo Yang. Instead, he saw a beast that looked like a lion and was nearly 1 meter tall. The hair on its body is mostly red in color, and the sharp claws on its feet and the fangs in its mouth indicate that it is not to be trifled with. When it saw Luo Chen, it jumped up excitedly. Luo Chen felt a wave of heat coming towards him, and he hurriedly put down the food he had packed. He held the lion-like beast firmly in his arms. The light cat, that was originally on Luo Chen's shoulder, seemed to dislike the high temperature around the lion-like beast and jumped onto a chair nearby. The fiery lion was the name of the beast in Luo Chen's arms, and it was also the contracted beast of his younger brother Luo Yang. Race, Flame Lion. Level, Fierce Beast 9 stars. Category, Elemental, Fire. Status, Joy. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Flame. Yellow level. The flame lion can spit out flames or attach flames to its claws to attack the target. 2. Flame bomb. Yellow level gathers the energy of the fire element to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 3. Flame true body. Xin level consumes a large amount of fire element and summons a flame true body, twice the size of itself. Boom boom boom. Dull footsteps came from the stairwell leading to the second floor, and a figure appeared from the corner. He has neat short hair and healthy wheat-colored skin. Although his face is still a little childish, one can already see the hard edges and corners of a man. "Brother, you're back?" The young man looked at Luo Chen with a slightly brighter look in his eyes, but when he saw the flame lion throwing itself into Luo Chen's arms, he angrily scolded. "Qi Yin, get down from my brother's arms." There was a hint of gnashing in the boy's voice, and the flame lion named Qi Yin couldn't help but shudder when he heard it. Qi Yin reluctantly came down from Luo Chen's arms, with a hint of resentment in his expression. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw it, and patted its head as if to comfort it. "How's school going lately?" The two brothers sat down at the table in the restaurant. As they opened their packed meals, Luo Chen began to worry about his younger brother's school life. "It's still the same, but I'm about to enter my 3rd year of high school, so I've been doing more combat training than usual." Luo Chen keenly observed the fatigue hidden on Luo Yang's face and sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that this child was not feeling well recently. "Don't be stingy with the beast taming materials you need to buy. I'll transfer some money to you later so you can get a good grade in the upgrade exam." Luo Yang shook his head. "The money our parents left us is not much to begin with. Let's keep it for now. Even if I don't buy any more beast resources, I'm still number 1 in the school." Luo Yang's grades have always been very good. His talent as a beast master is the ability inheritance. In simple terms, he can inherit some of the abilities of the beasts he has contracted. This ability is extremely abnormal. When it was awakened, Luo Yuheng repeatedly emphasized that this ability should not be exposed unless necessary. Luo Yang also obeyed and never exposed it. But even so, relying solely on the beast tamer under his contract, he has always been the uncrowned king in the school, the kind that is far ahead of others. Luo Chen had some understanding of his brother's situation, but he still said, We still have to spend what we need. We can't lack resources at this critical time for the growth of the beast. We must lay a solid foundation. Luo Yang knew that sometimes he would not be able to defeat his brother, so he could only remain silent. After a while, he spoke cautiously, "Brother, have you heard any news about our parents recently?" Luo Chen told Luo Yang the news he had learned from Lu Qingyu, and then added, "As for you, prepare for the exam now, and don't worry too much about your parents. They will definitely come back safely." Hearing that his parents were simply trapped, Luo Yang's expression obviously relaxed a little, and he nodded. "Brother, I know. I will prepare well for the exam. But why did you go to the store today? Hasn't it been closed for more than a month?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "This is the good news I want to tell you today. I have successfully awakened the talent of the Eye of True Knowledge, so I plan to reopen the store, so you don't have to worry about money at all." "Real?" Luo Yang was also very surprised to hear the news. After all, there had been no good news in this family for a long time. The first was the disappearance of his parents, and then Luo Chen's soul-leaving syndrome suddenly became serious. During that period, the young man Luo Yang experienced the darkest moment in his life. But fortunately, the news we have received is that our brother's soul separation syndrome is gradually getting better, and our parents are only temporarily trapped in the secret realm. Now Luo Chen has even awakened his rare gift, the Eye of Truth. Certainly. Luo Chen took out the badge of trainee breeder that he had just obtained today and waved it in front of Luo Yang. Luo Yang rubbed the tender leaves on the badge with his fingers for a few times. "It's true, that's great." Luo Yang is even happier now than when he first awakened his talent as a beast master, but it's no wonder that he behaves like that. In fact, since he was a child, Luo Chen has always shown signs of soul separation syndrome, so his family naturally has more concern and worry for him. Moreover, this time Luo Yuheng and his wife entered the secret realm of the vast sea, which was related to Luo Chen's soul-leaving syndrome. It was heard that there was a kind of beast in it that could cure mental illnesses. That's why the couple entered the secret realm of the vast sea, hoping to try their luck and see if they could find it. When Luo Yang calmed down, he smiled and said, "From now on, I will leave the training of my beast to you, big brother." Luo Chen also smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely help you cultivate the strongest beast in China." After saying this, both brothers burst into laughter. Luo Yang certainly didn't have the ambition to become the strongest beast master now. He just wanted to give his brother some confidence. Luo Chen laughed, of course, because he had enough confidence to train Luo Yang's beast master to the level he promised. Finished dinner. Flame Lion. Qi Yin restlessly pestered Luo Chen to comb his hair. Luo Chen and Luo Yang didn't quite understand why Qi Yin liked to pester Luo Chen since he was a child. Even when facing Luo Chen and his master Luo Yang, he would rather stay with Luo Chen most of the time. There was no other way. After finally being able to see it, Luo Chen could only resign himself to taking out the small comb specially prepared for it and combing its dark red hair bit by bit. During the whole process, Qi Yin squinted his eyes comfortably, looking like he was enjoying it quite a bit. While combing his hair, Luo Chen devoted his mind to using another talent of his, evolution and deduction. Flame Lion Red Flame Lion. Flame Lion Lava Lion. Flame Lion Ice Flame Lion King. Very good. There are 3 evolutionary routes for the Flame Lion. The first one has been discovered by the official, and there are breeders in Qingyang City who have mastered this route. But I haven't heard of the latter 2. The Flame Lion itself is a spiritual bee species. After one evolution, it will at least be a king bee species. Originally, Luo Yuheng and his wife planned to evolve the Flame Lion into the first route, but it would cost a lot of money to ask the breeder to evolve it, and the state after evolution could not be guaranteed. Now that I have the relevant knowledge about evolution, I can save a lot of money and give the Flame Lion more options for evolution. However, his own evolution deduction talent seemed to be incomplete, and he could not see the introduction of some evolved races. So unless there was a ready-made beast tamer, Luo Chen would not be able to confirm which beast tamer was stronger based on the name alone. Thinking of this, Luo Chen sighed helplessly. Hearing Luo Chen's sudden sigh, Luo Yang asked vigilantly, "What's wrong? Brother, are you tired?" Then he came to Qi Yin and gave it a light kick. "Get out of the way. You'll enjoy yourself when you get home." Luo Chen patted Luo Yang's leg, but he was indeed a little tired. So he stood up and said, "Nothing. Maybe I went through too much today. I'll go upstairs and rest first." "Okay, brother. You go and rest first." Luo Yang also advised diligently. Luo Chen felt something was amiss, but he didn't think much about it. He just said, "You should get some rest early too." With the sound of dong dong, footsteps on the stairs, Luo Chen and Xiao Maoqiu returned to their room. After seeing Luo Chen return to the room, Luo Yang immediately went back to the room. changed into dark clothes and put on his coat, looking like he was going out. Luo Yang showed a silver bracelet on his wrist and called out to the flaming lion, Qi Yin. Qi Yin obediently ran to his feet and saw silver light from the bracelet shining on Qi Yin's body, and then Qi Yin disappeared. Luo Yang picked up a backpack and walked out quietly. Luo Chen slept extremely soundly that night and woke up at dawn. Luo Chen went downstairs to prepare breakfast. He originally wanted to call Luo Yang to eat together, but then he thought that he had finally got a few days of rest, so he let him sleep until he woke up naturally. After he finished his breakfast, he rushed to the pet shop. After the flame lion carefully patrolled the first floor, he went upstairs and pushed open Luo Yang's door and went in. "My brother is gone?" The young man's cautious voice sounded. He was currently sitting on a chair in front of the study table in the room, his lean upper body naked. You can see wounds on his chest and arms from being bitten by some unknown beast, and other parts of his body have bruises and scratches from being beaten. The flame lion nodded cautiously. In fact, it also had injuries on its body, but they were well hidden by its hair. Seeing the performance of the flame lion, Luo Yang gritted his teeth and went to the storage room to find the medicine box to apply medicine to himself and the flame lion. Yesterday's steel butterfly was too cruel. Today, I will make it pay. While applying the medicine, Luo Yang couldn't stop mumbling. It seems that it did experience something last night that left a lingering impression on it. Luo Chen opened the door of the pet shop early, and the beasts that were immersed in the incubation pool today became 2 glow dogs and electric mouse. In Luo Chen's opinion, the 3-star ferocious beast, Xinjiang rabbit, is already higher than the 1-star one sold on the market, and the price is not much more expensive. This price is considered to be a complete loss-making sale in the eyes of other beast-taming shops, so Luo Chen has no doubt about the competitiveness of Xinjiang rabbit. However, in order to avoid the situation where even good wine needs to be hidden in a bush, he made cards in front of the existing beast cages with detailed information of the beast written on them. Otherwise, he would have to ask the same question every time a customer came, and Luo Chen felt that he would be annoyed to death. The card contains detailed information about the beast's race, rank, and skills, and at the end, the selling price is written in a slightly larger font, and the request to bargain is not accepted. The selling price of each of the 3 fragrant rabbits is 25,000 spirit coins. After the first soak in the incubation pool, the energy concentration of glow dog and electric mouse was indeed improved, but no advancement occurred. Therefore, the current price of glow dog is 25,000 spirit coins each, and the price of electric mouse is 57,000 spirit coins. This is of course based on the prices of other pet shops in the surrounding area. After all, these 2 types of beasts do not have much advantage at present, so the prices are consistent with those of surrounding shops. After doing all this, the door of the shop opened from the outside to the inside. "Yao Yao, does this store really have Samsung's fragrant rabbit?" A delicately dressed girl led a well-behaved and sweet girl and rushed in from outside the door. Yao Yao, the good girl from Qingyang No. 1 High School who came to Luo Chen's store yesterday, helplessly watched her friend pulling her hand with brute force. "When I came here yesterday, there were still 3 left. I don't know if they've all been sold out today. Hurry, take a look." Luo Chen poked his head out from behind the cashier counter. "The beast is still there, don't worry." The exquisite girl in front looked at Luo Chen in surprise. "Are you the owner of this store?" Facing the girl's doubt, Luo Chen just smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. I don't know if my father will take back this store after he comes back, but I don't think so." "Where?" Luo Chen considerately pointed to the south for the exquisitely dressed girl. After getting the directions, the exquisite girl no longer worried about why the boss looked like a minor and hurried towards the cage containing the fragrant rabbit. Cheng Yao, who was behind, only had time to give Luo Chen an awkward smile before she was involuntarily pulled away. She exclaimed, "Fan Hongxiang, slow down." However, the girl named Fan Hongxiang did not listen to her and continued walking briskly. Soon, the 2 of them stopped in front of the cage. Only when they saw that the 3 rabbits were still there did Fan Hongxiang breathe a sigh of relief. Then he regained his composure and carefully observed the fragrant rabbit in the cage in front of him. A new sign? Cheng Yao was very keen to notice that there were new things in front of the cage today. 3 stars of the evil beast. After seeing that the ear crystals of the Xinjiang rabbit in the cage were a circle larger than those of ordinary Xinjiang rabbits, Fan Hongxiang was already almost convinced. But to be on the safe side, she took out her personal terminal from the storage bracelet on her wrist and operated it for a while, but it was unknown what function she chose. A burst of fresh green light emanated from the terminal, shining on the body of Xinjiang rabbit. A piece of information was displayed on the screen of the personal terminal. Energy concentration 300, 3 stars for the ferocious beast. Seeing the test results, Fan Hongxiang nodded with satisfaction. Cheng Yao, who was standing by, looked at the terminal in her hand and said enviously, Hongxiang, is this the latest version of your terminal? This information exploration function looks pretty useful. Fan Hongxiang shook her head. This function is actually useless most of the time. It is only applicable in the current situation. In the wild beasts will not wait for you to scan them obediently. Moreover, this scanning behavior may anger the beasts. After explaining to Cheng Yao that this function only looked useful, she suddenly took Cheng Yao's arm and said, but I can give you one on your birthday. Then, regardless of Cheng Yao's reaction, Fan Hongxiang shouted to Luo Chen behind the cashier, Boss, I want to buy a Xinqiang rabbit. The first order came. Luo Chen suppressed his inner excitement and walked to the two of them with a calm face. Which one do you want? Fan Hongxiang's eyes rolled. Boss, please help me pick one. In fact, the 3 Xinqiang rabbits are all similar, and there is nothing to pick. Luo Chen took out a Xinqiang rabbit that looked more energetic from the cage, then put it in a small cage that was easy to carry and handed it to Fan Hongxiang. Excuse me, do you still need Xinqiang rabbits' exclusive rations? No need. Fan Hongxiang shook her head and rejected Luo Chen's proposal. 25,000 spirit coins. Fan Hongxiang was not surprised by the price and calmly chose to pay by credit card. 25,000 spirit coins have been received. The sound of money arriving was surprisingly pleasant. After paying, Fan Hongxiang also seemed very happy. She pulled Cheng Yao next to her and said, Come on, sister will treat you to a big meal. Cheng Yao whispered goodbye to Luo Chen, then followed Fan Hongxiang out of the store. Luo Chen watched the two girls leave. The first business deal was successfully completed, and 1/3 of the system's task of selling beasts was also completed. However, he had only completed 2 of the required customer flow of 50 people, so there was still a long way to go. After entertaining the 2 guests, Cheng Yao and Fan Hongxiang, Luo Chen also put up a sign at the door to attract customers. New store opened, high-quality beast taming items are on sale. Provide animal care services. I don't know if it was because the sign worked or because Qinyang Pet Shop attracted attention today, but people finally started to come into the store one after another. Although most people just come in to take a quick look and have no intention of buying. However, Luo Chen was quite satisfied as he saw the number of customers increasing continuously in line with the mission target. Compared to this commercial street or other beast taming shops in the city, Qinyang Pet Shop has only one waiter and cashier. Naturally, there was no way to explain in detail to the customers who came in. All the customers who came in were there to look around at their own will, and there were relatively few beasts in the store. However, the introduction of the fragrant rabbit, of the 3-star beast, still attracted the attention of most of the customers who came in to take a look. Someone even asked Luo Chen behind the cashier, young store manager, is the introduction of your Xinqiang rabbit authentic? Luo Chen stood up from behind the cashier counter. Customers can observe the ear of Xinqiang rabbit. The size of the crystal attached to its ear represents its current strength. There are even authoritative breeders who have speculated that when the earlobes of the fragrant rabbits are covered with crystals, they will evolve naturally, but no breeder has ever succeeded. You can observe the 2 fragrant rabbits in the cage. Are the crystals attached to their earlobes much larger than those you usually see? After careful observation, the guests found that it was just as Luo Chen said. The crystal stones on the earlobes of the 2 Xiangxiang rabbits, walking close to the ground in the cage, were much larger than usual. Some of them saw that Luo Chen looked young and had a quiet personality, so they couldn't help but want to tease him. Young store manager, apart from the Xinqiang rabbit, which can be considered a fine product in your store, why do the introductions of the other 2 beasts seem to be nothing special? Facing this question, Luo Chen was not in a hurry. Those 2 beasts were just bought and have not been bred yet. If you're interested, you can come back in a few days. Facing Luo Chen's confident attitude, the customer, who was originally just talking and looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, said seriously, Okay, my son will be 12 soon. If the beasts you train are really top-notch, I will bring him to your store to buy them. Luo Chen said loudly, Okay, 5 days, just 5 days, you can come again. These could only be regarded as small episodes in the entire morning. What really concerned Luo Chen was that another, Xinqiang rabbit, was sold in the morning. Now he was only 1 beast away from successfully selling the 3 beasts. At noon, when there were fewer people, he couldn't help but cast encouraging eyes on the last, Xinqiang rabbit. Now all his hopes of completing the system task were placed on it. However, Luo Chen's behavior was purely a wink to the blind. Xinqiang rabbit, just calmly ate the grass granules that Luo Chen fed it. Even if the two Xinqiang rabbits that accompanied it were missing, it did not affect its enjoyment of eating at all. Luo Chen looked at the evolution path of Xinqiang rabbit again. Evolution route: fragrant rabbit, soft and fragrant rabbit, king of beasts. Evolution conditions: Xinqiang rabbit must reach the level of a 6-star fierce beast, and then use the leaves and branches of qingxin flower, shanling grass, and chiyue vine to make a medicine for Xinqiang rabbit to drink, and there is a high probability that the evolution will be completed. I have to say that every time Luo Chen sees this evolutionary condition, he falls silent. Qingxin flower is a common spiritual beast-grade medicinal herb and is not considered very precious. But the soul-gathering grass is different. Although it is also classified as a spiritual beast, its selling price is more than 30 times that of the qingxin flower. The autumn moon vine is a high-level species of spiritual beast, and its branches and leaves are not considered very precious. However, the materials for its evolution alone would cost about 600,000 or 700,000. Not to mention whether Luo Chen can get the materials now, it will take a long time to cultivate Xinqiang rabbit to a 6-star ferocious beast. Moreover, this soft and fragrant spirit rabbit is a king species of beast. With Luo Yuheng missing, he, a mere trainee breeder, cannot control it. Under such circumstances, Luo Chen still chose a more stable way of development, although the 4-star ferocious beast, Xinqiang rabbit, was basically not sold in the store. However, the affectionate Xinqiang rabbit that is raised at home can still advance to this level. Therefore, other people would only think that Qinying Pet Shop was just reopening and making some business moves to attract people by selling products at a loss. At noon, Luo Yang came to the store with packed food. He put down his sumptuous lunch and looked around the shop curiously, which had undergone a major transformation. "Brother, are you redecorating the store?" Luo Yang had been to Qinying Pet Shop more times than Luo Chen, so the changes in the facilities and space size in the store instantly attracted his attention. Although these renovations were not made with the company's own money, they were all the work of the system. Luo Chen couldn't reveal the existence of the system yet, so he could only bite the bullet and explain, yes, it cost a lot of money. However, Luo Yang did not dwell on this issue too much, but instead looked at the only 4 beasts in the store with great interest. "Brother, the beasts you picked out look pretty good." Luo Yang has always been Luo Chen's favorite. It seems that from childhood to adulthood, in some ways, Luo Yang is more like Luo Chen's elder brother, playing the role of taking care of Luo Chen. After all, Luo Chen, who suffers from soul-leaving syndrome from time to time, sometimes looks exactly like an idiot. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, "Sit down and eat, and then watch it after dinner." "Okay." When Luo Yang was close to Luo Chen noticed something different about Luo Yang and asked in confusion, "Why do you look so pale?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Yang's face stiffened for a moment. Maybe the training at the beast taming battle hall this morning consumed a lot of energy. Luo Chen did not doubt him and thought Luo Yang really went to the training hall. "Where is Qi Yin?" "Well, I consumed too much energy this morning. I've already finished my meal and am now resting in my bracelet." Qi Yin, who was forced by Luo Yang to stay in the bracelet and was sulking, just smiled and said nothing. "Oh, like this?" Seeing that Luo Chen did not continue to ask questions, Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "Then after you finish your meal, go back and rest. Don't overdraw yourself." Luo Yang buried his head in the bowl, only able to respond with a few vague sounds. Luo Chen wanted him to go back so early because he naturally didn't want him to go upstairs and discover the matter of the Huayu pool. So the meal was finished with the 2 brothers, each having their own ulterior motives. After finishing his meal, Luo Yang did not hang around in the store anymore and went back in a hurry. The flow of people in the store in the afternoon was actually more than that in the morning, and soon the system's customer flow requirement of 50 people was met. Now all that's left is to sell 1 more beast, and the first system task will be completed. However, beast tamers are not daily consumables after all. Even if people have the need to buy them, they will only make a real decision to buy after observing several stores. So throughout the afternoon, most people came to take a look, but no one bought anything. There may be too few beasts in the store, and there are not more options for customers to choose from. It is also possible that the owner of the store looks too young and does not seem to have enough experience in beast training. Luo Chen's mission was also stuck on the sale of the last beast. Today, Luo Chen did not close the store early like yesterday. He planned to extend the store's business hours to 10 o'clock in the evening. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Yang came to Luo Chen with food to have dinner together. Naturally, he bought the food from a nearby restaurant just like he did at noon. When Luo Chen saw Luo Yang, who was worrying about how to sell the last beast. His eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't Luoyang a ready-made customer? So when Luoyang put the food on the table, Luo Chen eagerly pulled him and said, "Brother, aren't you going to be promoted to a spirit beast tamer? You haven't bought the second beast yet. I think this fragrant rabbit is very suitable for you." Luoyang was confused by Luo Chen's sudden action. Did his brother want him to contract Xinxiang Rabbit to be his second beast? He placed his palm on Luo Chen's forehead and asked in confusion, "Brother, do you have a fever?" It's not hot." Luo Chen slapped Luo Yang's hand away and showed his dignity as an elder brother. "I see you like that Xinxiang Rabbit very much. You must want to buy it home. Well, take it to the front desk to pay the bill now." Luoyang had more question marks on his face. Could it be that because the business was not good, his brother was upset by something? This seemed even more terrifying than the soul-leaving syndrome. However, Luo Chen didn't care what Luoyang was thinking at the moment and dragged him to the cashier. 25,000 spirit coins. Luoyang looked at Luo Chen worriedly, and in a daze, he took out his own terminal and paid. "The mission has been completed. Do you want to claim the reward now?" Luo Chen immediately chose no. He took the Xinxiang Rabbit back from Luoyang's hands and put it back into the cage. Luoyang looked at Luo Chen's actions and scratched his head in confusion, but it was good that Luo Chen did not really intend to let him contract this Xinxiang Rabbit. Warning, you must not bully customers because of your size. Please return the beast to the customer. 10% of this reward will be deducted. Luo Chen froze when he heard the system's voice. It seemed that the bug in this system was not so easy to fix. He immediately shouted with an idea, "Brother, you want to keep this fragrant rabbit in the store for foster care, right?" Yes. Anyway, as long as Luo Chen doesn't let Luoyang take this Xinxiang Rabbit back to sign the contract, whatever Luo Chen says is what matters. Luo Chen felt relieved when he heard the system notification sound no longer sounded in his ears, but he immediately felt the pain in his heart. A 10% reward is a Xianling grass worth 300,000 spirit coins. After hurriedly finishing dinner, Luo Chen rushed Luoyang back home. He locked the door of the shop and put up a sign outside saying, "Temporarily closed." "Then I can't wait to check the rewards I have received." "Withdraw the reward," Luo Chen muttered to himself. A crack appeared without any warning in the air on the first floor of Qinying Pet Shop, and then several things were thrown out from the crack like garbage. Then the crack was quickly closed again. Luo Chen could even feel that the crack was full of disgust towards the store and the reward items. But when Luo Chen saw the Xianling grass piled together on the floor, he didn't feel disgusted at all. These grass-like plants with a few scattered branches and leaves do look the same as the Xianling grass in memory. The ones on the ground even look taller than the ones that often appeared in the news before. Luo Chen hurriedly found the flower pots used to cultivate plant-type beasts from the warehouse on the second floor and planted the 9 Xianling grasses one by one in each pot. After just a short while of work, Luo Chen could feel the energy level in the store increasing. The little fur ball beside him even took the initiative to hug one of the pots of Xianling grass and refused to let go, so Luo Chen could only let it go. When the air became rich in energy, the most obvious affected were the few imperial beasts kept in the temple. They could now absorb a large amount of energy with every breath they took. Therefore, they don't even need any training to have a better foundation than other beasts. Mission released. Sell 6 beasts, receive 200 customers, and foster 3 beasts. Time limit, 10 days. Mission reward, permanent exploration rights to the first level secret realm. Store level system is turned on. The current store level is 1. Comment. It's just a rubbish store run by a rookie. No one would really buy anything here, would they? This time, what appeared was not a sound, but a panel similar to the Eye of Truth. Some of them are like the web version of the business games that Luo Chen played in his previous life. Very rough and simple. Luo Chen forced himself not to read the reviews of the store system to prevent himself from being angered by the bad-tempered system. What is this store level? What permissions does it have? Luo Chen asked in his mind. The system's voice answered in Luo Chen's ear. The store level is determined based on the store's turnover, customer satisfaction, the level of the beasts managed, and the store's influence. Different levels correspond to different permissions. Level 1 shops have the following privileges. The number of small beasts that can be cultivated in the breeding pool is increased to 5 per day. 1 permanent secret realm quota is available. The shop space is 500 square meters, 2 floors, and there is 1 store manager. It seems that there is no difference from before, but the number of places in the cultivation pool has increased by 2, which is a good thing. So what is this secret realm like? It can be understood that the store will have an exclusive secret realm and only with the permission of the store manager can other people or beasts enter and exit. And there is an environment for breeding beasts, or some special beasts. The upper limit of the beasts that can survive in the first-level secret realm is fierce beasts, and the level of beasts that can be cultivated is also fierce beasts. Luo Chen understood all of this. Wasn't this providing himself with a stable supplier? As long as he owned the secret realm, he could capture the beasts from it and sell them. He no longer had to go outside to select the beasts, cultivate them, and then sell them for a second time. After figuring this out, Luo Chen couldn't wait to complete the second task issued by the system and have a secret realm exclusive to the store. As a reward from the system, Luo Chen placed 3 plants of shanling grass on the first floor, 3 plants upstairs, and the remaining 3 plants he prepared to take home. Unlike the colorful nightlife in the previous life, there are not many people wandering on the streets of Qingyang City at night. After waiting for a while, no guests arrived. Luo Chen closed the shop and returned to his home 2 blocks away. As soon as he got home, the little fur ball jumped lightly onto his own kitten nest, closed his eyes comfortably, and took a nap. Luo Yang and Qi Yin were not seen on the first floor of the house. Luo Chen went up to the second floor as if he was familiar with the place, came to Luo Yang's door, knocked, and prepared to open the door and go in. After turning the doorknob, but it didn't budge, Luo Chen realized belatedly that Luo Yang had locked the door from the inside. Wait a moment. Luo Yang's somewhat panicked voice came from the room. Then there was a sound of rummaging through drawers and cabinets, and after about 2 minutes, the door was opened from the inside. Luo Chen leaned against the door with his arms crossed and raised his eyebrows. You've grown up and started to have secrets? Luo Yang smiled awkwardly without arguing. Brother, what do you want from me? He turned sideways, as if inviting Luo Chen to come into the room and sit down. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, I won't go in. I'm not an unenlightened parent. Children still have to have some privacy. I came to you to ask you to do me a favor. Tomorrow I will go to the beast farm to select some beasts. Can you help me check the store? Luo Chen stared into Luo Yang's eyes and asked, You should be free tomorrow, right? Oh, yes, of course. After getting a positive answer, Luo Chen stopped bothering Luo Yang. Okay, that's all. You can continue playing. After saying that, Luo Chen disappeared around the corner, and the sound of dong 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 coming from the stairwell came from the stairs. Luo Yang locked the door again and opened the healing medicine he had just hidden. He lifted up his clothes and continued to apply medicine to the hideous wound on his abdomen, sprinkling the white medicine powder on the wound that was slightly bleeding. Luo Yang couldn't help but let out a slight, hissing sound. Looking at the cold sweat on the boy's forehead, he could also understand that he must be suffering from pain that was hard to accept. After applying medicine to the wound, he opened his terminal and edited a message and sent it out. Light of Qingyang, tonight's event is cancelled. That should be a small group, because after Luo Yang sent the message, received, popped up in the message box one after another. Luo Chen got up very early the next day. Without disturbing Luo Yang, he went to the store by himself first. The little ball of fur, a fragrant rabbit, 2 glorious dogs, and a electric mouse were all put in the cultivation pool on the second floor to take a bath. After today's bath, the information of several beasts also changed to varying degrees. Xinxiang rabbit broke through to the 4-star level of the ferocious beast. The 2 Guangwei dogs also successfully broke through to the 3-star level of the ferocious beast, and the electric rat broke through to the 4-star level of the ferocious beast. The little ball of fur also upgraded from a 4-star ferocious beast to a 5-star ferocious beast. This wave of promotions gave Luo Chen a big surprise. It should be because of the upgrade of the system yesterday, which also upgraded the effect of the incubation pool. Moreover, the 6 shilling grass in the store increased the energy concentration of the environment, so it was normal for them to be promoted one after another. But no matter what, Luo Chen's mood brightened up because of the promotion of these beast tamers. The information column of Glorious Dog was adjusted to 3 stars, and the price was also changed to 28,000 spirit coins. The price of Electric Mouse is adjusted to 60,000 spirit coins. Then, the position of Xinxiang Rabbit was adjusted from the cage on the south side to the north side. The beasts on the south side were used for sale, and the 2 rows of cages on the north side were used to place the beasts that were fostered here. Therefore, there are only 3 beasts available for sale in the store now, which is not even enough to complete the minimum number for the second task. Luo Yang arrived at the store around 8 o'clock in the morning. In fact, there was nothing to explain, except that he was asked to sell the beast at the price indicated above. Without giving Luo Yang a chance to ask anything, Luo Chen said a few words and went out. However, Luo Chen did not take the bus this time. After all, he was a man who could earn money, so spending this small amount of money was acceptable to him. Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center. Familiar location, familiar reception staff. Zhangya, the staff member who had received Luo Chen before, obviously did not expect that Luo Chen would come to the breeding center again so soon. She asked anxiously, "Did something go wrong with the batch of beasts we bought last time?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. "Business is pretty good. This time I'm here to buy beast cubs. Please take me to choose some." Hearing that there was no problem with the last batch of beasts, and that Luo Chen was coming to buy beasts again, Zhang Ye's face blossomed with a bright smile. "Okay, please follow me." Just like last time, after Luo Chen chose the type of beast to buy, Zhang Ye took him to different breeding centers to choose beasts. This time, Luo Chen still chose 4 fragrant rabbits first, and then chose a new beast, Frost Wolf. Frost Wolf is considered a relatively high-level beast among the ferocious beasts, and has a complete and developed route for evolving into a king beast. It is a kind of beast that is very popular among the middle-class families in Qingyang City. Of course, it is also relatively expensive. A cub costs more than 80,000 spirit coins. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and bought 2 Frost Wolf cubs, 4 fragrant rabbits, and their food, spending a total of 210,000 spirit coins. Another big order was closed, and Zhang Ye was very happy to give Xinqiang Rabbit an extra half-month's worth of food for free. I came back by riding on the delivery truck of Qingyuan Breeding Center. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at Qinying Pet Shop. Seeing Luo Chen coming back with the beasts, Luo Yang came out of the store and helped move a few beasts into the store. After packing up everything, Luo Chen keenly discovered that one of the beasts in the store was missing. There were originally 2 glory dogs, and now only 1 was left. When I opened the system panel, I saw that the share of the beast sales task had become January 6th. He patted Luo Yang's shoulder in surprise and encouraged him. "You did a good job, young man." Luo Yang smiled helplessly. The sale of the beasts didn't seem to have much to do with him. After the customer came in and took a look around, he took a fancy to one of the glorious dogs. It should be a playmate for his 6-year-old son, and the family seemed to be well off, so the deal was made quickly. The store was still open at this time, and naturally there were still some customers watching the newly purchased beasts being locked in the empty cages on the south side. The relatively handsome Frost Wolf naturally attracted the attention of customers. "Young store manager, how much do you want to sell these 2 Frost Wolves for?" Apparently, someone quickly identified the species of this beast. Luo Chen looked at the person who was speaking. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a very rough appearance and various scars on his exposed skin. His eyes were also sharp and very aggressive, and based on his aura, Luo Chen could guess that he was a spiritual-level beast master. An adventurer who often roams the wild? Luo Chen muttered to himself. "This Frost Wolf was just bought and has not been trained yet. If you want it, I will sell it to you at the purchase price. It only costs 85,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen did not make any money because 83,000 was the price of the Frost Wolf itself, and the remaining 2,000 was the price of its rations. The man who asked the question became interested. "If the young store manager cultivates it, how much will the price of this Frost Wolf be?" "The price will be determined based on the level of cultivation. If the cultivation is good, it may be worth 150,000 or 160,000 yuan. Luo Chen did not directly answer the question about the pricing of Frost Wolf. The man laughed when he heard Luo Chen's answer. He seemed to be a cheerful person. "Then I will buy this Frost Wolf at the original price now. Later I will come to see the breeding results of the other Frost Wolf. If it is better than mine, I will definitely take care of the fostering service for the young store manager." Luo Chen's original purpose was not to make money, but to complete the system's task. If this happened in other beast taming shops, even if it was just a resale, the price of this Frost Wolf would probably increase by 10,000 spirit coins. "Swipe the card and pay." The man picked up the Frost Wolf cub by the scruff of its neck and carried it away. The Frost Wolf cub did not resist at all. It was indeed a spiritual beast, and it obviously felt the man's powerful aura. Chapter 16 Qingyuan Treasure Auction. June 15th, 552nd year of the new life calendar. Today's sales revenue, from selling 2 beasts, Glow Dog and Frost Wolf, brought in 113,000 spirit coins. It cost 210,000 spirit coins to purchase 4 fragrant rabbits and 2 Frost Wolves. Today's account balance is reduced by 97,000 spirit coins. After the man who bought the Frost Wolf left, Luo Yang quietly pulled Luo Chen aside. "Brother, what's the situation with the Xinling grass in our store? Many customers have asked me this morning if I would sell it." Luo Chen then understood why there seemed to be dozens of people lingering in the store, and they didn't look like they were here to watch the beast taming. Instead, they kept discussing something around the 3 shilling grasses. After hearing Luo Yang's words, Luo Chen quickly asked the system in his mind, "System, after the shilling grass is sold, does it count as completing the system's task?" System. The system seemed to crash for a moment before responding. Shilling grass is the predecessor of some kind of beast, so it can be counted as sales for now. After getting confirmation from the system, Luo Chen asked mysteriously, "What kind of store are we?" "Pet shop." "So?" Luo Yang still didn't quite understand what Luo Chen meant. "So why not sell it if you can make money?" Luo Chen took down a board from the second floor and wrote a lot of things on it with a pen. After writing, he handed the board to Luo Yang and asked him to put it in the most conspicuous place in the hall. Instructions for purchasing shilling grass in our store. Our store has 2 shilling grass for sale, each priced at 400,000 spirit coins, and you must purchase at least 1 beast from our store when purchasing. Luo Chen shamelessly adopted the bundling sales model. Considering the popularity of the 2 shilling grasses, if both were really sold out, the system's second task would be completed. When Luo Yang put the sign in the middle of the hall, it instantly attracted the attention of customers staying on the first floor. After reading the requirements written by Luo Chen, many customers felt that this request was reasonable. Because the last time the shilling grass appeared in Qingyang City, it was sold for 610,000 at the auction house. Now the items in this store only cost 400,000, so even if you add a beast master, it's not a big deal. Just after reading the notice, a customer came to the cashier and found Luo Chen. He was a young man in his 30s with shiny hair. "I want to buy a shilling grass and the fragrant rabbit." When the man was about to pay, the other customers reacted instantly and swarmed to Luo Chen's cash register. "I also want a shilling grass and the Guangwei dog." "I want one too." "I want one too." Luo Chen's eyes widened unconsciously. Are there so many rich people in Qingyang City now? Among the dozens of customers in the store, are there so many people who have the money to buy shilling grass? Luo Chen stretched out his hands and pressed them down slightly. After the scene became quieter, he said, "Everyone, our store only has 2 shilling grasses for sale, but so many people want to buy them. It's really not easy to divide them. Everyone, I am a purchaser of Liang Group. Please give me some face." It was the greasy-haired man who first told Luo Chen that he wanted to buy shilling grass. He took out a business card from his shirt pocket and placed it on the cashier counter. The person on the business card is Wei Yinsheng, the purchasing manager of Liang Group. After hearing what the man said, the other customers' discussions became quieter. I have to say that his identity is quite intimidating in Qingyang City. It is said that the Liang Group moved from the central city to the lower city. It has only been in the lower city for more than 10 years, but it has been thriving in Qingyang City with the help of 2 king-level beast masters in the family. Now it has become a giant in Qingyang City, so people in Qingyang City rarely provoke the Liang Group. But at this time, a few more people walked in from outside the store, wearing the same neat uniforms. When everyone present saw the attire, they instantly recognized who the people were: the Qingyang City Law Enforcement Team. The leading man was very tall, about 1.9 meters, but he looked very young. He looked around the store and then spoke. "I heard that there is shilling grass for sale here. I wonder if our law enforcement team has the honor to buy one." Although his words were questions, his tone was unquestionable. Luo Chen frowned, feeling that this person was a little too strong, and couldn't help feeling a little displeased. "We only have 2 shilling grasses for sale in this store. Please wait until you have discussed with us before buying." Luo Chen's voice was calm, but the impatience in his tone was very obvious. As the person who knew Luo Chen best in the field, Luo Yang clearly felt the unhappiness in Luo Chen's tone. He frowned and stared at the law enforcement team and the manager of the Liang Group. Among the dozens of guests present, it was obvious that these 2 had the highest status, so the others did not compete with them to buy the 2 plants of shilling grass. The character who later became the law enforcement captain also got a shang rabbit when he bought the shilling grass. After successfully holding the shilling grass in his arms, he asked, "Will you sell the last shilling grass?" There were a total of 3 shilling grasses placed on the first floor. After 2 people bought one each, there was still one left for calming the area. Luo Chen shook his head coldly. "That one is kept in the store for use and not for sale." "Tisk." The man from the law enforcement team sighed softly. What a pity. He could clearly feel from Luo Chen's attitude that he disliked him, but he didn't care. Seeing Luo Chen's firm attitude, he retreated from the store with his followers. Instead, the man from the Liang Group pushed his business card in front of Luo Chen and said in a gentle manner, "Young store manager, if you have any rare items to sell in the future, you can contact me." Luo Chen looked at the three words, Wei Yinsheng on the business card and nodded. Okay. But in the eyes of Manager Wei, what kind of items are considered treasures? Facing Luo Chen's curious question, Wei Yinsheng smiled gently. There's no need to say much about treasures like Shinling grass. You can also notify me of some rare and uncommon beasts. Luo Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then pointed to the Xinqiang rabbit, quietly staying in a cage on the north wall. Does a Xinqiang rabbit cub like a 4-star fierce beast count? What? Even the knowledgeable Wei Yinsheng was shocked by Luo Chen's words. A 4-star ferocious beast, a fragrant rabbit cub? Luo Chen nodded naturally and led Wei Yinsheng, who had an expression of disbelief on his face, to the cage of the Xinqiang rabbit. The fragrant rabbit in the cage is less than 2 months old. Judging from the size of the crystal on its ear, I think Manager Wei can sense its approximate level. Wei Yinsheng himself was also a beastmaster of a fairly high rank, so he naturally had some sense of what was happening. He stared at the fragrant rabbit in the cage and marveled at it. It's impossible for a cub to reach this level. I wonder how they were trained. Has this fragrant rabbit learned any other skills? No. Luo Chen answered truthfully. Wei Yinsheng's expression was visibly regretful. Young store manager, to be honest, this fragrant rabbit is indeed amazing, but it has no skills, and considering its species positioning, it is indeed a bit far from being called a fine product. Luo Chen knew what Wei Yinsheng meant. Even if this Xinqiang rabbit was of a higher level, it was still a Xinqiang rabbit, after all. It had not learned any new skills and had not undergone any qualitative changes, so it could only slightly attract other people's attention. However, young store manager, if you can cultivate the Xinqiang rabbit to the level of a 6-star fierce beast, I can send it to the Qingyun treasure auction. Luo Chen knew about the Qingyun treasures auction. It was an auction held by the Liang Group and was held once a month. All of the items listed above are rare treasures. Logically speaking, items of the ferocious beast level are not even qualified to be included in the auction. As long as the products have been put up for auction, their values have skyrocketed. The last time the shilling grass appeared was at the Qingyun treasures auction. It was sold for more than 600,000 yuan. Presumably, the shilling grass purchased from Luo Chen this time will also be listed at the Qingyun treasures auction again. Luo Chen smiled and said, Manager Wei, didn't you buy a Xinqiang rabbit this time? You can leave it with me for foster care. After I train it to a 6-star fierce beast, you can come and claim it then. How about that? No matter how much the Xinqiang rabbit is sold for, it will be your personal income. Chapter 17. Steel Butterfly. Wei Yinsheng looked confused, and he asked tentatively, how much is the foster care fee? Luo Chen silently calculated in his heart. How about charging you 60,000 spirit coins? Pay a deposit of 10,000 spirit coins before fostering. 60,000. Wei Yinsheng looked at the shilling grass in his arms, as if he had made up his mind. Okay, then 60,000. As he said that, he handed the cage of Xinqiang rabbit in his left hand to Luo Chen. After paying the money, Wei Yinsheng eagerly left the shop, protecting the shilling grass in his arms. Without the eye-catching shilling grass, the customers in the store dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving only a few who remained in the store to observe the beasts. Luo Chen called up his own task panel. Task progress. Sold 6 beasts, completed. Received 200 customers, completed. And fostered 5 beasts, completed 2. Time limit, 10 days. Mission reward, permanent exploration rights to the first-level secret realm. When Luo Chen was away, Luoyang sold a glow dog and a frost wolf that had just arrived in the store. These are the 2. Then the 2 shilling grasses and the 2 Xiangxiang rabbits, sold in a bundle, just completed the system's task of selling beasts. There are only 3 foster beasts left to complete the mission. Luo Chen turned his gaze to Luoyang and showed a friendly smile. Brother, where's Qi Yin? Why can't I see him? Well, Luoyang was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the bracelet on his hand and said, I was afraid of scaring the guests, so I let it rest in the bracelet. Luo Chen looked at the store and saw that there were not many customers now. It's okay, let it out. Although Luoyang felt a little strange, his trust in his brother made him release Qi Yin directly, and the bracelet shone a green light on the open space in front of him. Then a mighty flame lion appeared. It first looked at the surrounding environment, then saw Luo Chen behind it, and pounced on him without hesitation. If Luoyang hadn't stopped him in advance, Luo Chen, who had never experienced the beating in a beast-taming battle, would have been knocked to the ground. Luo Chen stepped forward and touched Qi Yan's head, then said to Luoyang beside him, Before you start school, leave Qi Yan in the store. Go to the cashier to pay. It's 2,000 spirit coins. Ah. When Luoyang heard Luo Chen's words, he froze in place for a moment. What? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Foster care is free, right? Go quickly. No. If you open a store and don't make money from other people, but just take advantage of your brothers, is that really a good thing? Luoyang could only complain silently in his heart. He didn't dare to resist. He could only walk to the cashier silently and swiped 2,000 spirit coins from his terminal. People were coming and going in the store, and before we knew it, it was already evening. Seeing that there would be no more customers coming, Luo Chen prepared to close the shop and go home with Luo Yang. At this time, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old came in with something in her hands. When she saw Luo Chen near the door, her eyes lit up and she said crisply, "Big brother, can you treat the beast here?" Luo Chen smiled gently at the little girl and said, "Little sister, if you want to treat your beast, you need to go to the beast hospital. We sell beasts here." While answering the little girl, Luo Chen also saw clearly what she was holding in her hand. A butterfly with a silver body and wings that seemed to be made of steel, shining with a cold light. If it were healthy, it would definitely be a very good-looking beast. But now, one of its steel-like wings was broken in the middle, and the other wing was in even worse condition, as if it was about to fall off its body, with only half of its part still connected to the body. Luo Chen could feel that this butterfly-like beast was on the verge of death. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, the little girl was obviously disappointed. She clenched her hands together, trying to make the butterfly beast feel more comfortable. Luo Chen quietly asked the system in his mind, "System, can this butterfly be saved?" "It can be saved. Just soak it in the incubation pond, and it will be able to maintain its current state of life." After getting the system's answer, Luo Chen stopped the little girl who was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a moment." The little girl turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Big brother, I have a way to save it." Luo Chen pointed to the silver butterfly in her hand. "Really?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, the little girl's eyes instantly widened, like a cute version of a little squirrel. "But you have to leave this beast with me, okay?" Facing such a lovely little girl, Luo Chen spoke softly unconsciously. "Foster care." The little girl blinked nervously. "How much does it cost?" As if she was afraid that Luo Chen would not save the butterfly, the little girl gently placed the silver butterfly on the ground, and then took out a handful of small banknotes and coins from the backpack behind her. He hurriedly handed it to Luo Chen. "Big brother, this is all the money I have. Please save it." Luo Chen took out a 10 spiritual coin note from the banknotes she handed over and placed it on the cashier's counter. "Okay, that's enough." Then, he picked up the silver butterfly from the ground and held it in his palm. The silver butterfly was too big to fit in the little girl's 2 palms, but in Luo Chen's hand, 1 palm was enough to cover the entire body of the silver butterfly. Holding it in his palm, Luo Chen could more intuitively feel the weak life breath of this silver butterfly, like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Luoyang, who had been observing the whole process, came over and whispered quietly in Luo Chen's ear, "Brother, don't lie to the little girl. There is no chance that this steel butterfly will survive." Luo Chen glanced at Luoyang and said, "You are the breeder and I am the breeder. If I say I can save her, I can save her. You stay here with the little girl and wait for a while." After saying that, he came to the second floor with the steel butterfly mentioned by Luoyang in his hand. Luo Chen gently placed the steel butterfly in his hand into the water of the incubation pool. The pool water slowly covered the body of the steel butterfly, and then the steel butterfly sank to the bottom of the pool without any reaction, just like a corpse. Luo Chen couldn't help but doubt the system's words. "System, you are not lying to me, are you?" "No, wait a moment." The system's answer was still so confident and firm. Luo Chen calmed down and paid close attention to the silver butterfly sinking to the bottom of the pool. Sure enough, after a while, a faint fluorescence appeared on the wound on the butterfly's body. It was as if there was an invisible force attached to the wound. The broken wings were returning to their place, and new flesh and blood were growing on the damaged parts of the body. Its own aura gradually became stronger and more stable, and it seemed that there would be no problem for it to survive. "You can fish it out now. If you soak it like this for another week, it will heal." Luo Chen followed the system's advice and fished the steel butterfly out from the bottom of the pool. It has opened its little eyes and is now looking at Luo Chen with gratitude. Luo Chen touched its wings and said, "It wasn't me who saved you. She was waiting for you downstairs." Chapter 18 Foster Care Mission Completed. On the first floor of Chinying Pet Shop, Luo Chen held the steel butterfly in both hands and bent down slightly so that the little girl could see its current condition. "Wow, Big Brother is amazing. The wound on its body healed so quickly. When the little girl saw the intact wings and steady breathing of the steel butterfly, she screamed in surprise. Compared to the little girl's pure joy, Luo Yang's expression was incredible. He opened his mouth wide, as if he didn't know what to say. This is not? As a beastmaster who had received school education, Luo Yang understood what it meant to rescue a dying beast in just a dozen minutes. Even though the creature that was rescued was just a small, ferocious beast, he knew that his brother had a secret, but he didn't expect his brother's secret to be so scary. Thinking that there were outsiders around, Luo Yang calmed down a little, closed his mouth, and waited for a time when no one was around to have a good talk with his brother. Luo Chen didn't know how shocking his actions were. He just smiled as he watched the little girl carefully stroking the steel butterfly in his palm. Its surface injuries are much better now, but the internal injuries still need to be healed. After another 3 days of treatment, I can take it home. When she heard about taking it home, the little girl's brows frowned visibly. Big brother, I picked up this beast from outside, and I don't know where its home is. Was it picked up? Was it abandoned by its own beast master? Or was it a wild beast that strayed into the city? Luo Chen immediately ruled out the second option. The city was heavily guarded, and a small 4-star steel butterfly would not be able to break in. Regardless of the situation, Luo Chen could be sure that there was no mark of the contract on this steel butterfly, and it was still a pure beast, which would not affect the subsequent contract with the beast master. This is not its original home. You saved it, so from now on, wherever you are is its home. Luo Chen looked at the little girl in front of him with a loving face. After all, who doesn't like a well-behaved child? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the steel butterfly in Luo Chen's hand. My home is its home. Her chubby little hands slowly slid over the wings that seemed to be made of fine steel. Take good care of yourself, and I will take you home when you recover. The little girl's tone was full of responsibility. Seeing that it was getting dark, Luo Chen hurriedly urged the little girl to go home. The little girl reluctantly said goodbye to the steel butterfly. After the little girl left, seeing that there was no one in the store, Luo Yang hung up a sign saying temporarily closed and locked the door. Luo Chen, who had just put the steel butterfly in the cage, turned around and saw his brother's series of actions. He felt a little strange and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Luo Yang held his forehead with his hand. His brother's safety awareness was too poor. Brother, do you really not know how dangerous it is for you to treat the steel butterfly? Healing beast tamers were not uncommon, but the ability to bring a dying beast tamer back from the brink of death was indeed too rare. Rarity meant being coveted and dangerous. Seeing Luo Chen still looking confused, Luo Yang continued with some regret. Qingyang City's #1 beast hospital, the signature medicine for treating beasts, Lingzhu, cannot cure a dying beast in just 10 minutes even if it reaches the spiritual beast stage. Even their Dean's King animal medicine Lingzhu Wang couldn't do it. That Jinggang butterfly was cured in your shop. What do you think it means? This means that he has a beast tamer in his shop that has a more terrifying healing effect than the medicine Bamboo King, but Luo Chen is just a small beast tamer. Hearing Luo Yang's words, Luo Chen obviously thought of something and his face turned pale. The peaceful life in his previous life, coupled with the fact that he was so well protected in this life, made him often forget that this was a world of beast taming full of dangers and a world where personal strength was extremely exaggerated. Now that their parents are missing, the two brothers have no one to rely on. If there are people with bad intentions, there are probably 1,000 ways to make them disappear quietly in the city. As he thought about it, Luo Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Luo Yang saw that his brother was aware of the danger and was afraid that Luo Chen's old illness would relapse, so he hurriedly comforted him. But luckily it's a little girl this time. She probably doesn't know what this means yet. Brother, you don't need to worry too much. Just be more careful next time. Luo Chen let out a long sigh, with a guilty look on his face. Brother, this is just the first time. It won't happen again. With a stronger sense of security, they had no interest in opening the store today. After simply packing up, Luo Chen and Luo Yang returned to their home in the community under the moonlight. No words were spoken that night. On the second day, Luo Chen arrived at the store early to start business as usual. The current beast situation in the store: 1 electric rat, 1 frost wolf, and 2 fragrant rabbits. Fostering situation: 2 fragrant rabbits and 1 steel butterfly. Luo Chen remembered that he had brought in 6 beasts just yesterday. So why did it feel like there were still so few beasts in the store now? Luo Chen looked at his taskbar first. He was still short of 2 more beast samples. With that, he would be able to complete the systems task and would not have to go to the beast breeding center to buy more beasts. First, Take the 3 foster beasts to the second floor and soak them in the breeding pool. Among these 3, one was prepared as a gift for Luoyang to be promoted to a spirit beast tamer. One had signed a contract with Wei Yinsheng, and the other needed to be saved. There were 2 remaining spots in the incubation pool, one for Luo Chen's own furball and the other for the new Frostwolf. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although there were not many beasts in the store, there were even fewer spots in the incubation pool. Perhaps the news of the existence of Shinling grass in the store has spread, and there are a lot of customers in the store today, most of whom come for the reputation of Shinling grass. Not many people buy beast tamers, but because the concentration of spiritual energy in the store is high, more beast tamers choose to foster beasts. In the whole morning alone, 12 customers chose to foster their beasts. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the store, when their owners left, the beasts seemed reluctant to leave. After working all morning, there were fewer customers at noon, so Luo Chen was able to take a break and check his task rewards. Task progress: sold 6 beasts, completed. Received 200 customers, completed. And the number of beasts in foster care reached 5, completed. Mission reward: permanent exploration rights to the first-level secret realm, available for collection. Luo Chen closed the shop door, hung up a sign saying temporary rest, rubbed his hands, and chose to receive the reward. Task rewards have been issued. After seeing the words on the panel, Luo Chen looked around the first floor and did not find anything new. That means it is on the second floor. With this guess, Luo Chen actually felt relieved. He was really afraid that the system would directly place the entrance to the secret realm on the first floor, which would make it difficult for him to open a store. Coming to the second floor, Luo Chen finally saw the first-level secret realm rewarded by the system. Chapter 19: Entering the Secret Realm. As soon as he went up to the second floor, Luo Chen discovered the secret realm rewarded by the system. In the southeast corner of the second floor, a light gate more than 2 meters high stands there quietly, and the light gate is a dark blue color. Luo Chen walked to the light gate. The faint blue light shone on his face, and he inexplicably felt an eerie feeling. Originally, he wanted to go directly into the light gate, but after looking at himself and the little fur ball beside him that was still a cub, he sighed silently and stopped thinking about it. Entering the secret realm is important, but your own life is also important. According to the system, the first-level secret realm is full of beasts of the same level as ferocious beasts, which means that there may be ferocious beasts from 1 star to 9 stars. The light cat that I have contracted is only a 5-star ferocious beast now, so it is not safe to go in rashly. Luo Chen opened his terminal and dialed a number. Brother. When Luoyang rushed to the pet shop, he found that the door was closed and there was a sign outside saying suspended and closed. He shook his head helplessly. This pet shop was really run too casually. It closed down all the time, which could easily leave a bad impression on customers. He sent a message to Luo Chen on the terminal, and the store door quickly opened from the inside out. Luo Chen popped his head out, and when he saw that Luoyang was the only one there, he quickly stretched out his arm and pulled him in. Then, there was a click sound of locking, and the door was locked again from the inside. Brother, what's the matter? Why did you call me here in a mysterious way? Luoyang couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the store. Luo Chen did not explain directly, but said to Luoyang, "Follow me." After that, he first walked towards the second floor. Luoyang followed Luo Chen's footsteps to the stairs and found a note that was not there. Cultivation site. No visitors allowed. He remembered that there was no note when he came yesterday. It seemed that his brother had posted it today. It was just a piece of paper. Luoyang didn't care about it. What he cared about was something on the second floor that made his brother close the store. I went up the stairs quickly. There was not much on the second floor, just a pool and a light door. Secret realm? As soon as he saw the light gate, Luoyang exclaimed. Obviously, he was very familiar with this thing. However, the secret realm should not be opened in the city, because there is a certain spatial law on the air membrane that protects each city, which will interfere with the formation of the secret realm and make the entrance to the secret realm open outside the city. Luoyang's expression changed slightly, and the flame lion instantly appeared in front of him. Then he rolled quickly to protect his silly brother. Luo Chen looked at the figure in front of him blankly. He poked Luoyang's back and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" Luoyang and Flame Lion looked at the light gate vigilantly. Seeing that no beast had come out of it for the time being, he decided to popularize the knowledge of beast taming with his brother who had not been to school much. That light gate leads to a secret realm, where beasts of unknown rank may rush out at any time. Let's go down first and report the situation here to the law enforcement team. Then he looked at the silent light gate while preparing to protect Luo Chen and retreat towards the stairs. Luo Chen now knew that Luoyang had misunderstood, and he had to explain it to him. He grabbed Luoyang's forearm from behind to stop him from retreating. Luoyang turned half of his head and glanced at Luo Chen with a puzzled look. Luo Chen touched his nose and said weakly, "Brother, is there any possibility that the secret realm was summoned by me?" Question mark. Luoyang's face was filled with even more confusion. "Brother, do you want to take a look at what you were saying?" Luo Chen easily analyzed Luo Yang's current mental activity from his facial expression. Luo Chen's voice sounded very confident. "You can understand this as part of my talent. This secret realm was indeed summoned by me, but it is a one-way passage. We can go in, but the beasts inside cannot come out without my permission." A look of bewilderment appeared on Luoyang's youthful face. After a while, he spoke in a muffled voice, "Just like the treatment of the steel butterfly yesterday, is it part of your talent?" Luo Chen nodded and looked at Luo Chen with a firm gaze. "That's right, and this secret realm is full of beasts of the same level as the fierce beasts. I called you here because I want you to go in with me and take a look." It took Luoyang a long time to digest the news that Luo Chen told him, but he still looked skeptical. In front of the light gate where the two came from, the ferocious beast 9 stars, Flame Lion, stood in front of them. Behind it was Luoyang, and at the end was Luo Chen, who was carrying Light Spirit Cat on his shoulder. The two people and two beasts entered the light gate one after another. When Luo Chen entered the light gate, he didn't feel anything special. It seemed to be no different from passing through any other ordinary door. The difference is that after entering the light gate, the different body surface temperatures allow them to truly feel that they have arrived in another space. There is light in this space, but it is not bright, just like the brightness of sunset turning into dusk. However, the Flame Lion had flickering flames on its body, making Luo Chen and the others much brighter than the surrounding areas. Looking around, the two of them and their two beasts should be standing on an open grassland now. There was wilderness all around them. Luo Chen could feel the grass under his feet brushing against his trouser legs. This space is not very big, the kind that you can see the end at a glance. It is estimated to be about 10,000 square meters in size and about 50 meters high. As for why Luo Chen made such a guess, it was because he could see the air membrane representing the boundary of the secret realm as far as he could see. At the edge of the air membrane, there were distorted space ripples, which emitted unreal light of various colors, and it was easy to spot. System, is this the level 1 secret realm? It doesn't look like there are any beasts to tame. Luo Chen secretly asked the system in his heart. The arrogant voice of the system sounded in Luo Chen's mind, "Host, please actively explore and discover." Luo Chen curled his lips, not really understanding what there was to explore in such a small space. He squatted down helplessly and used the eye of truth to look at the green grass all over the ground, hoping to discover something. Name, green grass. Uses, food that two-headed antelopes like to eat. Long-term consumption can promote evolution. Although it was not a beast-taming herb, it was at least a spiritual herb related to beast taming. Luo Chen's inner loss dissipated a little. The Flame Lion circled around Luoyang and Luo Chen. Although the flames on its body were illusory, the high temperature of its body still made the green grass wilt. Luo Chen first observed the surrounding environment vigilantly. After seeing the size of this secret realm, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was so large that even if there was a beast tamer, it would not be very strong. "Brother, what are the uses of these grasses?" Seeing Luo Chen observing these grasses for a long time, Luoyang couldn't help but ask. Luo Chen nodded. "It's a kind of green grass that two-headed antelopes like to eat. It's quite useful. Let's walk around and see if there are any beasts in this small secret realm." Having said that, Luo Chen stood up, picked a direction at random, and walked forward. Luoyang naturally had no objection, but he and the Flame Lion stood on the left and right like two great guardians, protecting Luo Chen and the little ball of fur in the middle. After walking about 100 meters, Luo Chen discovered plants that were different from the green grass, and he felt that the energy on them was more than twice as strong as that of the green grass. Good news. There are indeed beast tamers in the secret realm. Bad news. It's a plant-type beast man. There is a ranking of the types of beastmasters that are popular among the current low-level beastmasters. The first class is naturally the beast tamers that can fly. The second class is the beast tamers that run on the road. The third class is the plant-type beast tamers. And the fourth class is also the beast tamer that is least recommended for novice beast tamers to contract. And naturally it is the beast tamer that can only live in water. But after a while, Luo Chen collected his thoughts and turned to carefully observe the plant-type beast in front of him. In appearance, it grows to half a meter tall, much taller than the green grass next to it. It is dark blue in color all over, has no roots, and only 3 flat leaves protruding from the ground. Looking at the appearance of this plant, Luo Chen somehow remembered a plant called gladiolus in his previous life. Although the leaves were very similar, the color was completely different. Choosing this dark blue plant that looks poisonous as the target of the Eye of Truth, Luo Chen carefully observed its detailed information. Chapter 20 The Secret Realm Exploration ends. Race, Qingyu grass. Level, Fierce Beast 6-star. Type, Wood grass, Nether. Status, Healthy. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1. Whip, yellow level Qingyu grass uses its tough and slender branches and leaves to whip the target. 2. Phantom phosphorus, Xian level phosphorus powder, is attached to the leaves of Qingyu grass. When attached to the target's body, the phosphorus powder will continuously invade the netherworld qi, causing negative effects on the target, corroding the body and consuming energy. At this time, Luo Chen and Luo Yang were still more than 10 meters away from the Qingyu grass. Perhaps it did not notice them, or perhaps its long life in the secret realm had made it relax its vigilance. It was still emitting a faint blue phosphorescence. Luo Chen told Luo Yang beside him the information about Qingyu grass, and thought in his mind how to capture this Qingyu grass back. Qingyu grass, I don't seem to have learned this kind of beast taming, and I don't have any impression of it. Luo Yang frowned and thought for a while after hearing the news and said, but judging from its skills alone, it should be a top-level beast that is not inferior to the flame lion. What Luo Yang said was correct. Being able to possess mysterious level skills in the ferocious beast stage made him one of the excellent and top-level ferocious beasts in any case. Hearing Luo Yang's evaluation, Luo Chen licked his lips and said excitedly, I haven't heard of it, which means I haven't seen it near Qingyang City. It can be sold as a special beast in the store. Brother, capture this Qingyu grass. Luo Yang nodded heavily, and Qi Yin seemed to have received some orders, crawling on the ground with all 4 limbs and entering hunting mode. It stared sharply at the Qingyu grass that was dozens of meters away from itself. The temperature of its body was rising rapidly, and the remaining green grass around it was becoming more and more wilted. Attack! At Luo Yang's command, he and Qi Yin quickly ran towards the Qingyu grass. While running, 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs condensed around Qi Yin's body and rushed towards the Qingyu grass at a speed faster than Qi Yin. The distance of dozens of meters was reached in a moment, and the fireball, which was moving even faster, hit the branches and leaves of the Qingyu grass mercilessly. The branches and leaves, which were covered with faint blue phosphorescence, were forced to fall to the ground under the impact of the fireball, and traces of burnt yellow appeared on the surfaces of the branches and leaves that were touched. The sudden attack was indeed effective, and the Qingyu grass, which was originally lower in level than Qi Yin, was seriously injured. At this time, Qi Yin, who was following closely behind, swung his sharp claws and slashed fiercely at the 3 branches of Qingyu grass. Fortunately, the leaves of Qingyu grass are quite tough, and the sharp claws only leave deep scratches on the surface of the leaves, without breaking the branches and leaves. However, after these 2 attacks, the aura of Qingyu grass instantly weakened. Obviously, Qi Yin's 2 attacks were still significant. The disadvantage of the plant-type beast control is that when the level is low, it can only passively be beaten in place. The phosphorescence on the leaves of Qingyu grass suddenly brightened for a moment, and then its branches and leaves fiercely slapped the red flame next to it. Qi Yin easily dodged the attack by jumping back, and then took advantage of the gap between the Qingyu grass attacks. The flames attached to the claws hit Kinjiako's hard several times, and this time, Kinjiako's momentum completely weakened. Luo Yang was a few meters away for Qian's raiding formation. Luo Chen, who came over later, saw this scene. He took out a ring-shaped object from his bracelet that could only be used for storage. The Beast Ring. Luo Yang recognized it at a glance. The Beast Binding Ring is a major technological invention of mankind combined with beast taming. It is worn on beasts that have no ability to resist. It can limit the use of energy in their bodies and control them when the beasts resist. It is a powerful helper in catching beasts in the wild or taming wild beasts. It is very popular, but the price is also very high. Qi Yin took the beast binding ring from Luo Chen's hand, came to the side of the Qingyu grass, which had basically no power to resist, and then put all 3 of its leaves into the beast binding ring. Seeing that the beast binding ring was put on, Luo Chen took out a remote control-like object from his arms and gently pressed the red button on it. The beast binding ring began to shrink and just stuck to the root of the Qingyu grass. The faint blue phosphorescence on the Qingyu grass dimmed instantly, and its aura disappeared as well, as if it had become an ordinary weed. The little fur ball jumped off Luo Chen's shoulder curiously, circled around the Qingyu grass curiously for a few times, and occasionally stretched out its small paws to touch it, looking curious. Luo Chen scooped up the small ball of fur in his arms, then took out tools to dig the Qingyu grass out of the ground with its roots and transplanted it into a large flower pot. First, capture this one and bring it back to try to cultivate it, and then explore the number of imperial beasts in the secret realm. This sentence was said to Luoyang, who was beside him. Luoyang nodded in understanding, took the flower pot from Luo Chen naturally, and led Qi Yin to continue walking forward. Luo Chen looked at his empty hands, shook his head helplessly, and stood up and followed Luoyang's footsteps to continue exploring this little secret place. Luo Chen and Luo Yang spent a total of 1 hour to explore this small secret place. During the whole process, apart from Qingyu grass, no other beasts were found. However, except for the first, Qingyu grass, they later found traces of Qingyu grass in other locations in the secret realm, but did not capture it. 3 stalks of Qingyu grass for the 8-star beast, 5 stalks of Qingyu grass for the 7-star beast, and 8 stalks of Qingyu grass for the 6-star beast. Some green grass is left for the rest. Luo Chen wrote down the information about the beasts in this secret realm that he had collected in a small notebook, and then said to Luo Yang, who had been silent, "Now that we have collected the information, let's go out first." Luo Yang nodded, still silent, but came to the light gate of the secret realm, and followed Luo Chen's footsteps back to the 2nd floor of the pet shop. Luo Chen took the Qingyu grass from Luo Yang's hand and first placed it in the animal cage on the 1st floor for sale. As soon as he put it in, the system's voice sounded in his mind. System task release. Task 1. Sell 3 beasts obtained from Secret Realm 1, and the reward is a 50% increase in the spiritual energy concentration of the Secret Realm 1. Task 2. Sell 10 beasts in the store, and the store level will be upgraded to level 1, unlocking new permissions. Task 3. If the number of samples sent by the store's beasts reaches 10, you will be rewarded with a store-guarding beast. Hearing that the system released 3 tasks in succession, Luo Chen couldn't help but show joy on his face. Finally, there were tasks to be executed. In order to complete the first task, I have to trouble my younger brother to go to the secret realm to help me capture 2 plants of Qingyu grass. This is easy, but I don't know what the market response is for the plant-type beast taming product, Qingyu grass. In Luo Chen's opinion, the 3rd task is definitely the easiest to complete. After all, the shilling grass is there, and it is the cheapest and fastest way for a beastmaster to let the beast absorb energy. Luo Chen looked around at the few beasts waiting to be sold in the shop and sighed silently. The number was still too small. Perhaps he could take bigger steps next time. Chapter 21. The Fall of 4 Cities. Elder brother. Luo Yang's voice sounded from behind Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned around and saw Luo Yang looking at him with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Luo Chen looked at his brother curiously. Luo Yang stood at the corner of the stairs. His lips moved, and after a while a sound came out. Brother, you must keep your secrets well, and don't reveal too much even to people close to you. Luo Chen chuckled. It turned out that Luo Yang was worried about this. He walked in front of Luo Yang and realized belatedly that he was almost as tall as him. Patting Luo Yang on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not that naive. Besides, we are a family. Don't we have trust in each other?" Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "That's not what I meant." The voice at the end was too soft, and Luo Chen, who was standing opposite him, didn't hear it clearly. "What?" Luo Chen asked, wanting to hear clearly what Luo Yang said. "Nothing, brother. Don't tell anyone about your ability to summon a one-way secret realm and your ability to save dying beasts." Seeing Luo Yang's serious look, Luo Chen made a promise with a smile on his face. "Okay." After hearing Luo Chen's promise, Luo Yang turned around and went into the utility room, not knowing what he was busy with. Luo Chen ignored him and looked at the time. It was already around 7 in the afternoon. He had been busy all afternoon and only now realized that he was hungry. "Luo Yang, what are you busy with? Hurry up and go eat. Wait for me, it will be ready soon." A few minutes later, Luo Yang came out of the utility room and saw that he had posted a new note below the note that said, "This is a cultivation area. No visitors allowed. There is a vicious dog above. No entry." Luo Chen looked at the 8 characters written in a flamboyant style and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Yang didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and he took Luo Chen's arm and went out to find the food he liked. After eating and drinking their fill, the two returned to Qinyang Pet Shop. The purpose was not to continue opening the store at night, but to enter the secret realm and capture 2 Qingyu grass. No matter what, the system's task had to be completed as much as possible. With the experience gained in the afternoon, the catching trip at night went very smoothly. Without wasting much time, we successfully caught 2 Qingyu grass. One was a 6-star fierce beast, and the other was a 7-star fierce beast. After finishing the capture, he cleaned up the store. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, which was basically Luo Chen's rest time. The two of them simply closed the shop and took Qi Yin and Xiao Maoqiu home to rest. The two of them were indeed very tired today, so after returning home and simply washing up, they went to bed early. Have a good night. Urgent report: Huayin City, Biao City, Fenghua City, and Luiyue City were declared destroyed by the beast tide. The reason for the beast tide attacking the city is still unknown. The upper city Xingyue City has sent strong men to investigate the cause and search and rescue the people who fell in the 4 cities. Luo Chen had just finished feeding all the beasts in the store and arranged for today's 5 beasts to soak in the breeding pool before he opened his personal terminal and received this message push. Luo Chen read the news with a serious expression. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter. Xingyue City was the upper city, and among the other 4 cities that were breached, Fenghua City was the middle city, and the remaining 3 cities were the lower cities. 4 cities were breached at the same time. This had never happened in China since the emergence of beast control. What's more, one of the cities was a large city. This was definitely an unprecedented major event. Fierce beasts, spiritual beasts, king beasts, wild beasts, star beasts. The top fighters in the lower city are usually the beast masters of the king beasts, and the top fighters in the middle city are basically the beast masters of the wild beasts. If you want to break through the 4 cities, you must have the participation of star beasts, and there must be no less than 3. Thinking of the analysis of some beast masters on the internet, Luo Chen clenched the terminal in his hand, and somehow he suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ding dong. Someone sent him a message on the terminal, and Luo Chen came to his senses and clicked on the screen to check the message. Lu Qingyu, master of the breeding center, the support from Liuguang City has arrived. We will explore the vast sea secret realm today. I estimate that good news will come soon. It took so long for support from Liuguang City to arrive. Suddenly Luo Chen seemed to think of something. His fingers moved quickly on the screen and 2 messages were sent out. Luo Chen, Chen Luo, thank you master for telling me this news. Luo Chen, Chen Luo, the support came at this time. Is it related to the news that the 4 cities were breached by the beast tide? After a while, the message from the other side came. Lu Qingyu, master of the breeding center, my friend, is smart. It is indeed related. Liuguang City is investigating the secret realms of its subordinate cities, including the newly emerged Hanhai secret realm. Luo Chen, Chen Luo, thank you very much, master. If you have any more information, I hope you can let me know. I would be very grateful. Lu Qingyu, master of the breeding center, no problem. It was rare that Lu Qingyu still remembered him and told him the news. Luo Chen silently kept Lu Qingyu's kindness in his heart. He put down the terminal in his hand and focused his attention on the 3 Qingyu grass he caught yesterday, hoping that someone would buy them today. He found a piece of paper, wrote the information of the 3 plants of Qingyu grass on it, and then pasted them on their respective cages. After 8 o'clock in the morning, more and more customers came. Just as Luo Chen expected, there were not many people buying beasts, but many people wanted to foster them. In just one morning, 8 customers had fostered 11 beasts, completing the 3rd task of the system. As for Qingyu grass, although it attracted the attention of customers, it was just a novelty for them. After seeing the price of 70,000, they backed off. With a price of 70,000, the beastmasters were more inclined to purchase a beastmaster that could move on land. Even though Qingyu grass possessed profound skills and was of good quality, and was a rare netherworld beastmaster in Qingyang City, no beastmaster had purchased it the entire morning. At noon, Luo Chen quietly opened his store panel, then selected the 3rd task and chose Submit. He chose to receive the reward only after he came to the 2nd floor. A familiar space crack opened up in midair, and a bird-like beast with bright feathers fell from it. Squeak! An exasperated voice came from the mouth of the bird beast. It covered its, but with one wing, and pointed the other wing at the space crack that had disappeared. It kept squeaking and jumping around, as if it was cursing something. Luo Chen quietly opened his eyes of truth. Species name, Kain Linke, sealed. Level, Spirit Beast 9 stars, sealed. Department, Sound Department, Light Department. Status, Angry. Qualification, Peerless. Skills, 1. Colorful Aura, Earth level colorful aura of different colors will add different characteristics to the skill effect. Colorful Aura E Red. The skill has burning damage, Colorful Aura E Blue. It has healing effect, Colorful Aura Yellow. It has penetrating effect, colorful aura, orange. The aura turns into a shield. 2. Imitation of sound. Xian level, the colorful sound bird can imitate the sounds made by different races or different musical instruments. 3. Calming sound. Earth level, the colorful sound spirit bird emits a calming sound, which can dispel the effects of mental skills on friendly targets and cause mental damage to malicious targets. 4. Spirit bird. Xian level Cayenne spirit bird summons the spirit bird's true energy body to fight on its behalf. Before Luo Chen could admire the powerful skills of Cayenne Linke, he was caught off guard by a clear and pleasant sound. What the hell are you looking at? Chapter 22. Birdsong and Flowers. Luo Chen was stunned. He really didn't expect that the exquisite and beautiful, colorful sound spirit bird in front of him would suddenly say such a thing. Before he could say anything, Xiaoniao seemed to react and glanced at Luo Chen from head to toe. Are you the owner of that shop? You look just as so. The tone was not polite at all. Luo Chen clenched his palms and ignored the sparrow in front of him. Instead, he silently called the system in his mind. Is this the rewarded spirit beast for protecting the store? The spirit beast has seen it, but is it sure that it can protect the store? A crackling sound of electric current flashed through my heart, as if the system had also fallen into some kind of stuck state. Although the beasts have some differences in personality, they will absolutely obey the orders of their hosts 100%. Cayenne Linke. After waiting for a long time, the shop owner ignored him and he was a little upset. Go and prepare some spirit beast meat for me. I'm hungry. After hearing the system's guarantee that the beast in front of it would absolutely obey its orders, Luo Chen gave a meaningful smile. Hold your head and squat down. As soon as Luo Chen gave the order, the body reaction of colorful sound spirit bird was obviously much faster than its mouth. Its body was still flying in the air, and its wings, glittering with various colors, were neatly folded behind its head. Even its legs were slightly bent, and it did a standard squatting posture with its head and its hands in the air. Boom! The dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard on the second floor. Luo Chen could even feel the floor shaking. He looked at the colorful sound spirit bird in surprise. He did not expect that its small half-meter body could have such a great weight. Fuck, sir. Why are you giving orders? Can't you see I'm still flying? Judging from the strong sound it made, it was obvious that the fall from midair had not caused it any harm at all. Shut up. This was the second order Luo Chen gave it, and its ears instantly became much quieter. Luo Chen rubbed his brows. Next, I'll ask you a question and you answer it. Without waiting for it to respond, Luo Chen asked his first question. Where are you from? The silenced, colorful sound spirit bird then realized that it could speak, but the words it said were not under its own subjective control. I don't know. Although he had expected this result, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that the existence behind the system had already been prepared. How old are you? 2,342 years old. What level are you originally? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I don't know what it said. It just turned into a vague tone, and Luo Chen couldn't understand what it meant. Can you say that again? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It was still an unclear noise, and it seemed that this was information that was not allowed to be disclosed. Why did you become a store guardian spirit beast? To break through. What does the store guarding spirit beast have to do with your breakthrough? Have no idea. Luo Chen was furious. Well, that's the same as not saying anything. Then Luo Chen asked some other questions, but basically didn't get any useful information. Either they didn't know, or the answers were perfunctory. Move freely. Colorful bird. Then lowered its wings from its head, and the whole bird flew up from the ground. It flew up and down in front of Luo Chen, looking like it was eager to say something to Luo Chen. Speak. Luo Chen lifted the order to shut up. His grandmother? No talking. Cayenne Linke had just uttered 3 words when he received the gift package of silence from Luo Chen. As a pet guarding the shop, I have 3 requirements for you. 1. You are not allowed to swear. 2. You are not allowed to pretend to be an ordinary pet in front of customers. 3. You are not allowed to leave the pet shop without my permission. Otherwise, don't even think about talking anymore. Just nod your head if you agree. Colorful sound spirit bird looked at Luo Chen for a long time before nodding reluctantly, its little eyes rolling around dishonestly, and no one knew what bad thoughts it had. Seeing that it agreed, Luo Chen lifted the order to silence it. Cough, cough. 2 light coughs came from the mouth of colorful sound spirit bird, confirming that it could make a sound. It looked at Luo Chen and said, I'm hungry. Do you have any spirit beast meat to eat? Luo Chen was speechless. This guy came up and asked for spirit beast meat. He really didn't treat him as an outsider. A pound of spirit beast meat was several thousand spirit coins, and a better one might cost tens of thousands of spirit coins. That's not something his small, newly started shop can afford. In other words, the only people in the entire Qingyang city who can afford it are the few king-level beastmasters. So Luo Chen rejected the request of Kain Linke. Without hesitation, no. Kain Linke sighed humanely. The meat of the ferocious beast will be fine, right? Colorful Sound Spirit Bird was also crying in its heart that one day it would be reduced to eating such low-grade meat as the meat of ferocious beasts. The price of ferocious beast meat ranges from a few hundred to thousands of spirit coins. This time, Luo Chen did not refuse, but nodded as a sign of agreement. He sent a message to Luo Yang, asking him to buy some ferocious beast meat for the store, and then returned to the first floor to act as a ruthless store-watching machine. However, what was different from the morning was that there was an exquisite and beautiful bird beast, Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, on the cashier table. Its colorful feathers always attracted customers who wanted to touch it. When it wanted to use its wings to swat away the customer's dirty hands, Luo Chen gave it a threatening look and it froze in place, allowing some brave customers to touch it back and forth. Luo Chen's face was full of satisfaction. Judging from the appearance of Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, it was indeed a good sign to attract customers. Kain Linke had a look of despair on its face, and it was no longer clean. Zhang Hong is a junior high school student at Qingyang No. 1 Junior High School. As it is the time for the college entrance examination for senior high school students, their classroom has been requisitioned and they naturally got a week's vacation. Besides his busy studies, he likes to visit some beast taming shops and get in touch with beast taming in real life. He heard from his good friend that Qinying Pet Shop had reopened after renovation, so he took advantage of his break to go into the store to see if there was anything new. As soon as I walked into the store, I saw a group of people gathered next to the cashier counter. I don't know what attracted so many people's attention. He tiptoed quietly and saw only densely packed heads and had no idea what was surrounded inside. With his height of 1.65 meters, it was indeed a bit difficult for him to squeeze in. Zhang Hong gave up the idea of joining in the fun and decided to observe more about the beasts in this store. Zhang Hong was silently looking forward to encountering species he had never seen before. Chapter 23. I bought them all. There are so few beasts. Seeing that there were only a few cages with beasts in them, Zhang Hong couldn't help but murmur in his heart that compared with other beast-taming shops he had visited, the number of beasts here was not even a fraction of what was in other beast-taming shops. Zhang Hong shook his head and gave a 2-star evaluation of the 2 fierce beasts, Fragrant Rabbit, in his mind. These 2 fragrant rabbits were from the batch that Luo Chen bought just 2 days ago. They had never been cultivated in the breeding pond. When they were first bought, they were only 1-star ferocious beasts. They were only promoted because of the existence of Xinling grass and the abundant energy in the environment. Zhang Hong naturally would not pay too much attention to the most common beastmaster, the Xinxiang rabbit. He looked at the electric mouse in the cage next to him, and this time there was some interest on his face. He first identified the species of the beast in the cage, and then recalled the information about the beast in his mind. Then I looked at the information and price posted on the upper left corner of the cage. A 4-star vicious beast. Surprise flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. It was rare for the lightning rat in the beast taming shop to reach this level. Not to mention, this lightning rat was still in its infancy and had a lot of room for growth in the future. Now he was more interested in looking at other beasts. The frostwolf in the cage next to him was just above normal in his opinion, but a 5-star frostwolf cub could also get excellent reviews in the same store. He looked at the last plant-type beast on the wall, frowned, and thought for a long time but couldn't remember what kind of beast it was. The 3 slender diamond-shaped branches and leaves are about half a meter long, with a faint blue phosphorescence on the surface. He guessed in his heart that it might be a variant of gladiolus, because they looked very similar. But when he saw the introduction in the upper left corner of the cage, he fell into a daze. Ghost system. Even his words were a little stuttering. Manager. Where's the manager? After reading the information, he couldn't find anyone and just shouted loudly while looking around. Luo Chen, who was behind the cashier counter, naturally heard the boy's strange cry and walked out puzzledly. Here. Seeing the boy's excited and overwhelmed look, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seeing his young appearance, the boy's eyes flashed with suspicion, but he immediately rushed over excitedly. "Boss, that Xingyu grass a him. Is it really a beast of the netherworld type?" Luo Chen scratched his head in confusion and answered as a matter of course, "Isn't it written on it?" Seeing Luo Chen's calm face, Zhang Heng realized that he was too excited. He quickly calmed down his excitement and rubbed his hands awkwardly. I'm sorry, but we rarely see netherworld beasts in Qingyang City. I'm a little excited. Luo Chen nodded to show his understanding and said, if you're interested, you can buy it back. I won't buy it, but I know someone will be interested. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously. Luo Chen didn't know what he was trying to say, so he just cooperated and said, please do as you please. Zhang Heng took out the terminal in his arms and seemed to have connected a number. Brother, good news, your second beast has been found. Don't disbelieve me, this is really a netherworld beast. There are 3 of them in the store right now. Come quickly, or they might be gone if you're late. Location? Qinyang Pet Shop. Having said this, Zhang Heng hung up the terminal and stood in front of the cage of the 3, Qingyu grass, like a guard. Luo Chen's heart moved. It seemed that this Qingyu grass might really have customers. After a short wait, a silver scale horse stopped at the door of the pet shop in a proud and majestic manner. Silver scale horse is the evolved form of black iron horse, a very powerful mount-type beast that only the top families in Qingyang City can own. Such a fine horse parked at the door of the store undoubtedly attracted the attention of passers-by and customers in the store. Silver-scaled horse, isn't that the Zhang family's representative beast? Will the Zhang family members come to the store to choose the beast themselves? Different from ordinary beastmasters in Qingyang City, the families with powerful beastmasters usually have family members who personally go to the wild to capture beasts for contracts. Otherwise, they would buy beast tamers that were eligible to appear at auctions. They rarely came to a store like this that was clearly designed to provide the first beast tamers with a chance to buy one. Amidst the speculations all around, a weathered man in his 20s with a face full of green stubble came down from the silver scale horse. Seeing his appearance, some of the onlookers exclaimed, "Is it him?" Seeing his companion's behavior, the people around him couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with this person?" "You don't know, this is Zhang Jing, the eldest son of the Zhang family. At such a young age, he has already advanced to a 4-star beastmaster of spirit beasts, and his talent is extraordinary. His most horrifying battle record some time ago was that he was chased by 2 6-star spirit beasts, but he successfully fought back and killed them both. The most terrifying thing is that he has only contracted 1 beastmaster so far." The people around him were also shocked that he could kill 2 wild beasts that were 2 stars higher than him, but what was even more shocking was that he had only contracted 1 beast at the moment. Normally, a beast tamer of fierce beasts can contract 1 beast, while a beast tamer of spiritual beasts can contract up to 2 beasts. With each level increase, 1 more contract quota can be added. No one would think that the eldest son of the Zhang family cannot afford a beast tamer. He must have not encountered a suitable beast tamer, so he has kept his second beast tamer pin empty. While Luo Chen was eavesdropping on the conversation of passers-by, the young man called Zhang Jing had already strode into the store with a barely perceptible eagerness in his eyes. Zhang Heng, who was in the store, had already seen his brother. He jumped up and waved to attract his brother's attention. "Here." He came to Zhang Heng and touched the little kid's head with his hand, but did not ask where the netherworld beast tamer was. Because his beastmaster talent had already guided him in the direction of netherworld beastmaster, when he saw the type of netherworld beastmaster plants, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But we can't blame him too much now. There are not many nether beast tamers in the nearby cities, and he had to go to the central city to buy his first beast tamer at a great cost. He had been worrying about his second beast, but he didn't expect to encounter it in Qingyang City. It was really a pleasant surprise. Qingyu grass. He looked at the beast taming introduction in the upper left corner of the cage and couldn't help but mutter. Only after reading the complete introduction of Kinjiako did he resolutely walk towards the cashier counter. Who is the store manager? As expected of a family member, Zhang Jing maintained his facial expression very well, not letting anyone see his inner urgency at all. Luo Chen held the little fur ball in front of him in his arms and answered, "I am." Zhang Jing paused for a moment, then forced out a friendly smile. "I bought all 3 Qingyu grasses." Chapter 24 Parents Return. Somehow, a strong domineering style came over me. The big customer spoke, and Luo Chen smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Okay, pack it right away. The discount is 320,000 spirit coins." The Qingyu grass of the 7-star ferocious beast is priced at 120,000 spirit coins, and the other 2 6-star ferocious beasts are priced at 100,000 spirit coins. Take off the beast binding ring. This expensive reusable item will naturally not be given to customers for free. Place the 3 plants of Qingyu grass in the same cage. Zhang Jing swiped his card to pay neatly. 320,000 spirit coins have been received. The sound of money arriving was so nice. But what sounds better is the sentence in my mind. Task 1 has been completed, and the reward is waiting to be collected. Zhang Jing, who got the Qingyu grass, did not rush to leave the store. Instead, he put one hand on the cashier's table and looked at Luo Chen and asked, I wonder if the store manager can get more nether beast tamers? I want to buy a lot. Is this a test? Or is he simply trying to buy more beasts? Luo Chen's heart sank slightly, but he remained calm and replied, These are all we have in the store for now, but if the customer wants them, I can try to contact the supplier. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Zhang Zheng's eyes lit up for a moment. Then can the store manager add the terminal number? When there is a product, we can contact you in time. Luo Chen did not refuse. The two of them added each other as friends on the terminal. Then Zhang Zheng took Zhang Hong on the silver scale horse and quickly left Qinyang Pet Shop. Because the reward for Task 1 was only to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the Level 1 secret realm by 50%, which had no effect on the outside world, Luo Chen directly chose to receive the reward in his mind. When collecting the reward, Luo Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the sales of the 3 stalks of Qingyu grass he sold were also counted in Task 2, which was to sell 10 beasts. Luo Chen now had the urge to call back Zhang Jing, who had just gone out, and immediately sell him 7 more Qingyu grass to complete the second task. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Luo Chen immediately dismissed it. Qinyang Pet Shop had been in the spotlight too much, so he should be cautious first. In the afternoon, I finally sold another Xinxiang rabbit. In the evening, a little girl came into the store skipping and jumping. She was the little girl who sent Steel Butterfly for treatment that day. She took out an exquisite little cake from her arms and handed it to Luo Chen. Thank you, brother, for treating Shadowy. Luo Chen did not reject the little girl's kindness. He took out the steel butterfly from the cage, handed it to the little girl and instructed. The steel butterfly is almost fully recovered. Take it home and let it recuperate for a few days before it can move normally. Race, Steel Butterfly. Level, Fierce Beast 4-star. Department, Gold. Status, Grateful, Minor Injury, Recovering. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Body of Steel, Yellow level. The steel butterfly is covered in steel, possessing great strength and toughness. The attributes of Steel Butterfly cannot be said to be very good, but after all, it is a serious combat-type beast tamer like Fragrant Rabbit and Glow Dog, and is also more rare and scarce. The little girl's chubby little hands stroked the silver wings of the steel butterfly. The steel butterfly glanced at her lazily, and when it saw that she was its benefactor, it lowered its eyes and rested with peace of mind. Big brother, do you mean that I can take Shaodai away now? After receiving Luo Chen's affirmative response, the little girl cheered excitedly, bowed politely to Luo Chen, then carried her little school bag and staggered out of the pet shop. As the night progressed, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street, and the stores gradually emptied of customers. Brother, Chunyang Zhiguang brother, come home soon. Without any beginning or end, Luo Chen's terminal received a message like this from Luoyang. Luo Chen asked him what happened, but he didn't give a direct answer. He just asked him to go home quickly. So mysterious. Luo Chen murmured unconsciously, but seeing that there were not many customers, he simply closed the shop. He wanted to go home and see what this kid Luoyang was keeping secret. Furball, it's time to go home. Luo Chen called out, and the little furball swiftly climbed up his clothes and onto its designated spot, Luo Chen's left shoulder. Colorful Sound Spirit Bird rolled its eyes, aimed at Luo Chen's right shoulder, and flapped its wings as if trying to stand on it. Who knew that Luo Chen had seen through its movements and said directly, "No flight allowed." Snapped. The slender and graceful, colorful bird fell to the floor of the store in a panic, its eyes gleaming with ferociousness and its mouth wide open. "You he." Luo Chen's eyes glared at him, and he held back the rest of the words. The little fur ball on his shoulder tilted its head and looked at the colorful Sound Spirit Bird curiously. However, Colorful Sound Spirit Bird immediately changed its strategy and looked at Luo Chen with resentment, like a poor little thing who had suffered a great injustice. "You are the store guarding spirit beast. Stay inside and watch over the store." Luo Chen ignored its pitiful expression and instead gave it a task. After saying that, he ruthlessly locked the shop door from the outside and left in style. Kain Linke was left alone in the store, jumping up and down. It was so angry that it kept its eyes on the beasts in the store and let out a sinister laugh. Luo Chen didn't know what kind of inhumane torture the beasts in the store had suffered at the hands of the colorful Sound Spirit Bird, but he had already arrived at the door. After opening the door, Luo Chen quickly discovered 3 people talking in the hall. Before Luo Chen could react, he felt himself being embraced in a warm embrace. Then he heard soft sobbing. Luo Chen's body stiffened. After realizing who it was, he quietly relaxed his body and stretched out his arms to hug back. The person who came was his mother, Su Muqing, an 8-star beast tamer of spiritual beasts, a gentle and tough beauty. "Chenner, Mom thought I would never see you again." A pleasant female voice sounded in Luo Chen's ears. The woman holding him in her arms relaxed her hold on him a little, held up his face with both hands, and after a closer look she commented, "You've lost weight." "Ahem, don't stand at the door, come and sit down." The young man sitting on the sofa coughed twice in a low voice, then spoke in his deep bass voice. This is his father, Luo Yuheng, a 9-star beast tamer and a 5-star star breeder. The support from Central City came slowly, but the rescue efficiency was quite high. The people were rescued between morning and afternoon, Luo Chen thought silently in his heart. Su Muqing pulled Luo Chen to sit on the sofa, looking at him constantly. Seeing that Luo Chen hadn't spoken, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Chenner, is the soul separation syndrome acting up again?" Luo Chen came back to his senses and shook his head to deny it. "No, it's just too surprising. Dad and Mom are finally back safely." Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen and said, "Chenner, I heard from your brother that you have awakened your talent and reopened the store?" "There is nothing to hide," Luo Chen nodded. "Come here, let me check you out." Luo Chen sat down obediently and stretched out his arms in front of Luo Yuheng. Such examinations had been conducted countless times since he was a child, so Luo Chen was already familiar with it. Luo Yuheng placed his hand on Luo Chen's wrist, and a gentle mental force passed through his wrist, conducting a comprehensive examination of Luo Chen's entire body. After a long time, Luo Yuheng withdrew his hand. His face turned pale, but he was still smiling. Those old quacks who said Chenner couldn't awaken his talent were simply exaggerating. When Luo Chen was a child, he had always been a guest of famous medical masters in the surrounding cities, and he even went to the hospital in the upper city, but most of them were helpless against his soul-leaving syndrome. It was also claimed that he would never be able to awaken his talent as a beast master and would not live past the age of 25. You have to know that going to the middle city and upper city is not as easy as in peacetime. Just the travel expenses and the qualifications to enter the city are very difficult things to get. Moreover, his parents were also gifted beast masters, but they used most of the resources they obtained to treat his illnesses, so he never made any progress. No matter what, he felt the sincere love of the parents in this world. After scolding him, Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen solemnly. "Chenner, don't tell anyone about your talent. Even your mother and I don't need to know the details." Luo Yang should have told them something, but Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing were obviously not prepared to ask more questions, and let Luo Chen keep his own secret. "But I am a little curious about the shop you reopened. Then I'll take you there tomorrow?" Luo Yuheng naturally agreed readily. Seeing that Su Muqing and Luo Yuheng looked exhausted, Luo Chen knew that they had obviously endured all kinds of hardships in the secret realm, so he advised them to rest first and deal with anything after they had rested. When Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing saw that their 2 children were safe and sound, their biggest worries disappeared. They also understood that the 2 needed enough rest, so they did not refuse Luo Chen's arrangement. Chapter 25, Boldly Selling, Qingyu Grass. The Luo Chen family had a good sleep tonight, but Qingyang City had a sleepless night. Even though it was night, huge birds and beasts could be seen flying over Qingyang City from time to time, and dull footsteps could be heard on the streets, as if a large army was migrating. The disturbances in the outside world were blocked outside the Luo family's area by a huge air membrane, so Luo Chen, who was sleeping soundly, had no idea that a major event had occurred in Qingyang City. The uneasy movement in the city continued until dawn. Newspaper media, sensing something unusual, jumped on the news and all kinds of gossip emerged. Breaking news: the Qin, Feng, and He families of Zhongqing Liuguang City have jointly launched an attack on the Hanhai secret realm. Shock! The 3 families have sent out a total of 60 beast masters to attack the vast sea secret realm this time. When he saw the second one, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. He could only say that it was worthy of being the central city. The strength of just 3 of the families was enough to plow Qingyang City back and forth 3 times. At 6:12 a.m., the 3 teams withdrew from the vast sea secret realm. However, many of the beast masters in the teams were injured, and the number of personnel was greatly reduced. It is suspected that the 3 combined teams suffered heavy losses. The family of 4 ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Su Muqing while listening to the news. After hearing the news report, Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing looked at each other solemnly, and both smelled a hint of something unusual. Luo Yang asked carelessly, "Dad, what treasures are there in the vast sea secret realm that even the noble families of Liuguang City couldn't help but join forces to take action?" Luo Yuheng originally didn't want them to know so many things. As school-age children, they should focus on their studies. However, looking at Luo Chen's equally curious eyes, he suddenly felt that the children had grown up. After organizing his words for a while, he began to talk about some situations in the vast sea secret realm. The environment in the vast sea secret realm is mainly ocean, with occasional scattered islands on the sea. Most of the beasts inside are sea beasts. This is also the reason why the beasts in this secret realm, although they are all very powerful, have not attacked the outside of the secret realm. The one that attracted the three major families in the secret realm should be a king beast race, the Tidecaller Mermaid. Luo Yang scratched his head. King beast species? It is indeed rare in Qingyang City, but for a medium-sized city like them, it should not be a big deal, right? Just looking at the fact that they dispatched 60 king-level beastmasters to attack this secret realm, it seems that they are not short of a few king-level beastmasters. So this race named Tidecaller Mermaid must have something special about them. Hearing Luo Yang's doubts, Luo Yuheng's eyes flashed with a smile, and he patiently explained, "You should know that there is a difference between the king beast species and the king beast species. Although some king beast species can be promoted to king beasts, they still have to break through the threshold. If they cannot break through the bottleneck, they may never reach the level of king beast in their lifetime. As for the other king beast species, once they reach adulthood, they will definitely reach the king beast level, without any bottlenecks in the process." Luo Yang exclaimed, "Could the tide-calling mermaid be the second type?" Luo Yuheng smiled and nodded, confirming his words. Now it is not difficult to understand why the three major families in the middle city would make such a fuss. As long as they get hold of tide-calling mermaid, their descendants will be able to grow into king beast tamers continuously. Since it concerns the prosperity of the family, they naturally can't wait to attack the secret realm of the vast sea overnight, probably because they are afraid of more trouble. However, the matters concerning Central City and the king-level beast tamer were still far away from Luo Chen at present, so after listening to the excitement, Luo Chen did not take them seriously. After breakfast, the family of four went to the current Qinyang pet shop together. When Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing saw the changes in the store, they would be lying if they said they were not surprised, but they both kept their doubts to themselves and did not ask the reasons for these changes. Luo Chen picked out some things that he could tell and took the initiative to tell them to Luo Yuheng and his wife, such as the function of the cultivation pool, the secret realm, and the store guardian spirit beast, colorful sound spirit bird. After visiting the secret realm, Luo Yuheng was most interested in two kinds of beasts he had never seen before, Qingyu grass and Kainlinke. Perhaps this is a common problem that breeders like to study? He cut off a leaf of the Qingyu grass for research purposes and also wanted to conduct a comprehensive test on the Qingyu grass. Even the colorful sound spirit bird, with Luo Chen's tacit consent, provided a feather and a small tube of blood for Luo Yuheng to use for research. Seeing that his parents accepted the changes in him well, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a backer in Qingyang City, so he remembered Zhang Zheng's request yesterday. "Qin Luo, another batch of Qingyu grass arrived yesterday. Do you still want to buy some?" Zhang Zheng, "Cheng, yes. How many?" "I'll be in the store right away." "Qin Luo, 7, probably going to cost 1,000,000 spirit coins." Zhang Zheng, "Cheng, okay." After the deal was done, Luo Yuheng went to the second floor to study the materials from Qingyu grass and Kainlinke. Not knowing what he was doing, Luo Chen fixed his eyes on his mother who was cleaning up the store. "Mom, I just talked about a deal. Can you help me capture some beasts in the secret realm?" As for his younger brother, Luo Chen selectively ignored him. Now there is a more suitable and powerful candidate. Who is his younger brother? "I don't know him." Su Muqing smiled gently, patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, said okay, and followed Luo Chen into the first-level secret realm on the second floor. After entering the secret realm, a huge bird more than 1 meter tall appeared in front of Su Muqing. Its feathers were all snow-white. What attracted people the most was probably its unruly eyes. Although it doesn't have human facial features, this bird gives people a cocky feeling. It stretched out its slender neck and rubbed Su Muqing first, then looked at Luo Chen, and also patted Luo Chen's shoulder gently with its wings as a greeting. Su Muqing signaled with his eyes to Luo Chen and the hawk in front of him to tell him his request. "Deheo, help me capture 7 6-star or 7-star Qingyu grass of fierce beasts in this secret realm." Afraid that hawk would make a mistake, Luo Chen considerately retrieved the image of Kinjiuko from the terminal's photo album and held it in front of Hawk for it to identify. Hawk glanced at the appearance of Qingyu grass on the screen, flapped its wings slightly and flew into the air, searching for Qingyu grass that met the requirements in the secret realm according to Luo Chen's request. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to secretly check the information of How UK. Name, Hawk. Level, Spirit Beast 7 stars. Category, Psychic. Status, Relaxed. Minor injuries. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1. Object Control. Shin level How UK's spirit appears outside the body and can grab objects that do not resist through the air. 2. Mental Barrier. Shin level How UK controls mental energy to form a pure mental barrier that can block energy, mental, and physical damage. 3. Mental Piercing. Shin level How UK condenses mental power to form sharp spikes, which directly attack the target's mind. 4. Claw Attack. Yellow level How UK consumes the least energy and uses its own claws to cause damage to the target. 3 Mysterious level skills, which should be considered excellent among spirit beasts. It is worthy of being the beast controlled by his mother. Hawk acted very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, it had completed its mission and flew back. It slowly landed in front of Luo Chen and Su Muqing, with 7 somewhat wilted Qingyu grass quietly floating behind it. There was not one more, not one less, and there were deep scratches on the surface of their branches and leaves, which were obviously left by the Haoyu bird. Luo Chen took out the flower pot that he had prepared long ago, and together with Su Muqing, planted the 7 Qingyu grass into the pot and asked Hawk to use the skill of controlling objects to help transport them to the first floor. Not long after finishing his work, Zhang Zheng hurried into the store. Perhaps it was influenced by the 3 attacks on the secret realm yesterday. In any case, the store has been open for a long time today, but there are not many customers coming in, and the store looks deserted. The kid from the Zhang family? As soon as Zhang Zheng entered the store, Su Muqing recognized him. Chapter 26 Shop Upgrade. Zhang Zheng, who had just entered the door, was slightly startled when he heard a familiar voice. When he saw Su Muqing in the store, his expression visibly stiffened. It turned out to be Mrs. Luo in person. Congratulations to Mrs. Luo for returning safely from the secret realm. Looking at the well-behaved Zhang Zheng in front of him, Su Muqing nodded. Are you the customer doing business with Choner? Choner? Zhang Zheng saw Su Muqing shouting intimately, then looked at Luo Chen next to him, and said with some surprise, Is Luo Chen the eldest son of Mrs. Luo? It's no wonder that Zhang Zheng didn't know Luo Chen. Luo Chen often sought medical treatment in other places and rarely stayed in Qingyang City. Even when he returned to Qingyang City, he rarely went out. So basically they are not very close friends with Luo Yuheng and his wife, and they don't even know about Luo Chen's existence. After all, it wasn't very close. Su Muqing had no intention of explaining anything to it. He waved his hand and said, Hurry up and start trading. Seeing that Su Muqing had no desire to continue the conversation, Zhang Zheng tactfully stopped asking questions. After Luo Chen took him to the hall to check the 7 plants of Qingyu grass and found no problems, he signed the sales contract and swiped his card to pay. The 6-star beasts were still sold for 100,000 spirit coins, and the 7-star beasts had their prices slightly adjusted according to their qualifications. The total price of the 7 beasts was 840,000 spirit coins. After Zhang Zheng left with the Qingyu grass, Luo Chen asked Su Muqing curiously, Mom, how do you know him? Su Muqing teased Kain Linke with his hands, and Kain Linke had to pretend to be well-behaved and cute. As for him, his soldier skeleton was promoted by your father 2 years ago. We have met each other a few times. I didn't expect that he was promoted so quickly. Is that so? Luo Chen suddenly realized, but he seems to have a great demand for netherworld-type beasts. Su Muqing threw a small piece of meat of the ferocious beast, little fragrant pig in the air. Colorful sound spirit bird flew into the air quickly and accurately to catch it, and then swallowed it with a fragrant taste. This may be related to his talent for beast control. It seems that he can only contract beasts of the netherworld. When his talent for beast control first appeared, he did not contract a beast for a long time. His current beast soldier skeleton was obtained by his father at a great cost from other cities. As if he had thought of something, Su Muqing's expression was a little sad. After briefly understanding the whole story, Luo Chen suddenly calmed down, because the system had prompted him that the task had been completed and he could collect the reward at any time. Task 2. Sell 10 beasts in the store, completed, and the store rank will be upgraded to level 1, to be claimed. Since there were no one in the store now, Luo Chen locked the door and put up a sign saying the store was temporarily closed. Then he took a deep look at his mother and decided to give her a shot of defense in advance. Mom, no matter what you see later, you must stay calm. Su Muqing didn't understand what Luo Chen meant when he heard his instructions. He looked at Luo Chen calmly, waiting for his explanation. Who knew that Luo Chen finished this sentence without any beginning or end, and then closed his eyes. The reward has been received and is being distributed. Su Muqing did not hear Luo Chen's explanation. Instead, she heard the sound of click, click of space expansion. Even the distance between her and Luo Chen doubled. In addition to the expansion of space, the facilities in the store are also changing. The cages are no longer small spaces stacked together, but have become some kind of stone cages. The space inside seems to be about 10 square meters, so there is no problem in placing some medium-sized beasts. However, even if the space was doubled, there were only 30 cages on the entire first floor. The rest of the space was used as aisles, or to provide some tables and chairs for customers to rest. Luo Chen couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that the system was also planning to go the high-quality route. The beasts that were originally prepared for sale were now placed in cages near the door. Luo Chen glanced around but did not find any of the beasts. System, where are the beasts that others have kept here? Where did you take them to? On the second floor. The system's voice sounded a little lazy. After hearing the system's answer, Luo Chen patted his chest and felt relieved. So many beasts that were fostered with him disappeared. Losing money was a small matter, but the big problem was that the store could not continue to operate. Luo Chen touched his nose, looked at Su Muqing, who was already stunned by the changes around him, and said softly, "Mom, are you okay?" Su Muqing rubbed his head, clearly doubting his life. "Wait a minute, let me digest it." Shrugging his shoulders, Luo Chen could only walk to the second floor by himself to see the changes in the store. When I went up to the second floor, I found that the space on the second floor had been completely divided into two parts. The door of one room was written with foster room, and the other door was written with cultivation room. Luo Chen looked at both rooms and found that they were about the same size, each occupying about 500 square meters. There are more than 20 cages inside the foster room, which appear to be used to house the imperial beasts for sampling. This arrangement can be regarded as a complete separation of the imperial beasts for sampling and those for sale. It also avoids the problem of disturbing the beasts that are sent in during normal store openings because of the coming and going of customers. There have also been some changes in the breeding room. In addition to the existing breeding pool, there is a new device called Attack Simulator. The share of the breeding pond changed again, becoming 10 medium and small beasts per day. This special installation takes up a quarter of the size of the entire room, and from the outside it looks like a special glass covering an area. Luo Chen studied it carefully before he understood how to use this device. First of all, this device can simulate various skills of the spirit beast's strength. Then place the beast in this simulation device, and you can simulate various skills to attack the beast, thereby training the beast's ability to withstand attacks or reaction speed, shield strength, and other abilities. After reading the introduction, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he realized that this was a good thing. However, one thing that was certain was that if he wanted to simulate a skill, the beast must have been released in this device before it could be simulated. However, Luo Chen did not take this small shortcoming seriously. After leaving the breeding room, Luo Chen looked towards the third floor with anticipation. After this upgrade, Qinying Pet Shop actually had one more floor. He was very much looking forward to what kind of surprises the third floor would bring him. After going up to the third floor, there were no rooms and no doors that Luo Chen needed to open. After going up the last section of the stairs, the entire third floor was in sight. There was only a lonely light door standing in the corner of the third floor, and the rest was just the ceiling and the floor. It could be said that the house was completely bare. Well, there was nothing else on the third floor except a room for him, so Luo Chen suppressed the slight sense of loss in his heart. At this time, the light gate fluctuated, and the figures of Luo Yuheng and Luo Yangning emerged from the light gate. Judging from the slight joy on Luo Yuheng's face, he must have researched something just now. The two people who came out of the light gate looked around and clearly felt the changes in the store. "Brother, where is the pool on the second floor?" Luo Yang still thought they were on the second floor. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "During the time you were in there, the store was upgraded a bit." Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Luo Yang widened his eyes. What happened in such a short time? You guys look around first. I'll go study the upgraded store." After saying this, Luo Chen ignored the two people's reactions, turned around and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Luo Chen came to the first floor, found a chair and nestled comfortably in the sofa. He closed his eyes, and the shop panel appeared in front of him. The number in the upper right corner representing the store level has changed from 0 to 1. The originally crudely made panel has become a little more refined, but it still has the style of a web game produced by a small company. But none of this matters. What matters is the new features that have been added. As if the system noticed that Luo Chen was studying the store panel, its voice rang out in time. The store level has been upgraded to level 1, the store point system has been enabled, and the store supply section has been enabled. Complete different tasks or successfully sell beasts in the store, and you will get corresponding points. The points you get can be used to buy the required items in the supply section. Luo Chen looked at his points balance, and a big 0 stung his eyes. He knew that the tasks he had completed before and the beasts he sold would not make up for his points. Open the supply section on the panel, and pictures of 5 items will appear on the virtual shelf above. Clicking on them will also display their detailed information. The first one is Shinling Grass, which is sold for 10 points. The second one is a level 1 secret space expansion stone, which can expand the secret space by 100 square meters, and the points price is 50 points. The third one is a level 1 secret realm spiritual energy concentration stone, which can increase the spiritual energy concentration in the secret realm space by 20 cubic meters, and the point price is 20 points. The fourth one is a level 1 spiritual spring, which can produce 10 cubic meters of spiritual water every day. The point price is 100 points, and the purchase is limited to 2. The fifth one is the level 1 marrow cleansing pill, which can effectively improve the qualifications of ferocious beasts. Each beast is limited to 1, and the price is 50 points. These 5 items were placed on the supply board, and each one of them made Luo Chen envious, but he had no points in his pocket, so he could only look but not touch, which made him feel very uncomfortable. According to most time travel settings, the supply of this store should be enriched and upgraded as the level increases. Naturally, Luo Chen asked the system in his mind. After getting a positive answer, he closed the panel contentedly. When he opened his eyes, he found that his mother Su Muqing was not on the first floor. She must have gone to other floors to hang out. Luo Chen didn't care. When he opened the shop door, the heavy rain outside unexpectedly splashed Luo Chen's trouser legs. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today. Generally speaking, the weather forecast in the beast taming world will not be wrong unless the weather is changed artificially. The next moment, Luo Chen knew who the culprit was. A towering figure stood outside the city. Luo Chen's pupils shrank. Could this be? Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 27. The Rage of the Mermaid. With Luo Chen's excellent eyesight, he could even see the scales on the body of that towering figure. The upper body of a human, the lower body of a fish, the green scales spread from the fish's tail to its neck. Her face seemed to be created by gods. Every detail was flawless, and the fish fins beside her ears were embellished with pearls. This is a mermaid. Luo Chen recalled the description in the children's book in his previous life. Doesn't this fit the description of the strange creature outside the city? The beast that Luo Yuheng told him about yesterday should be called tide-calling mermaid. He took another quick look and was absolutely sure that this was a female. But now the creature outside the city is full of momentum, staring at Qingyang City, and a violent voice echoes throughout the city. Human, hand over my people within an hour, or the sea will flood the city. The sound was as powerful as the might of heaven, and hearing it in the ears was like a heavy hammer on the spirit. As if to confirm its words, 100-meter-high wall of pure water rose behind it. The towering wall of water remained frozen, waiting for the order from the mermaid, and then it would transform into a huge wave and crash into the protective membrane of the city. The rain is getting heavier. Luo Chen originally wanted to use the Eye of Truth to check the information of the tide-caller mermaid, but he didn't know whether it was because the distance was too far or the level difference was too big. He couldn't see anything. At some point, Luo Yuheng and his wife, as well as Luo Yang, arrived at the door of the store and looked at the huge building outside the city with Luo Chen. Laws of heaven and earth, wild beasts. Luo Yuheng's face was full of solemnity. Qingyang City was really going to face the biggest crisis since its establishment. Ferocious beasts, spiritual beasts, king beasts, wild beasts. The most powerful beast tamers in Qingyang City are only at the level of king beasts. How can they be able to resist the attack of a wild beast that is at a higher level? Even the air membrane that protects the safety of the people in the entire city can probably only withstand a few attacks from the wild beasts. Woo-woo. A long and desolate horn sounded in the city. The sound of the horn dispelled the mental oppression brought by the voice of the tide-calling mermaid. Just now, Luo Chen could clearly feel his spirit relaxed, and the feeling of palpitations dissipated a lot. You two stay in the store. Your mother and I need to go out for a while. Luo Yuheng looked at the two brothers with a serious expression. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel worried. Are you going to join the defense of the city? Su Muqing gently touched the two brothers' heads and said, this horn will only sound when Qingyang City is at risk of life and death. All beast masters above the spiritual level in the city must participate in the battle. Luo Yuheng took out a token from his storage device and handed it to Luo Chen. If the city is breached, both of you will drip blood on this token. Then he looked at the two brothers deeply, and then resolutely rushed into the rain with Su Muqing. Gurgle. A beast covered with green-gray scales, 6 meters long, and somewhat similar to the crocodile in his previous life, appeared at Luo Yuheng's feet. However, unlike the crocodile, its limbs were more developed, and it was at least 1 meter tall. The heavy rain that others tried to avoid seemed very comfortable to it. Su Muqing and his wife sat astride the beast. The ground shook, and the two of them and the beast disappeared at the end of the avenue. Luo Chen tightly grasped the token in his hand. Be sure to be safe. After the horn sounded, more and more people began to appear on the streets. Some were beastmasters rushing to the city wall, and some were logistics personnel transporting various supplies. All kinds of strange and bizarre beasts seemed to flood the streets all at once. In the time of preparation for war, the previous rules and regulations prohibiting various beasts from going on the streets were temporarily abolished. The wild beasts were attacking the city, and the mere prelude of declaring war had made it difficult for ordinary people to move around in the city. How many beast masters are here now? Feng Qingyang, the mayor of Qingyang City, rubbed his brows and asked the adjutant next to him. The adjutant pushed up his glasses, and a morning glory on his shoulder created slight ripples, as if it was in some way connected to the city wall beneath his feet. There are 17 king-level beastmasters and 3,672 spirit-level beastmasters. He did not mention the ferocious level ones, because the rest were naturally ferocious level beastmasters. Feng Qingyang had a bitter smile on his face. With such little strength, he could not withstand the siege of a wild beast, not even with the existence of a protective air membrane. Have the three from Central City left? The adjutant shook his head. No, the beast next to Princess Calling Tide should have space-related skills. The space of Qingyang City has been anchored, and now all space teleportation skills are restricted, including the teleportation array in the city. This is the information Master Chong observed about the beasts outside the city. As he spoke, the adjutant handed the tablet in his hand to Feng Qingyang. Race, Tidecaller Mermaid. Level, Wild Beast 5-star. Type, Water, Spirit, Illusion. Status, Violent. Qualification, Excellent. Age, 325. Skills, 1. Tide Calling, Xian level Tide Calling Mermaid calls for the tide to surge on the sea. 2. Rain Call, Earth level the Tide Caller changes the weather in the target area and calls for rain to fall. 3. Illusion Sound, Xian level the Tide Calling Mermaid uses her powerful mental power to create illusions through sound and confuse the selected target. 4. Giant Wave, Xian level the Tide Summoner forms a huge wave and mixes spiritual power in it to create damage. 5. Hailing Trident, Earth level a regular weapon formed by gathering the power of an area of sea. When attacking a target, it is equivalent to the entire sea area attacking the target. 6. Dharma of Heaven and Earth, Earth level consume energy to create a Dharma image that is 100 times stronger than one's own. The Dharma image has 100 times the strength of the caster's physical fitness. 7. Water Spirit, Earth level controls the power of water elements to form various forms, thereby granting different characteristics. 8. Water Tornado, Xian level a large amount of water elements roll up into the shape of a tornado, causing massive damage to targets wherever it goes. 9. Guardian Water Shield, Xian level condense water elements to form a water shield to protect the target. 10. Water Cage, Xian level a huge water cage is formed in the target area, causing suffocation and imprisonment of the target. After reading the information about the Tide Calling Mermaid, Feng Qingyang felt a little autistic. How the hell is he going to beat her? There are still many restrictions on Blue Star for those above the level of wild beasts. I guess this Tide Calling Mermaid must have paid some price to get out of the secret realm. First, find a way to disrupt the beast next to it, so that support from the central city can arrive. The method was not wrong, but it was not easy to interfere with the beast next to it under the protection of a wild beast. I was afraid that it would be torn to pieces before it could get close to people. At this time, a big man rushed in from outside the door. He was burly and strong, like a human beast. He was cursing as he came in. Damn it! Why should we, the people in the lower city, have to clean up the mess caused by those people in the middle city? He looked at Feng Qingyang and kept talking. City Lord, why don't you hand over the people from those three families? After all, it only wants its clansmen, so why not give them back to it? Feng Qingyang's face darkened. Wang Xiaolin, can you use your brain? If you don't call out its clansmen now, it can be cautious and not act so crazy. If you return its people to it without any worries, how can you be sure it won't take crazy revenge? Feng Qingyang paused for a moment. Even if the bet succeeds, and tide-calling Mermaid returns to the secret realm with her people, how can you stop the revenge of the Central City family? Feng Qingyang glared at Wang Xiaolin. The situation was urgent. He obviously didn't want to waste any more words with him. He turned to his adjutant for instructions. Notify the survivors of the three families in the city to come and defend the city. This city cannot be defended by only the people of Qingyang City. Also, ask when the support from Luyun City will arrive. Yes. The adjutant received the order and immediately went to arrange it. Feng Qingyang walked out of the door and came to the top of the city wall. It turned out that the room he had just stayed in was an attic on the city wall. Looking at the more than 200-meter-tall figure outside the city, one can feel the power of tide-calling Mermaid. More and more at this distance. It's like a 1,000-pound burden pressing on one's heart, which makes it really hard to relax. The heavy rain has paralyzed the city's sewer system, and the accumulated water has reached the height of an adult's knee. Looking down from the city wall, one can see various water-attributed beasts beginning to appear in the accumulated water, including shrimp soldiers, crab generals, ink snakes, spiny-backed turtle, densely packed and countless. Feng Qingyang's guess was correct. The tide-calling Mermaid had never thought of letting things go peacefully. She had created such a big scene because she definitely wanted to destroy the entire city. The reason why it limits the time to 1 hour is probably to create an environment suitable for combat with marine beasts. But now every minute and every second is equally important to the hundreds of civilians in the city. They need time to wait for support from the upper city. So now all they can do is watch helplessly as more and more seawater gushes out from the light gate, and more ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts appear, with a few king beasts among them. Chapter 28. Siege. Feng Qingyang stood on the city wall. When the raindrops were about to fall on him, they were separated from him by an invisible film. His resolute face stared at the soldiers and law enforcement officers running back and forth, his expression flickering. City Lord, what is the current situation? A slightly old voice suddenly appeared beside Feng Qingyang's ears. Feng Qingyang turned around in surprise, and the tone became a little respectful. Master Chong, why did you come here in person? Haha, Qingyang City has reached a time of life and death. I still have the strength to fight in my old bones. Why can't I come? The old man was wearing a gray gown and had gray hair. There was a shadow of an ancient giant tree surrounding him, blocking out all the rain. The wrinkles on his face showed that he was indeed very old. If he did not break through from the king level to the next level, his life would be extinguished like a candle in the wind. He is Qingyang City's royal level 5-star beastmaster, Haoyue Erjan Breeder, and the president of Qingyang City Breeders Association, Chang Heng. Now that the space gate cannot be used, it will probably take some time for support from Luyun City to arrive. Feng Qingyang was silent. If the people coming from Luyun City had not reached the wild level, or if there were wild level beasts appearing in the Hanhai secret realm, even if the reinforcements came, they might not be able to beat back the wild beasts. Cry. A giant bird flew in from the city, its wingspan estimated to be over 20 meters long. It flew to the sky above the East City Gate and hovered. Several people jumped down from the back of the giant bird, 2 young men and 1 middle-aged man. These 3 people were received by Feng Qingyang yesterday, so naturally he knew them. The middle-aged man in the front has a full beard and looks very tough. His name is Qin Zhou, and he is the head of the Qin family in this operation. The thin and younger-looking young man on the left is from the He family of Liuguang City, and his name is He Liangyu. The person on the right, who exudes a rebellious temperament, is a member of the Feng family of Liuguang City named Feng Lixiao. Qin Zhou clasped his fists towards Feng Qingyang and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble to City Lord Feng this time. We have already sent a message for help to our family. The important people in the family will arrive in an hour. During this period of time, we will do our best to help the City Lord protect Qingyang City. Feng Qingyang sneered in his heart. It was clearly Qingyang City that was implicated by them, but his words made it seem as if they were helping Qingyang City overcome the difficulties. But now was not the time to express his dissatisfaction. Feng Qingyang replied with a fake smile. There are few king-level beastmasters in Qingyang City. We have to rely on the experts from the 3 families to defend the city. I will do my best. Qin Zhou didn't seem to feel the low pressure around Feng Qingyang, and was still smiling. He Liangyu bowed gently to express his attitude. Although Feng Lixiao was unruly, he also showed that the Feng family would do their best. The rain between heaven and earth suddenly stopped in mid-air. Outside the city gate, the lips of the Dharma image of tide-calling mermaid moved, and the oppressive voice appeared again. The time is up. It seems you are not ready to hand over my people. Fine, fine, fine. Siege. The word siege was uttered angrily. Many ordinary people in the city could not withstand such pressure, and blood continued to seep out of their earlobes. The rain fell from the sky again, hitting people's skin and causing pain. The 100-meter-high wave behind the Dharmakaya also smashed down towards Qingyang City. As the first line of defense for the city protecting air membrane had been deformed by the impact of the huge wave. But at least this attack was blocked by the air membrane. Seeing this scene, the corners of tide-calling mermaid's mouth curled up, as if everything was not beyond its expectations. The huge waves hit the ground, causing the accumulated water on the ground to increase by several dozen centimeters in an instant. The water, which had originally reached above the knees, suddenly became waist-deep for an adult along the river. The right hand of the mermaid calling the tide was stretched out, and a 100-meter-long trident appeared in its hand. Needless to say, all beast masters could feel the terrifying power contained in the trident, and the aura of destruction gathered on it. However, in an instant the trident changed from an illusion to a reality. The tide-calling mermaid aimed directly at the air membrane that protected Qingyang City and threw the trident out. The trident connected with the air membrane, but this time the air membrane could not resist. A crisp tearing sound was heard, and cracks spread from the place where the two were connected. Then the air membrane protecting Qingyang City shattered into pieces in the air like punctured glass, while the trident continued to move forward without slowing down. Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang in my ears. The city wall could not withstand the attack of the trident and collapsed, leaving a gap several dozen meters long. But the only good news is that this time the trident finally disappeared. A crack appeared in Qingyang City, and the sea beasts that had been waiting outside the city gate for a long time did not act like hyenas that smelled blood and rushed towards the gap one after another. City guards, block the gap. It was the adjutant's voice. Immediately, well-trained soldiers summoned beasts to the gap to resist the strange beasts in the water. The fight began, and all kinds of colorful skills collided at the gap. From time to time, various body parts were carried away by the water and floated towards the city or outside the city. The tide-calling mermaid looked at the gap with an obviously dissatisfied look on her face, and then a second trident reappeared in her palm. Feng Qingyang, who had been watching its movements, narrowed his eyes slightly. Beast masters above the king rank of 5 stars, join me in resisting this attack. After shouting this, his body came into the air, and 3 bird-like beasts with different appearances appeared around him. A flying bird with its whole body glowing, the ultimate light bloomed from its body, and then a huge shield formed by a thick layer of light appeared in front of it. The other 2 birds should not have shield-type skills, but offense is the best defense. They simultaneously use their strongest skills, targeting the trident in the hand of Tidecaller Mermaid. Qinzhou, He Liangyu, and Feng Lixiao, who were originally standing on the city wall, heard Feng Qingyang's order and followed him to the midair and stayed beside him. Each of them summoned their own beast and released their skills to attack the flying trident. At the same time, flying feathers, water streams, lightning, and wind whirlpools collided with the trident at the same time. A sharp explosion sounded, like the sound of the creation of the world. The Beastmasters and Beastmasters near the city wall all lost their perception of this world for a moment. Then there was a flash, and after the brilliant light, the Beastmasters standing in the air were all blown back by the shock wave, but the trident was finally blocked by their combined efforts. Snort. The tide-calling mermaid snorted coldly. It realized that among the people who had just joined forces to resist was the murderer who captured its people. It continued to attack in anger. After all, this is not the sea, and the power of hailing trident has been greatly weakened. Its hands were slightly raised upwards, and 4 streams of water swirled upwards slightly countercurrently around its body, then accelerated to form a waterspout 100 meters high. The 4 water tornadoes, with terrifying power, moved towards the city gate. Wherever they went, all the beasts in the water, friend or foe, were sucked in and torn into pieces by the terrifying pressure inside. Every attack of the Tidecaller seems to involve the power of heaven and earth, which is really terrifying. I'll hold one off. Master Changhang walked out from a corner of the city wall, and then headed towards the water tornado on the far left without hesitation. When he was closer to the waterspout, the shadow of the tree covering him suddenly became real and took root outside the city gate in an instant. As if it had absorbed enormous amounts of energy from the ground, its body, branches, and leaves grew wildly, and soon they were about 70 or 80 meters high. Ancient and vigorous vines hung between its branches. At the top of the tree poked out a green snake head, looking at the attacking waterspout with cold eyes. Leaves fell from the ancient trees one after another, forming a wall made entirely of leaves in the path of the waterspout. After the waterspout hit the wall of leaves, its speed slowed down significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green snake head spit out a stream of cold air that swept towards the water tornado. The cold air directly formed a thick layer of ice when it touched the water surface. The cold air touched the bottom of the waterspout, and the ice was torn into powder as soon as it turned into ice. However, it was still useful. The speed and height of the waterspout were slowly decreasing. The remaining water tornadoes were resisted together by several king-level beastmasters who controlled 7 or 8 king-level beasts using different methods. Chapter 29. In the City. The tide-caller Mermaid had contempt in her eyes, looking at the beastmasters and their beasts who were resisting the waterspout as if they were bugs. With its current size, humans were indeed the size of bugs in its eyes. Its lips opened slightly, and a soft chant sounded from the eastern city gate, like a mother's gentle call or a lover's warmest comfort. Feng Qingyang, who had been distracted by the actions of tide-calling Mermaid, said hastily, "Don't listen to its voice." No one knew how he could make his voice ring in the ears of the beastmasters before that of tide-calling Mermaid. The thunder-like sound made all the beastmasters dazed for a moment, and then they recognized it as the voice of their city lord and immediately did as they were told. But does this approach really work? The next moment, even if they turned off their hearing, the beastmasters and their beasts on various parts of the city wall could not avoid hearing this soft and ethereal voice. Although the medium is sound, in essence, phantom sound is still a mental attack launched by Smerchantine. Even if you are deaf, as long as your spirit is still moving, you can hear this voice that follows you like a shadow. Then a strange scene appeared on the city wall. All human beastmasters and their beasts suddenly stopped attacking the sea beasts near the city wall. But the sea beasts were not affected at all, and they launched fierce attacks at the beastmaster and the beasts from under the waist-deep water. With just this moment of control, a large amount of blood spurted out, and many beastmasters of lower levels lost their lives. There was a gap in the defense of the city wall, and many sea beasts sneaked into the city through the gap. It was also because of this moment of control that several king-level beastmasters who had originally tried to stop the water tornado were caught off guard and were knocked away by the water tornado. If they hadn't reacted in time, they would have been pulled in and torn to pieces. The water tornado was unstoppable, and this time it hit the city wall hard, without any air barrier. The seemingly thick city wall built with special materials turned out to be as fragile as a piece of paper under the power of the waterspout, and all kinds of building debris were rolled up and flew into the sky. In an instant, 3 large holes appeared on this side of the city wall. Countless sea beasts underwater took advantage of this opportunity to bypass the waterspout that was continuously causing damage and rushed into the city frantically through the gaps. Feng Qingyang lay on a giant bird with white wings and a black body, spat out the blood that had accumulated in his mouth, and looked in the direction of Qinzhou. "When will the support from your 3 families arrive? If not, we will die here together." Qinzhou's current condition is not much better than Feng Qingyang's. Blood is oozing from all over his body, but he still forces himself to stand up. "It should be soon. Just hold on for another 20 minutes. Why don't we abandon the city? With dozens of our king-level beastmasters, it's easy to hold out until support arrives." An inopportune voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. It turned out to be a relatively unfamiliar king-level beastmaster. There was a big he embroidered on his clothes. I guess he must be a member of the he family. Feng Qingyang's face darkened, and he laughed in anger. The lives of the aristocratic families of Liuguang City are more precious than those of us in the lower city. Why do you need to use the lives of the people of Qingyang City to buy time for you? Liang Shu, shut up. The young man wanted to say something, but he Liang Yu, who always showed a gentle face, scolded him and then turned to Feng Qingyang. Liang Shu's words are out of control. "City Lord Feng, please don't mind. I will arrange for the he family's beastmaster to clear out the sea beasts that have sneaked into the city. I will definitely protect the safety of the people in the city." Feng Qingyang looked at He Liang Yu deeply and said to him, "All that matters is not gold and jade. Ignoring the livid face that formed on He Liangyu's face after hearing his words, he commanded the giant bird under him to fly towards the largest gap in the city wall. At the same time, his voice seemed to have been blessed by something, and it rang in the ears of all the beast masters near the city wall. All the beast masters in Qingyang City, listen to my orders now. All the city guards and law enforcement personnel will go to guard the 3 gaps. The beast masters recruited in the city, you will hurry back to the city to clear out the sea beasts that have entered the city. I know there are too many sea beasts, but support is coming soon. Our families are behind us, so please hold on. Please, everyone. The sound of the wind blowing gently was heard, but there was no response. However, the beast masters on the city wall and on the streets inside the city rushed to the gap despite the heavy rain from the sky. Various defensive skills began to be released at the gap in the city wall. Many beast masters with earth-related skills struggled to build a city wall in the water, while the rest of the beast masters released skills to block the sea beasts that wanted to enter the city through the gap. For a time, the sea monster's pace of entering the city was stopped. Feng Qingyang looked at the tide-calling mermaid 100 meters away with concern. He didn't know why it didn't release any more skills, but this was a good thing for them for the time being. Qin Zhou looked at He Liangyu and said, since the He family wants to clear the sea beasts in the city, we should set off quickly. My Qin family is more accustomed to doing this kind of hard work of defending the city. After saying this, Qin Zhou waved to several beastmasters wearing Qin robes behind him and rushed to a gap in the city wall. Feng Lixiao sneered, as if he looked down on the He family, and rushed to another gap with a group of people behind him. He Liangyu stared at the direction where the Qin and Feng families were going with a gloomy face and murmured as if he was cursing. If you like to be a hero, it depends on how many people from your 2 families can survive in the end. He turned his head towards the city, summoned a turtle-like beast, and stepped on it first. Follow me. The voice was a little louder when he spoke to the people behind him. Several members of the He family looked at each other and stood on the giant turtle one after another. Some sea beasts have broken through the blockade of the city wall and entered the city. Please close your doors and windows and stay away from the water. Wait for the high-level beastmaster to clean up the wild beasts in the city. The announcer's voice was trembling a little, but the people who heard the broadcast news fell into even greater panic. As early as when the air membrane guarding the city was ruptured, the people in the city had already made some guesses. In addition, they were able to see the power of the skill of Tidecaller Mermaid, so they could estimate how tragic the battle would be just by imagination. After hearing the announcer's broadcast, they immediately took active self-rescue measures and rushed to the top floor in the heavy rain. Even though it was still raining heavily outside, they didn't dare stay in their seemingly safe home at the bottom of the water. In the low and dark rain, the 4- or 5-story buildings were filled with shadowy figures. The brothers Luo Chen and Luo Yang, who were staying in the store, also heard the broadcast. They couldn't help but feel deeply worried about their parents who were out guarding the city wall. Luo Chen opened the shop door and looked at the water in front of him that was almost up to his chest. His expression couldn't help but look a little ugly. However, the pet shop was not affected at all, as if there was an invisible barrier that kept the accumulated water outside the store. Brother, there seems to be something in the water. Luo Yang, who was beside Luo Chen, seemed to have seen something with his sharp eyes, and he spoke up to remind Luo Chen. What? Luo Chen realized belatedly. Luo Yang was about to say something when a 3 or 4 meter long beast with bone spurs on its sides suddenly rushed out from the turbid water and pounced in front of Luo Chen. Its speed was so fast that Luo Chen, who was still a rookie, was completely unable to react. Just as its mouth was about to bite off Luo Chen's head, a red stream of light rushed out from behind Luo Chen and passed directly through the mouth of this fish-taming beast covered with bone spurs. Luo Chen could even smell the stench coming from its mouth. There was still a look of fear in its eyes as it fell weakly into the water. You fought in front of me, but you didn't even go out and ask who the father is on this street. A defiant voice came from behind Luo Chen, and Luo Chen patted his chest in shock. Luo Yang realized it belatedly and pulled Luo Chen back into the store. Only at this time did the two have time to look at the colorful sound spirit bird that had just taken action. They saw it standing arrogantly on the cash register table, staring arrogantly outside the store. Well done. Having his life saved by the colorful sound spirit bird, Luo Chen rarely praised the colorful sound spirit bird out loud. He almost forgot that this guy was also a beast that was sealed to the spiritual level. Chapter 30 Capturing Sea Monsters. The colorful sound spirit bird, which received the praise, almost raised its head to the sky, which made Luo Chen feel quite funny. Ahem. Are there any other sea beasts on this street? The water on the street outside was turbid and had a salty smell. Luo Chen couldn't see whether there were any sea beasts lurking beneath the turbid water. Kain Linke flew to the store entrance, stared at the flowing muddy water for a while, and then answered Luo Chen's question. There are also 2 fierce beasts and 1 spiritual beast. Luo Chen's heart sank. You know, Chenyang Pet Shop is a shop close to the city center in Qingyang City. There are sea beasts even here. With so many sea beasts sneaking in, the situation must be extremely critical. It shouldn't be a problem for you to get rid of all the sea beasts on this street, right? Luo Chen looked at the colorful sound spirit bird, uncertainly. Kain Linke glanced at the street outside with disdain. This is a piece of cake for me, but you have to allow me to leave the shop first. As if remembering something, Kain Linke added a premise at the end. Okay, no problem, but if I ask you to capture them alive, can you do it? Colorful sound spirit bird had a resentful look in its eyes, as if to say, why are your requests becoming more and more difficult? Perhaps it had strong confidence in its own abilities, and in the end, it nodded with difficulty. Then go ahead. Luo Chen looked at the colorful sound spirit bird, with bright eyes, and even clenched his fists and waved them up and down to cheer it up. Colorful bird shook its head and spread its colorful wings. Before Luo Chen and Luo Yang could react, it had already arrived in the center of the street. Although it was still raining, the Kain Linke was surrounded by a shield made of orange light, which blocked the impact of the rain on him. The water surface, which had some ripples just now, strangely became a lot calmer after the appearance of colorful sound spirit bird. Perhaps these sea beasts also sensed the powerful aura of the colorful sound spirit bird and its ill intentions. However, if they were in real sea water, as long as they hid at a certain depth, the colorful sound spirit bird might not be able to do anything to them. But now they are on a street with water less than 2 meters deep. No matter how much they try to reduce their presence, they still cannot escape the perception of the colorful sound spirit bird. Colorful sound spirit bird did a gorgeous 360-degree rotation in the air, during which brilliant light spread and grew from its body, and then a large, colorful sound spirit bird, composed purely of colorful light, appeared behind it. Luo Chen recognized it immediately. This was the skill, spirit bird, of colorful sound spirit bird. It looked quite beautiful. There was no sign of any movement from the colorful sound spirit bird itself, but the spirit bird energy body behind it dived straight into the water. Luo Chen and Luo Yang couldn't see clearly what kind of battle was taking place underwater, but judging from the splashing and boiling water, it seemed that the battle must have been quite intense. The two didn't have to wait long before the spirit bird flew into the air with a strange fish that looked about 2 meters long in its mouth. Open the cage and lock it in. Kain Linke shouted to the 2 brothers who were watching the show at the door. Luo Chen looked back at the cage with a diameter of 3 meters, and then at the strange fish that was more than 2 meters long. He thought that the fish could be put in the cage, but if he threw it directly on the ground, would the fish die of thirst? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Chen swiftly opened one of the cages, and then the spirit bird held the dying strange fish in its mouth and threw it into the cage from the top. Just as the spirit bird flew into the store, a large amount of water splashed suddenly on the street. Several other shadows hidden under the water sensed that this colorful sound spirit bird was not someone they could afford to offend, so they seized the opportunity and quickly fled in 2 directions of the street. Want to run? See if your grandfather will agree. The words he uttered while looking at the delicate and graceful, colorful sound spirit bird were so fierce. After saying this, a quick cry came out of its mouth, and to Luo Chen and Luo Yang's ears, the sound just sounded a little sharp. However, the few figures underwater who wanted to get away from the street seemed to have suffered a serious blow, as if they could only see a bright red color floating on the water surface. The water surface calmed down temporarily, and no one knew whether the sea beasts that were attacked were dead, unconscious, or escaped in some way. The spirit bird in the store put down the strange fish in its mouth and immediately flew out of the store. Then, it looked for the place where the bright red bloodstains were left just now, dived down, and actually caught the strange fish in its mouth. It took several trips back and forth to move all the strange fish. Luo Chen looked at the strange fish in the cage and was extremely excited. Now the store finally didn't seem so empty anymore. Although sea beasts are not very popular among beast masters, especially in inland cities, it is still a no-cost business after all. If they cannot be sold, they can be killed and sold for meat. However, the next thing that worried Luo Chen was that these 6 sea beasts obviously could not leave the water for too long. How to arrange them was a problem that needed to be solved urgently. Luo Chen thought about it carefully and decided to dig a big pit in the secret realm on the third floor to temporarily place the 6 strange fish. Brother, let's go to the secret realm on the third floor and dig a pit to place them. Luo Chen naturally told Luo Yang his thoughts. Luo Yang came back to his senses from the fierce fighting power of colorful sound spirit bird and nodded obediently. Kain Linke had just returned from the store. Luo Chen assigned her a new task. Akwi, let's go to the third floor. Remember to sprinkle some water on these sea beasts regularly to prevent them from dying. There was no time to check the information of these strange fish, so Luo Chen could only call them by their names for the time being. Standing at the cashier counter, combing her feathers, the colorful sound spirit bird looked at Luo Chen suspiciously. What are you doing on the third floor? Are you leaving these sea beasts like this? Luo Chen looked at the puzzled look on the Kain spirit bird's face and could only patiently explain it to it again, since it was the biggest contributor today. Upon hearing that Luo Chen was going to dig a big pit in the secret realm on the third floor to place these strange fish, Kain Linke suddenly burst into a strange laugh. Ha ha ha, you actually want to go to the secret realm to arrange these sea beasts. Ha 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 ha. Luo Chen looked at Kain Linke, who was laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath with a frown, and was wondering whether he should give him another silence order. However, the colorful sound spirit bird flew straight to a cage containing a strange fish and pressed somewhere on the cage with its small claws. The next moment, the bottom of the cage sank half a meter, and then the strange fish inside shrank proportionally in all directions, directly shrinking to 1/5 of its original size. It was originally 2 meters long, but now it looked only about 40 centimeters from the outside, and its appearance became a lot cuter. Then clear water began to seep out from the bottom of the cage, and soon the water level was higher than the ground level, but the outside of the cage had been covered with a layer of glass at some point, sealing the water from flowing out. The strange fish, which was originally on the verge of death, has now regained its vitality and is swimming freely in the water. Luo Chen and Luo Yang looked at this scene in surprise, especially Luo Chen. As the store manager, how could he not know that this cage had this function? After a long while, Luo Chen came back to his senses. Okay, how did you do that just now? Kain Linke raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Chen, pretending to be in deep thought. Seeing its attitude of asking for benefits, Luo Chen still didn't understand. Tomorrow's fierce beast meat will be replaced with spiritual beast meat. Is it just for tomorrow? Kain Linke sighed sadly. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said, 3 days, the next 3 days. You know, spirit beast meat is very expensive. Colorful sound spirit bird smiled and decided to stop while it was ahead. It flew to another cage, flapped its wings, and called the Luo Chen brothers to the front of the cage. As it worked, it explained to the 2 brothers, look, there is a secret compartment here. Just open it like this, and then press this red button, and the inside of the cage will change according to the type of beast inside. Simulate a suitable living environment for them. Luo Chen looked at the button and saw a diamond-shaped grid next to it that looked like something needed to be placed. He curiously asked, colorful sound spirit bird, Akwi, what is this grid used for? That is used to place energy stones. After placing the energy stones, in addition to the most basic environmental simulation, the cage can also provide suitable energy elements, which are more suitable for the beasts to absorb and accelerate their growth. Energy stone. What is that? Luo Chen's questions were so many that Kain Linke felt a little tired. Energy stones are stones that contain energy. Okay, there is no difference between explaining and not explaining. It's probably just like someone asking Luo Chen what money is, a common sense question. Luo Chen did not ask any more questions, but went to the cages of other strange fish with Luo Yang respectively and turned on the environmental simulation function in the cages. Sure enough, the living environment inside turned into water. After finishing the cage of the strange fish, Luo Chen came to the cage of the fragrant rabbit curiously and turned on the environmental simulation function. The environment inside the cage really changed as expected. However, instead of water appearing, it turned into a grassland. The grass was short, retaining the appearance of green grass while not causing the Xinjiang rabbit to hide under the grass and be difficult to observe from outside the cage. Frost wolf, the environment inside the cage turned into an ice field with some ice and snow covering the ground. The originally listless frost wolf actually showed a somewhat comfortable expression in this harsh environment. The environment inside the electric mouse's cage has changed the most. Except for the side facing the outside for observing the electric mouse, the rest is covered with strange minerals. The electric mouse has also changed its original lazy appearance and is now crawling around excitedly inside. Seeing these, Luo Chen also marveled at the thoughtful facilities of the store, which could greatly prevent the Beastmaster from having any psychological problems in the store. You should know that the psychological problems of beastmen are difficult to cure. A living environment suitable for them can at least avoid this problem in terms of living conditions. End of chapter 31. During the time that Luo Chen was studying the cage, the battle situation outside the city wall seemed to have taken a new turn. "Don't be so presumptuous, you evil creature." An old voice came from behind the tide-calling mermaid, and along with it came a white feather that seemed to be able to tear space apart. When Baiyu was about to stab the back of Tide-Caller Mermaid, a thin layer of water shield appeared behind it, and Baiyu could not move forward even an inch in front of the water shield. The Tide-Calling Mermaid turned around and looked at the uninvited guest behind her. 3 people were standing on the giant pure white bird: an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young-looking, beautiful woman. However, judging people's age by their appearance is the most unreliable thing. Maybe the woman who looks the youngest is actually the oldest among them. The white feather just now was stabbed out from the giant bird under the feet of the 3 visitors. After sensing the aura of the 3 visitors, Tide-Calling Mermaid's expression also looked a little ugly. "Oh, you humans are the only ones who can snatch my young children, but my mermaids are not allowed to attack the city?" The mermaid, calling the tide, looked at the 3 old men opposite her, and her huge voice spread far away. The thin old man among them responded, "Of course it is allowed, but you have already attacked this city. I am here. You should stay on Earth now." Another middle-aged man next to him had a hot temper. "Old he, why waste time talking to a beast? Just fight directly." Then, a red-haired lion covered in iron armor appeared beside him, running towards the tide-calling mermaid, opposite him as if walking on flat ground. As it ran, its body gradually grew larger, and in a moment its size was almost the same as that of the tide-caller mermaid on the opposite side. The lion did not hesitate and pounced on the tide-calling mermaid on the opposite side with the most primitive attack method. The attack method was simple, but the power was earth-shattering in the eyes of the beastmasters on the wall of Qingyang City. The tide-calling mermaid had a gloomy expression on her face, and she condensed the hailing trident in her hand and fought with the fierce warrior that was rushing towards her. The woman on the giant bird frowned slightly and looked at the rain that enveloped the entire Qingyang City. She put her hands forward and slightly lifted them up. A lotus blooming with soft light appeared in her hands. The lotus rotated smoothly and automatically, and it was obviously an extraordinary divine object. The woman opened her red lips slightly, as if saying something. The lotus in her hand slowly rose into the air and landed above Qingyang City. Then its body suddenly became bright and spacious, as if a small artificial sun had appeared in the sky above Qingyang City. The light emitted by the little sun dispelled the darkness covered by dark clouds, and the rain was suppressed and gradually became lighter. The tide-calling mermaid, who was fighting with the armored lion, looked at the lotus in the sky with resentment and summoned a water tornado to attack it out of anger. However, the lotus was not afraid of the water tornado's attack at all. A petal fell off its disc, then grew larger and wrapped around the water tornado, making it disappear into thin air. The rain was dispersed, and the accumulated water in Qingyang City was slowly evaporating. Affected by this, the aura of tide-calling mermaid was also weakening. The middle-aged man who summoned the armored lion licked his lips and said excitedly, "Mermaid, a new species. It's a good opportunity to catch it and study it." He looked at the old man who had not moved and urged him, "Old he, why don't you do something? If he gets away, it's all your fault." The old man called old man. He shook his head helplessly. A green light flashed on his body, and a jade-like pine tree floated in front of the giant bird. As soon as it appeared, the pine needles on the tree turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed at the tide-calling mermaid, who was fighting with the armored lion. As the rain was gradually fading, it was already difficult for tide-calling mermaid to deal with the armored lion on the opposite side. At this time, pine needles were flying all over the sky, and it no longer had the strength to block them. The pine needles penetrated through the Dharma image of the mermaid of the tide-calling, and there was no scene of blood splattering. Instead, the huge Dharma image of the mermaid of the tide-calling gradually shattered and disappeared into thin air. In the middle of the Dharma image, there was a shadow about 2 meters long falling from midair. It was the real body of the tide-calling mermaid. More than one. After the Dharma image of tide-calling mermaid collapsed, the beast that had been blocking the space of Qingyang City also appeared in the field, but it was protected in the middle by a huge water ball. The figure saw tide-caller mermaid falling from the air and hurriedly caught its body before it hit the ground. There's one more. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, but his expression became excited the next second. Who doesn't like buy one get one free? However, the mermaid in the water ball, who looked similar to the tide-calling mermaid, just looked at the strong man angrily and clasped a tear-shaped pendant on her chest with both hands, while seeming to chant an ancient spell. A deep blue light gate opened behind the two of them. The figure in the water ball rushed into the light gate without hesitation, holding tide-calling mermaid in his arms. Then the light gate closed directly, leaving the armored lion that wanted to stop it helpless. The sturdy man even exclaimed, "Damn, the Space Department is too shameless, isn't it?" Then he turned his gaze to the light gate, representing the vast sea secret realm 2 kilometers away, and suggested to the two people beside him, "How about we chase them in?" The woman who had been silent the whole time spoke up, "No, when the space door opened just now, my beast sensed the aura of several wild-level creatures inside. If we go in rashly, we will be caught in a trap." The middle-aged man looked embarrassed and did not question the woman's words. They were able to suppress the tide-calling mermaid just now because they had the advantage of terrain, and the Earth suppressed non-native wild-level creatures, otherwise they would not have one so easily. First, seal the entrance to the secret realm, and wait for people from the city to move the entrance to the secret realm into Luyun City. The old man took back the pine tree and made such arrangements. Yes. The sturdy man and the beautiful woman nodded in agreement. The three of them had decided the destination of the vast sea secret realm in just a few words, without considering the opinion of the city lord at all. This is the advantage of being strong. The dark clouds completely dissipated, and two suns appeared in the sky. One was the original sun, and the other was the sun transformed from the lotus. The woman did not take it back, but continued to emit light to evaporate the accumulated water on the ground, and also provided some benefits to the people in the city. Anyway, under the illumination of the light emitted by the lotus, the people in the city felt that their physical strength was constantly being replenished, and the cold aura that had been drilling into their bodies also dissipated. It seems that the light of this lotus has certain therapeutic effects. After the battle, the survivors of the three families immediately came to the three men excitedly. Some bowed to greet the head of the family, while others met the elders, uncles, and the like. The battle was over, leaving Qingyang City in ruins. There were still many sea beasts inside and outside the city that had not been cleared out. After Feng Qingyang paid his respects to the three of them, he hurriedly commanded the city guards and law enforcement team to clean up the mess. However, the biggest threat is gone. After the water receded, the remaining sea beasts can no longer cause any waves. This can at least stop the losses for Qingyang City a little. Chapter 32. Spiritual Resurrection. Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen looked at the two suns in the sky and suddenly realized that the sea beast's siege was over. An exciting broadcast voice appeared in Qingyang City at the right time. Good news. The sea beast siege has ended. All residents please wait patiently where they are. The beast masters have already started clearing out the sea beasts and stagnant water in the city. I believe that you will all be able to return home soon. Just as what was said on the broadcast, several animal tamers soon appeared on the central street where Qinyang Pet Shop was located. They summoned their own beasts, and through the beast's skills, they either absorbed the energy into the scales on their bodies, or condensed it into a huge water ball, which was then transported out of the city on a flying bird. In any case, the efficiency of these beasts is still quite high. The height of the accumulated water is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is estimated that it will be cleared up in no time. Luo Chen looked for a while and then turned back into the store. What worried them most now was whether their parents were safe. They didn't know how they were doing now. In order to divert his attention, Luo Chen focused his attention on the 6 strange fish caught by Colorful Sound Spirit Bird. First, use the Eye of Truth to look at the strange fish with bone spurs on its sides and back, and successfully see some information about it. Race, cold bone fish. Level, Spirit Beast 2-star. Department, Water System. Status, Injured. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Cold bones. Yellow-level cold bone fish will grow cold bones from different parts of their bodies. These cold bones are extremely hard, and they can use them to attack. At the same time, these cold bones make them one of the foods that seabed predators dislike. 2. Bone spikes. Yellow level the bone fish will shoot out the cold bones on its body, causing damage to the target. 3. Water shield. Yellow level the bonefish condenses water elements to form a shield around itself. After reading its information, Luo Chen was a little disappointed. Beast masters that can only survive in the sea are not liked by inland beast masters. The skills of this cold-boned fish are mediocre, so even a spiritual beast would probably find it difficult to take action. Luo Chen took a look at the 6 strange fish caught by colorful sound spirit bird. Wow, 3 of them were cold-boned fish. He would raise them for a while. If no one is interested in them, he could use them as food for colorful sound spirit bird. Continuing to look at another sea beast, this one looked somewhat like the manta ray that Luo Chen had seen in the oceanarium in his previous life. Its body was flat like a blanket. Race, green ray. Level, spirit beast 1 star. Category, water, light. Status, slightly injured, confused. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Light concealment, yellow level. The blue stingray refracts the propagation path of light, making itself disappear from the vision of other creatures. 2. Swift swimming, yellow level. The blue ray changes its swimming state to swift swimming, greatly increasing its speed. 3. Star flash, yellow level. The blue stingray flashes star-like lights around itself. Those who look directly at it will suffer damage to their eyesight, and those who get close will be harmed by the high temperature of the flash. 4. Light energy ray, Xin level. The green ray accumulates energy and then spits out a light energy ray from its mouth that can cause huge damage. After seeing the introduction of green manta, Luo Chen realized belatedly that this beast was actually quite good and had excellent qualifications. Colorful sound spirit bird captured 2 green rays in total. The panel of the other one was quite ordinary. Not only was its aptitude ordinary, it also did not have the skill of light energy ray. Although they are of the same race, there are sometimes great differences between individuals. Luo Chen set his sights on the last sea beast, hoping that it could bring him some surprises like the green manta just now. Race, iron-toothed fish. Level, spirit beast 5 star. Category, water, gold. Status, slightly injured, angry. Qualification, general. Skills, 1. Iron teeth, yellow level. Iron-toothed fish will devour the ores on the seabed to absorb the metal elements in them to make their teeth harder. 2. Huge strength, yellow level. The iron-toothed fish has a terrifying bite force and can easily bite through even metal. 3. Iron armor, yellow level. Some of the metal elements absorbed by the iron-toothed fish will adhere to the scales on the surface, forming iron armor to protect the iron-toothed fish. Luo Chen sighed quietly. If this iron-toothed fish couldn't be sold, it probably wouldn't be popular as food. There are 6 sea beasts in total, 3 cold-boned fish, 2 green rays, and 1 iron-toothed fish. Relatively speaking, the one most likely to be sold should be the green manta, with excellent qualifications. In Luo Chen's opinion, the possibility of selling the other 5 beasts is not very high. Task 1. Sell a spiritual level beast, reward 100 points and 5 energy stones. Mission 2. Successfully evolve a beast, reward 150 points and a mystic skill crystal. Task 3. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items for sale in the store. Just after checking the information of the 3 sea beasts, the system finally released a new task. Luo Chen asked the system in his mind in surprise, "System, are you alive?" System. Host, please note that this system is non-living. There is no life or death. Okay then, but why is there such a long interval between the release of this mission? Luo Chen was a little curious. The store upgrade consumed a lot of energy, and it will take some time for this system to upgrade as well. Not knowing whether the system's explanation was true or false, Luo Chen could only choose to believe it. The first task is to sell beasts. There are exactly 6 beasts in the store now, but I don't know if anyone will buy them. You can also sell one of them to your family. Although this method is a bit tricky, it is allowed unless prohibited by the system. To complete the task, don't shiver. The second task was to evolve a beast. Luo Chen also had a direction. The Xinxiang rabbit that Luo Yang had fostered had reached the 6th star of a fierce beast and could be tried to evolve. The third task was a headache for him. There were less than 20 beasts for sale in the store, let alone those with good qualifications or above. This task can only be accomplished slowly. The 2 figures that appeared at the door on the first floor interrupted Luo Chen's thoughts and also attracted the attention of Luo Yang, who was observing the cage. "Mom and Dad," Luo Yang exclaimed in surprise. Outside the door were Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing, who had just returned from the battle to defend the city. Now that he saw the 2 of them returning safely, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, he also observed that Luo Yuheng's aura was very different from before he went out. It seems that he has successfully advanced to the king-level beast master in this battle, and Luo Yang naturally discovered this. Dad, which of your beasts advanced? Luo Yuheng smiled slightly, and a huge cat that was more than 1 meter tall appeared and squatted beside him. The big cat's body is snow white with fluffy fur, which is very consistent with human aesthetics. When Luo Chen looks at it, it's as if he is looking at the grown-up version of the little furball. This is exactly Luo Yuheng's beast, the Light Cat, but now it should be called the Light Cat King. When the little furball saw the appearance of the Light Cat King, perhaps it smelled a familiar scent and came to its side step by step, tiptoeing and sniffing gently around it. The light Elvis used his fluffy and wide tail to gently sweep across the little ball of fur, looking very intimate. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to check the detailed information of Light Elvis and found that he could not see anything. The failure of this information exploration made Luo Chen certain of one thing. That is, now he can only explore the information of beasts of 2 levels, ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts. Luo Chen looked at the little fur ball that was happily playing with the tail of Light Elvis. This little guy couldn't be so carefree anymore. As his own beast, how could he just lie there like that? The innocent little fur ball doesn't know yet that its animal trainer has already made up his mind to curl it up. A family of 4 sat down at the tables and chairs on the first floor for customers to rest. Since the battle had just ended and there were no customers coming in, the store was still very quiet. Dad, how is the battle outside? Luo Yang couldn't wait to ask as soon as he sat down. Luo Yuheng prepared his words for a moment and then said with a heavy voice, "It was tragic. Many spirit-level beastmasters died, and many king-level beastmasters also sacrificed. The city walls were breached by the tide-calling mermaid. If it weren't for the arrival of support from Floating Cloud City, Qingyang City might still be under siege by sea beasts. Why did that tide-calling mermaid suddenly stop attacking halfway through the siege?" This is a question that Luo Chen has always been curious about. Logically speaking, the tide-calling mermaid should have already broken through the city wall. With its strength as a wild beast, no one in Qingyang City could stop its attack. If it had used all its might to destroy, Qingyang City would have become a dead city by now. However, it did not do so. Instead, it let the lower-level sea beasts attack through the gaps. Luo Yuheng laughed when he heard Luo Chen's question, and then explained to him, this is because of the suppression of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth suppressing? Yes, these mysterious creatures cannot enter the earth at will, because the current earth does not allow such powerful alien creatures to appear. Currently, the upper limit of the level of beasts allowed to enter the earth is the king beast, but some wild beasts can temporarily enter the earth by paying a certain price. However, when they use skills that exceed the upper limit multiple times, they will still be repelled by the rules of the earth, so the Tidecaller Mermaid only maintained the reign after releasing skills several times to create a suitable environment for those sea beasts. Then, Tidecaller Mermaid can be said to have entered Earth planet for the sake of her tribe, but why do the beasts from other secret realms also want to enter Earth planet and occupy territory? One doubt was explained, but more doubts arose. There is a more scientific guess that the Earth is recovering, and in the process of this recovery, various opportunities will arise, allowing the beasts in the secret realm to break through racial restrictions and their bloodline evolution to climb to a higher peak. Therefore, these low-level beast masters landed on Earth as the vanguard, just to seize the good hilltops and places to settle down for the big guys behind them. In this process, they naturally became the opposite of humans who occupied the largest territory, but humans were supposed to control beasts, so they were originally in an opposing relationship. Luo Chen originally thought that he had come to a world of beast control, but now he found that he had come to a world where spiritual energy was revived, but humans just happened to have the ability to control beasts. According to the news from the capital, the next Earth Star upgrade is about to arrive, and it may be the most intense one yet. Luo Yuheng told the 2 brothers this news, which he got from an unknown source, just to let them be prepared. Chapter 33 Purchasing Materials. Ah! Luo Yang also exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, this was something that had never been mentioned in the books. Or perhaps these things would only be covered in college. Okay, you guys take good care of her in the store. I'm going to continue my research and try to pass the Haoyue Breeders Assessment as soon as possible. Ever since he learned that Luo Chen's soul separation certificate had been healed, Luo Yuheng had devoted his entire body and mind to the research of breeders. Just as he had settled down, he rushed back to participate in research. As far as Luo Chen knew, if one wanted to become a star breeder, one had to make 3 9-star beasts break through and become spirit beasts in the assessment. The assessment of Haoyue's breeders is relatively difficult. He requires breeders to master at least 5 routes for the evolution of ferocious beasts into spiritual beasts, and one route for the evolution of spiritual beasts into king beasts. Of course, this assessment will not be an assessment of knowledge content, but it will really require the breeder to train the beast to that level. I heard before that this kind of exam would not be conducted in the real world, but simulated in a virtual world, so there was no need to consider the problem of beast taming and lack of materials. Through these, Luo Chen remembered that he was still an apprentice breeder, and he felt a little depressed, but the most important thing now was to complete the system's task first. Looking at the streets outside that were still being cleaned, Luo Chen suppressed the urge to buy materials immediately. He decided to buy them tomorrow. He estimated that the city should be cleaned up tomorrow, and the shops might not be open if he went to buy them today. As expected, there were no customers that day, so Luo Chen closed the shop early and took his parents and brothers home. On the second day, Luo Chen handed over the task of looking after the store to his mother Su Muqing, and excitedly took Luo Yang to the Chamber of Commerce building. The height of the Chamber of Commerce building is nothing compared to the 100-story buildings that Luo Chen had seen in his previous life. From the outside, it looks only a dozen stories high. However, this is already the tallest building in Qingyang City. Because of the beast-controlling structure and the city-protecting air membrane, the buildings in the city cannot be built too high. However, I heard that there are many tall buildings in the central city and the upper city, which Luo Chen has never seen. Downstairs in the Chamber of Commerce building, Luo Chen and Luo Yang took the gold card handed to them by their mother and walked into the largest trading center in Qingyang City. The first floor is a spacious hall that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is lined with shops, most of which sell daily necessities. There are quite a few people in the building. It seems that this is the place least affected by the siege crisis. Luo Chen had no intention of hanging around downstairs, so he pulled Luo Yang directly into the VIP elevator and swiped his card to go to the 6th floor. Ding, the elevator door opened, and the first thing that greeted the two of you was a sweet welcome. A good-looking woman in professional attire stood outside the elevator door and made a gesture of invitation to Luo Chen and Luo Yang. After being surprised at first, Luo Chen controlled his emotions well and walked out of the elevator. I wonder what you two need? Several kinds of materials: Qingxin flower, fig, autumn moonvine, golden sandstone, and ice jade. Luo Chen listed several materials in succession. Okay, please follow me. Hearing that the materials Luo Chen mentioned were all relatively precious, the woman guiding the two people remained calm and led the way in front of them. After exiting the elevator hall, the first place you enter is a lobby. In the lobby, there is a huge stone made of black iron with 3 big characters, Qingyun Pavilion, written on it. Then there are 6 entrances distributed in a circle behind the boulder. Materials Hall, Spirit Mine Hall, Beast Taming Hall 1, Beast Taming Hall 2, Breeding Hall, and Pharmacy Hall. Qingyun Pavilion, an industry under the Liang Group, is known as the pillar industry of the Liang Group along with the Qingyun Treasures Auction. The various beast taming items in Qingyun Pavilion are the most abundant in Qingyang City. If his family can't buy them, they basically can't be bought anywhere else. The receptionist took the two of them into the materials hall on the far left. Although there wasn't much to see from the outside, the inside was a different world. The space inside should have been expanded using the beast taming skills, and it appears particularly large, with hidden compartments on the background walls everywhere. Luo Chen remembered that it was very similar to the Chinese medicine store he had seen before, but this one contained materials for taming beasts, and all the grids were covered with a special energy layer. If you want to take out the items inside, you must use special methods. The receptionist led the two to the counter in the lobby and said, "Masterly, there are 2 guests who need to buy some materials." Hearing what the receptionist said, Masterly, who was reading a book, put down the book in his hand and asked gently, "What materials do you two need?" Luo Chen repeated the materials he needed, and Masterly nodded in understanding. "How much do you need?" 3 Qingxin flowers, 2 figs, 3 10-year-old autumn moon vines, and 3 pounds each of gold sandstone and ice jade. After hearing Luo Chen's request, Masterly smiled and touched an emerald green bird on his shoulder, and saw the bird flying up and down in the grid. After a while, for items that Luo Chen needed came back floating behind him. You two can check the quality of the materials. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. The items in Qingyun Pavilion are still very reliable. Even a layman like Luo Chen feels that these materials are of excellent quality. How much? Luo Chen handed the gold card in his hand to Masterly. Masterly smiled and quoted, "A total of 450,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen felt a pang of pain when he heard this, but luckily the money he spent was from the gold card, so after rounding it off he didn't spend any money. Luo Chen instantly got rid of his pain. Masterly packed up the 5 ingredients, and Luo Yang took them and put them into his storage bracelet. The two who had no other needs were preparing to go home, but they met an acquaintance in the hall. Manager Wei. Wei Yinsheng tilted his body and saw a handsome young man calling his name, and immediately took 2 or 3 steps forward in surprise. Little boss, why are you here? Buy some materials. It just so happens that Manager Wei's Xinxiang rabbit has been cultivated to a 6-star fierce beast. I wonder when Manager Wei will have time to take it away. Yesterday, the Xinxiang rabbit it fostered had already reached the requirements of a 6-star ferocious beast. However, yesterday there were sea beasts attacking the city and the shop was upgraded, so he forgot about it. He only remembered it when he saw Wei Yinsheng. Wei Yinsheng was very surprised when he heard Luo Chen's words. He really didn't expect that in just a few short days, Luo Chen had actually cultivated the Xinxiang rabbit to such a level. It's really surprising, but I'm really busy these days, so I'd like to ask the little boss to foster the fragrant rabbit for a few days. Luo Chen nodded hesitantly. Of course, it's okay, but you have to pay for every subsequent day. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Wei Yinsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll hand it over when I go to get the beast. But are you interested in the Qingyun Treasures auction? Qingyun Treasure Auction? Luo Chen muttered. What does Manager Wei mean? The Qingyun Treasure Auction, originally scheduled for the end of the month, will be held 5 days in advance. This will be the grandest Qingyun Treasure Auction yet, with many hidden treasures appearing. If you're interested, I have an invitation here. Before Luo Chen could react, Luo Yang was pulling his sleeves frantically from behind. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. Thank you very much, Manager Wei. I wonder how many people this invitation can bring. Wei Yinsheng took out a blue invitation card with gold-plated text and handed it to Luo Chen. One card can bring 1 follower. However, if it was based on the previous specifications, the 6-star fragrant rabbit could also enter the auction. Now that the specifications have been upgraded, it can't, which is a pity. However, that shilling grass is still among the items for auction, and it will definitely be sold at a high price this time. If the boss is willing to sell the rest of the shilling grass, he must not miss this opportunity. Which beast masters in Luyun City are truly wealthy and powerful? After listening to Wei Yinsheng's last words, Luo Chen seemed to understand why this Qingyun treasure auction was brought forward, and the scale was unprecedentedly large. It turned out that it was for the beast masters of Luyun City. After saying this, Wei Yinsheng said goodbye to Luo Chen in a hurry. It seemed that he was really busy. After putting away the invitation, Luo Chen and Luo Yang went back home. Chapter 34. Glorious Evolution. Crush the Qingxin flower into juice. Add 2 leaves of Xinling grass. Let it sit for half an hour. Then pour it into a crucible. Add water and heat until the liquid turns blue. Then turn off the heat and let it cool, and the Xinxiang rabbit's evolution potion is ready. Luo Chen repeated the process of preparing the medicine, then looked at the blue liquid in the crucible, nodded with satisfaction, and operated completely according to the requirements. It seems that I have a talent for cooking. The color of this potion is so beautiful. After pouring the potion in the crucible into a small bowl, Luo Chen looked at the Xinxiang rabbit that was caught on the 2nd floor with a smile. It was the one from Luoyang. Come on, Big Bunny. It's time to take your medicine. The color of this bowl of potion is brighter, but it smells refreshing and sweet. If Luo Chen didn't know what the consequences would be if people drank it, he would really want to try his first potion in this world. A small bowl containing the potion was placed in front of Fragrant Rabbit. Fragrant Rabbit smelled the scent and quietly approached the small bowl. It first sniffed tentatively near the small bowl, and then most of its ears, which were covered with crystals, stood up, indicating that it was now in a state of alert. Eventually, unable to resist the body's instinctive desire for the bowl of potion, Fragrant Rabbit stretched out its pink tongue and quietly licked the potion in the small bowl. Xinxiang Rabbit ate very quickly, and the limited amount of potion was licked clean in no time. Luo Chen looked at Xinxiang Rabbit with anticipation. This was the first time he saw the evolution of a beast, so he had to observe it carefully. So, under Luo Chen's gaze, Xinxiang Rabbit licked the corner of its mouth with aftertaste, then rolled its eyes and lay stiffly on the ground. Luo Chen blinked his eyes belatedly. This shouldn't be a normal sign of evolution, right? Shit, is the potion I made poisonous? Was Xinxiang Rabbit poisoned to death by himself? He quickly touched the neck of Xinxiang Rabbit and found that it was still beating, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the Fragrant Rabbit under Luo Chen suddenly emitted a soft light from its ear, and then the light flowed to all parts of the body like water. Luo Chen hastily retracted his fingers, fearing that they would interfere with the evolution process. more changes began to appear. The body of Xinxiang rabbit doubled in size, and the crystal-like objects on its earlobes began to grow and appear on its 4 ankles. It was like it was wearing small boots made of crystal. In addition, a smell that was softer than the original fragrance appeared, and when you smelled it, you could feel that your whole mind was clear. At this point, the entire transformation process was finally completed, and Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth with great anticipation. Race: soft and fragrant rabbit, king rank. Level: Spirit Beast 1 star. Department: Life Science. Status: satisfied, confused. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Soft fragrance. Xin level: the soft fragrance spontaneously released by the soft fragrance rabbit can calm the mind, and smelling it for a long time can enhance the resistance to mental attack skills. 2. Familiar spirit. Earth level: the soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit anchors 3 plants as its own familiar spirit. As long as it consumes enough energy, it can replicate the familiar spirit. The familiar spirit has no reproductive ability and cannot be divided. The energy level of the familiar spirit cannot be too different from that of the soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit. 3. Life crystal. Xin level: the soft fragrant rabbit consumes energy to condense the life crystal. The life crystal contains rich life energy. Swallowing it can continuously produce a healing effect for the beast. After reading the information about the evolved Roxiang Wanling rabbit, Luo Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Was such a powerful beast really evolved from the pet beast, Xianxiang rabbit? Not to mention other skills, the spirit alone can make it instantly become a focus of attention. Let's put it this way, Xinling grass is a precious plant. If the Roxiang Wanling rabbit can mark it as a wanling, even if it is not a lot, as long as 1 Xinling grass can be produced every month, given the rarity of Xinling grass, the person who owns it can make a fortune. This is even more true for those large families, as they possess even more precious materials. If they were to add the soft and fragrant rabbit, their families would surely take off. After a while of self-satisfaction, Luo Chen finally remembered to ask the system a question. System, why is there an additional king-level species after the name of the race this time? That means that this beast race, if it has enough resources to grow normally, will have no bottleneck in breaking through to the king level. Luo Chen. He said that if it was just a spirit beast, it shouldn't have earth-level skills, but it turns out to be a king beast when it grows up, so there's nothing to worry about. However, thinking about it, I still feel that it is a bit outrageous to get such a beast just by consuming those materials. Task 2. Successfully evolve a beast. Completed. Reward 150 points and a mystical skill crystal, to be claimed. Luo Chen directly confirmed the receipt of the reward, and then his original balance finally became 150, no longer a lonely 0. As for the skill crystal, it appeared in Luo Chen's hand. Holding it in his hand, its detailed information naturally appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Wild wind / Xin level: by manipulating the wind element in a special trajectory, a whirlwind with great damage is formed to slash the target. Learning conditions: Beast Tamer of Wind Spirit rank or above. The method of use is to let the beast swallow it directly, or stick it on the forehead and use the spirit to contact the skill crystal, and the information of the skill in it will naturally flow into their brain. However, even with the help of skill crystals, there is no 100% guarantee that the beast master can learn the skills, it just increases a certain probability. After figuring out how to use the skill crystal, Luo Chen carefully put it away and waited to use it when the time was right. Luo Chen held the Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit in his arms and then sent a message in his own family group. 900. Chen Luo at all members, come to the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. I'll show you something good. Shenyang Zhiguang, what good stuff. Wait, I'll be there soon. Beautiful mother. Okay. 920. Light of Shenyang at handsome dad. Daddy is waiting for you. 922. Handsome dad. I was so absorbed in my research just now that I didn't look at the terminal. Handsome dad. I'll be there soon. Son, what good stuff do you have? I heard his voice before I saw him. Luo Yuheng opened the door of the breeding room and walked in. Looking at his red and swollen eyes, it was obvious that he had not had a good rest for a long time. Luo Chen held the rabbit in his arms in front of Luo Yuheng. Here, this is it. Luo Yuheng carefully observed the appearance of this rabbit-shaped beast tamer and found that it was different from all the rabbit-shaped beast tamers he had seen. As a 5-star breeder, Luo Yuheng naturally used his innate eye of truth to examine the rabbit. Chapter 35 Ideas for Sale. After a long silence, Luo Yuheng suddenly looked at Luo Chen with shining eyes. My eldest son, is this the advancement gift you gave to your father? It just so happens that I have no idea about the third beast to control. Ah. Luo Chen didn't react for a moment. He quickly put the rabbit in his arms into the arms of Luo Yang beside him. This beast belongs to my brother. You can ask him. Retreating behind Luo Yang, Luo Chen said that this beast had nothing to do with him. Little kid? Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Yang expectantly. Luo Yang felt under tremendous pressure under his gaze. He looked to Su Muqing on the other side for help, and his voice changed several times. Su Muqing smiled lightly, walked to Luo Yuheng, and patted him gently. You're so old and you're still fighting with children. Ahem, okay. Where did this beast come from? Luo Yuheng coughed twice embarrassedly. Do you still remember those two 6-star fierce beasts, the fragrant rabbit? This is the evolution of one of them. Luo Chen had already explained it to them just now, so this sentence was explained by Luo Yang to his father. After hearing the explanation, Luo Yuheng's eyes suddenly became eager. Xiao Chen, did you evolve this? After seeing Luo Chen nod in confirmation, Luo Yuheng walked around the store excitedly. Haha, I didn't expect my son's talent as a breeder is so terrifying that he can evolve such a beast before he even enters the spiritual level. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Luo Chen seriously. Xiao Chen, this evolution process shouldn't be accidental, right? Well, it is through a fixed method that this strange, soft, fragrant spirit rabbit can be evolved. It should be no problem. I already have the relevant knowledge about its evolutionary route. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Luo Yuheng breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone knows, the assessment of a breeder requires a complete grasp of several beast taming evolutionary routes. Obviously, these routes are either deduced by oneself through consuming a lot of materials and various research, or inherited from others through some kind of apprenticeship, or purchased from other breeders at a cost of a lot of money. No matter which one, the resources and money spent will not be a small amount. So the breeders who seem glamorous on the surface actually have a lot of hardships behind them. Now, as an apprentice breeder, Luo Chen was able to master a unique evolutionary route. Anyway, he had never seen a beast like the Ro Xiang Wan spirit rabbit before, so it must be the first time it appeared on Earth. Moreover, he observed the skills of the beast. As long as he could firmly grasp this evolutionary route, whether it is selling beasts or replicating rare plant resources through beasts, it means that his son will not lack money and resources, and will definitely be able to go further on the path of a breeder. So what are your plans for this kind of beast control in the future? Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng with confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Looking at his son's clear and foolish eyes, Luo Yuheng rubbed his head. What I mean is, you want to hide the existence of this beast first, and use its skills to replicate and produce some precious plant resources, so as to make a fortune in silence. Or do you want to use this beast as a store sign and earn various resources by selling it? Luo Chen also knew how rare this beast was, and looked at Luo Yuheng with some entanglement. If this beast is revealed, will it have any impact on our family? No one knows a son better than his father. Luo Yuheng completely understands Luo Chen's worries, which are nothing more than the kind of thing that would make one guilty of possessing a treasure. It's okay. As long as we control the quantity sold, your father, as a king-level beastmaster and the soon-to-be breeder of Haoyue Elon, still has some power. Seeing his father's confident look, Luo Chen put aside his worries and suggested with a smile. The Liang Group is going to hold an auction of Qingyun treasures soon. Why not use that as the debut for the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit? Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen, who was smiling like a little fox, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Boy, I'm afraid you have had this idea for a long time, right? What responded to him was Luo Chen's embarrassed smile. Luo Yang scratched his head. During the conversation between his father and brother just now, it seemed that his soft and fragrant rabbit had flown away. Isn't this rabbit mine? Seeing that the two men didn't notice him, Luo Yang could only speak weakly. Luo Chen looked kindly at his 1.85-meter tall but pitiful brother. Be good. I'll evolve a better one for you in a few days. Let me use this one first. Luo Yang turned to look at his mother, wanting her to speak for him. Who knew that Su Muqing just patted his shoulder and said, listen to your brother. 3:1. Luo Yang was completely defeated, and in the end he could only watch the innocent and lovely Ro Xiang Wan Ling rabbit fall into the hands of his brother, the big devil. Chen Luo, there is a new beast in the store. Do you think it can be included in the Qingyun treasure auction? Wei Yinsheng, broken wings, what kind of beast? What level is it now? Chen Luo, soft and fragrant spirit rabbit, a king of beasts, a beast that has not appeared so far, and now a 1-star spirit beast. Wei Yinsheng, broken wings king beast species? That's fine. but I still need to come to the auction house to identify it in advance. Chen Luo, okay, then I'll go to the auction house tomorrow. Wei Yinsheng, Broken Wings, I will be there to receive you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. After agreeing on a time with Wei Yinsheng, Luo Chen put down the terminal in his hand. Just like yesterday, there were not many customers in the store today. Qingyang City was still under reconstruction, so this depressed scene was normal. However, many beast masters came today and took away the beasts they had kept in the store. For a moment, the foster room in the store seemed much emptier. When closing the store at night, Luo Chen suddenly thought of a question. System, if the beast sent to us is sold at the auction house, the sales revenue should be counted as the store's, right? Host, are you talking about the soft and fragrant rabbit? Right. No, that beast was left in the store by a customer. It is not our own beast. Luo Chen then remembered that he had sold the Xinxiang rabbit to his younger brother in order to complete the task. My goodness, this is really like shooting oneself in the foot. Well, what if I buy this beast back? Luo Chen's mind suddenly lit up, and he came up with a good idea. No, this system prohibits the repeated sale of a beast. Please run the store well, and don't always think about speculation and taking advantage of loopholes. Well, the state of the beast was completely different when it was sold twice. It was a small, ferocious beast at first, but now it is a spiritual beast. The system seemed to be stuck in some kind of state and responded after a while. After analysis by this system, it is suspected that the host took advantage of loopholes when the first sale was made. If the host insists that such behavior is reasonable, the system will take back the first mission reward as well. No, let's talk it over nicely. If it doesn't count, then it doesn't count. Under the threat of the system, Luo Chen wisely gave in. I just silently complained in my heart, saying that he was so smart and couldn't adapt at all. Luo Chen was a little dejected. It seemed that in this auction, Ro Xiang Wan's spirit rabbit could only make a name for the store but could not complete the task of selling a spirit beast. Chapter 36 Advertising? On the second day, Luo Chen came to the Chamber of Commerce building accompanied by Luo Yuheng. Last time he came to buy materials, and this time he was treated as a guest in the reception room. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen did not stay in the reception room for long before Wei Yinsheng and an energetic old man arrived. Master Luo? The old man exclaimed in surprise when he saw Luo Yuheng, looking very familiar with him. Luo Yuheng also recognized the person who came. Master Lu, what a coincidence that we meet here. Have you joined the Liang group? The visitor was Lu Chengyu, the chief examiner of Luo Chen's breeder assessment at that time. After listening to Luo Yuheng's words, Lu Chengyu waved his hand and said, No, they are short of manpower for the auction in recent days, so I was pulled in to serve as a soldier. I haven't congratulated you yet for successfully returning from the secret realm. Oh, let's not talk about it. Xiaoqin, this is Master Lu Chengyu. Come and meet him. Luo Yuheng called Luo Chen behind him to come and meet the person. Master Lu, thank you for telling me about the secret realm last time. Luo Chen thanked Lu Chengyu. An unnatural look flashed across Lu Chengyu's face. Hey, it's just some news. It's not worthy of thanks. Wei Yinsheng and the other three on the side finished talking, and then he embarrassedly urged, It turns out that Master Lu and the young boss know each other. This is easy, but I am really busy now. Can you identify the beast first? Seeing this, Luo Yuheng did not hesitate and took out the soft, fragrant rabbit from the storage bracelet that could store living things and placed it on the table in the living room. Wei Yinsheng looked at the rabbit on the table and always felt that this beast had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moreover, the crystals on its earlobes and paws were too similar to those of the Xinxiang rabbit. Lu Chengyu did not show any special expression. He just tried his best to use his innate eye of truth to check the information of Ro Xiang Wan Ling rabbit, while his hands kept writing on the paper. Wei Yinsheng at the side took out his business card and handed it to Luo Yuheng. You must be Master Luo Yuheng. I am the purchasing manager of Liang Group. If you have any rare beasts for sale in the future, please contact me. Luo Yuheng took Wei Yinsheng's business card with a calm expression. Thank you. I wonder if Master Luo is interested in becoming a consultant for our Liang Group? Wei Yinsheng continued after handing over the business card. Today, Luo Yuheng wore his own breeder's badge when he went out. Apparently, Wei Yinsheng tried to recruit him only after seeing his status as a 5-star breeder. But this was not the first time that Luo Yuheng heard about the recruitment of a powerful force, but he was not interested in these things at all, so he said coldly, No need, I don't want to be bound by the power. Seeing Luo Yuheng's firm attitude of refusal, Wei Yinsheng wisely did not pester him and stopped trying to recruit him. Top quality, top quality. Lu Chengyu exclaimed in amazement after writing the information of soft, fragrant rabbit on the paper. Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng smiled at each other. Wei Yanqing hurried to Lu Chengyu's side, took the paper in his hand, and read it carefully. Master Luo, are you really selling this beast? Lu Chengyu's tone was full of disbelief. He really couldn't understand why someone would be willing to sell a beast tamer of this level. Luo Yuheng's attitude towards Lu Chenyu was obviously much gentler than his attitude towards Wei Yanqing. He nodded affirmatively towards Lu Chenyu. It's such a waste of resources. Lu Chenyu didn't finish his words because he thought of a possibility and his pupil shrank. Since he was willing to sell it, it must not be an accidental acquisition. It must have a complete evolutionary route. Lu Chenyu, who had figured it out, took a deep breath and said enviously, "Congratulations to Master Luo for making further progress in his ability as a breeder." Luo Yuheng smiled at him and did not deny it, nor did he explain to him that this was an idea evolved by Luo Chen. Because this was something the two of them had discussed in advance, to have Luo Yuheng, who was about to be promoted to Haoyue breeder, stand in front of the stage as a shield. Instead, Luo Chen hoped that this beautiful misunderstanding could last a little longer. Being able to take on the position of purchasing manager for Liang Group, Wei Yanqing has good vision. After reading Soft and Fragrant Rabbit, his eyes lit up. If such a beast can't be put on the auction house for rare items, then there's no need to sell other things. Perhaps this beast could really be the final item to be auctioned. Wei Yanqing suddenly had such an idea in his mind. However, the order of the items was decided after discussion by several bigwigs of the Liang Group. Now the order has been almost determined. Once this beast is delivered, I don't know whether they are willing to change the original order. Shaking his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Wei Yanqing came to Luo Yuheng and asked carefully, "I wonder if Master Luo has any requirements for the starting price of this product, or if it will be determined by our auction house. The time and materials consumed in cultivating this beast are extremely precious, so the starting price cannot be too low. Let's set it at 1 million spirit coins. And I have another request. When auctioning, I have to state that this beast is from Qinyang Pet Shop." Wei Yanqing looked embarrassed. The starting price of 1 million seemed very reasonable to him, but the last request put him in a difficult situation. There has never been a precedent for advertising other stores at an auction because rare items appear at the Qingyun Treasures auction. On the one hand, it increases the selling price of the products, and on the other hand, it also enhances the reputation of the Qingyun Treasures auction. These are two mutually reinforcing things. However, Luo Yuheng's request for advertising is obviously to use the Qingyun Treasures auction as a springboard to attract traffic to his own store, which is obviously contrary to the interests of the auction itself. "Master Luo, I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions on this." Luo Yuheng nodded and motioned Wei Yanqing to go ahead. Wei Yanqing left the reception room in a hurry. About half an hour later, Wei Yanqing returned, but this time he looked full of confidence, and it was obvious that he had good communication with his boss. "Master Luo, our auction house provides you with two options. The first is that our auction house will spend 8 million spirit coins to buy this beast. At the same time, we will advertise for Qinyang Pet Shop throughout the city for half a month. The second one is to explain the origin of the beast at the auction according to your request, but the commission for the final transaction will be increased to 7%. Which one do you choose?" "I choose the second one." Luo Yuheng did not hesitate and directly chose the second method. Advertising all over the city may look attractive, but it is meaningless. Qinyang Pet Shop will take the boutique route in the future. Qingyang City was originally a lower city, and the consumption capacity of the residents was limited. The goal of Qinyang Pet Shop was to spread its fame from Qingyang City, rather than limiting its fame to one city. For this auction, the Liang Group will definitely invite some people from the central city Luyun City, so this beast will be sold at this auction. Seeing that Luo Yuheng was so determined and chose the second method without hesitation, Wei Yanqing took out a contract with some regret. "Master Luo, this is the auction contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it." After Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen looked at it carefully and found no problems, they signed their names neatly. "I have to take this beast away first. You won't be able to take care of it if it stays here. I'll bring it back on the day of the auction." Luo Yuheng's behavior is very reasonable because beasts are different from other auction items. If it is a more common beast, the auction house will be able to take good care of it if they know how to feed it. However, for some rare beasts, the auction house's breeders have no experience in taking care of them, which can easily cause the beast to become poorly maintained or fall into a negative state. Therefore, it is allowed to bring living beasts to the auction day. Of course, if the seller changes his mind at the last minute and does not want to sell the beast, he will face a large amount of compensation. Therefore, the auction house will not prohibit such things, and even encourages such behavior, which is equivalent to reducing the manpower of the auction house. Even though he was very busy, Wei Yinxing still personally sent Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng downstairs before going back to deal with his own affairs. Chapter 37 Choice. Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen pushed 3 pieces of paper in front of Luo Yang and Qi Yin. Qi Yin lay on the ground, scratching his head in confusion with his furry paws, not understanding what Luo Chen meant. Red Flame Lion, Lava Giant Lion, Ice Flame Lion King. Luo Chen picked up each card and looked at it, then read out the contents. Brother, is this the beast that Qi Yin can evolve into? Luo Yang's tone was 3 parts excited and 7 parts uncertain. Luo Chen tapped the card of the Ice Flame Lion King. The materials to evolve into this beast are not sufficient. However, the materials for the Lava Lion are complete. If you agree, you can try to evolve it directly. If you want to evolve into a Red Flame Lion, you should go find your father. He has more experience in this area than I do. Luo Yang felt like he was hit by a huge surprise. He patted his head and forced himself to calm down. Brother, wait a moment while I look up information about these 3 beasts on the internet. As he spoke, Luo Yang took out his terminal and started searching impatiently. Luo Yang was mainly searching for the 2 types of beasts, Ice Flame Lion King and Lava Giant Lion. After all, on the first day he contracted Qi Yin, he knew that it would evolve into Crimson Flame Fire Lion in the future. Therefore, he was already very familiar with the basic information about the Red Flame Lion. Log in to a software called Beast Taming Encyclopedia, which basically covers all the currently known beasts. I heard that the Chinese government is behind this software. However, apart from some common beast taming information, there are many other contents that can only be unlocked by paying. Luo Yang entered the 4 words Lava Lion into the search bar. The small wheel representing the search kept spinning, and the results appeared after dozens of seconds. Sorry, no relevant information was found. There is no information, which means that the information of this kind of beast has not been recorded by Chinese officials. New species. These 3 words made Luo Yang's eyes light up, and he continued to look up the information of another beast, the Ice Flame Lion King. Similarly, a line of sorry, no relevant information was found appears on the terminal screen. It was learned that except for the Red Flame Lion, the other 2 beast tamers have not appeared or have never been officially included. Luo Yang is now feeling both happy and worried. He is happy that the beast master he evolved is special enough and can catch people off guard at certain times. What is worrying is that without knowing the information of these 2 beast tamers, it is impossible to determine whether this beast tamer is really strong enough. It is also possible that after evolution, its performance may not even be as good as that of the Red Flame Lion. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yang set his sights on the card of Ice Flame Lion King. Judging from the name alone, this was most likely a king beast species. The king beast species does not have a bottleneck and does not provide enough resources to grow normally into a king beast. Although the Red Flame Fire Lion can also grow into a king beast, it is not a king beast species and will also encounter a bottleneck when it reaches the 9th star of the spirit beast. So from this point of view, the Red Flame Lion is completely inferior to the Ice Flame Lion King. Even if the skills are not strong, they should not be too bad. Luo Yang gritted his teeth and decided to go for it and take a gamble. Brother, let's go with the Ice Flame Lion King. The young man's voice was firm and resolute. What materials are missing? Luo Chen was not surprised at Luo Yang's choice, because if it were him, he would probably make the same choice. Maybe this is the gambling gene running in the Luo family. I've already bought the Ice Jade, and I'm still short of a portion of Ice Fire. Fire and ice is a general term for a type of flame, referring to the flame burning in ice. The ice spiritual flame, the falling snow white flame, the cold marrow spiritual fire, all belong to fire and ice. However, no matter which type of ice and fire it is a rare treasure for Qingyang City. This ice fire is not easy to find. How about choosing the Lava Lion to evolve? I feel that the Lava Lion may not be worse than the Ice Flame Lion King. Although he understood it, as an outsider, Luo Chen still wanted to persuade him. Luo Yang smiled and said, Brother, give me a few days to look for it. If I can't find it, I will choose the Lava Lion. Luo Chen shrugged his shoulders. Okay, this kind of stubborn guy needs to be made to hit his head against the wall before he turns back. Well, it is also possible that you will hit the wall and not turn around, and will die on it. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Chen laughed softly. Luo Yang looked at Luo Chen, who suddenly laughed, with a suspicious expression on his face. Brother, what are you laughing at? Ahem, nothing much. Aren't you going to look for ice and fire? Why don't you hurry up and go? Okay. Luo Yang took Qi Yan's bracelet back from the side. You don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. After saying this, Luo Yang's figure had disappeared around the corner of the stairs on the second floor. Looking at his hurried posture, it seemed that he would not give up until he visited all the shops selling materials in Qingyang City. The mission has been updated. Mission 1, sell a spiritual beast, reward 100 points, 5 energy stones. Mission 2, make 3 beasts evolve, reward 200 points and a level 2 secret realm. Mission 3, sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and the system store items will be updated. The system's voice suddenly appeared, prompting Luo Chen that the task had been updated. There are no changes to Task 1 and Task 3, but the number of beasts that need to evolve in Task 2 has changed. The rewards from the secret realm appeared again, and Luo Chen was very envious. Not only did the secret realm have its own unique beasts, but it could also be used as a breeding farm, experimental center, warehouse, etc. It was really useful. Unfortunately, his current level is too low. He can only see the evolutionary paths of ferocious beasts, but not those of spiritual beasts. Otherwise, he could have given those sea beasts a try. Today was also a day of slow business, but the performance of several beasts in the store had been greatly improved. The most expensive beast, Frost Wolf, was only a 4-star ferocious beast when it first arrived, but now it has reached a 6-star ferocious beast. How about raising beasts in our Qinying pet shop? Both Xinqiang rabbits are now 3-star ferocious beasts. The electric rat has also reached the level of a 5-star ferocious beast. Luo Chen felt that if he couldn't sell the electric mouse, it would become a waste of his money. However, he didn't want to sell the 5-star electric mouse at a low price. He decided to raise it a little longer and evolve it when it reached a high enough level. It is just right for completing the task of system evolution and beast taming. In the next 2 days, only a few customers came sporadically to foster their beasts. The work of clearing the debris from the sea monster siege in Qingyang City has come to an end, and the new city wall on the east has been completed. The city protecting air membrane, which symbolizes safety and protection, also covered the heads of the residents of Qingyang City again, giving them a full sense of security. It may be that there have been too many king-level beastmasters coming and going in Qingyang City recently, so the beastmasters in the secret realms near Qingyang City that have king-level beastmasters, or who have already settled on Earth, did not take the opportunity of the disappearance of the protective air membrane to attack the city. Overall, the post-war reconstruction process went very smoothly. June 25th. The Qingyun Treasures Auction, which can be regarded as a major event in Qingyang City, was held today. The location is still in the Chamber of Commerce building. Qingyun Pavilion is closed today, and all staff members need to serve the Qingyun Treasure Auction. This time, there are not only distinguished guests from other lower cities who came through the teleportation array, but also some distinguished guests from the medium-sized city of Luyun City. It can be said that this is the most grand Qingyun Treasures Auction since its inception. Various rare beasts that were rarely seen in Qingyang City in the past were ridden by beastmasters of various spirit or king levels. In order to increase the popularity of the Qingyun Treasures Auction, the Liang Group also broadcast today's auction items live on the big screen in Qingyang City. Moreover, a live broadcast room was simultaneously opened on the terminal's network to broadcast this grand event. It can be seen that if this auction is successful, the Qingyun Treasures Auction will reach a higher level. In the past, king-level beast tamers were considered a rare top combat force in Qingyang City, but today, only 20 or 30 of them were seen in the Chamber of Commerce building. Luo Chen's family of 4 came here on Su Muqing's beastly vehicle, How UK. Fortunately, How UK passed the beastly vehicle driver's license test, so the family of 4 don't have to get stuck in traffic today. However, the air traffic was indeed quite congested. The closer to the Chamber of Commerce building, the more people there were. The various beasts that appeared along the way almost dazzled Luo Chen's eyes. Whenever he saw a beastmaster with a strange appearance, he would stare at the person's information for a while. By now he was feeling a little dizzy. So Luo Chen had to close his eyes and choose to curb his damn curiosity. Luo Chen closed his eyes and rested for half an hour before he heard Su Muqing's gentle voice, "We're here." Luo Chen opened his eyes and found that they had arrived at the square in front of the Chamber of Commerce building, with various beasts parked nearby that served as mounts. However, judging from the situation outside, it seems that only customers with an invitation to the Qingyun Treasures Auction can park in this square. The team entering the Chamber of Commerce building was also divided into 2 teams. One team should be customers with private rooms, and the other team should be customers in the lobby. Luo Chen's invitation letter was for a seat in the ordinary hall, but after deciding to auction the Ro Xiangwan spirit rabbit here, Wei Yanqing gave Luo Yuheng an invitation to a private room, which allowed him to bring 5 people. So Luo Chen naturally followed Luo Yuheng's steps and entered the auction house through the VIP channel. Led by the receptionist, Luo Chen and his family came to the 9th floor of the Chamber of Commerce building, which was only opened when the auction was held. Entering the box, I found it was decorated in a very stylish way, and all the facilities looked like they were worth a lot of money. One side of the box is made entirely of a special material, through which one can see outside and the lobby downstairs without any obstruction, but people outside cannot see clearly inside, thus ensuring the privacy of the guests. Moreover, with a size of 10 square meters, 5 people can sit in the room plus a table for snacks, and it doesn't seem crowded at all. As the time gradually approached 10 o'clock, the seats in the hall were gradually filled with people, and it could be said that every seat was occupied. Luo Chen silently estimated that there were nearly 3,000 people in the hall alone. Even those who stayed in the hall were the richest group in Qingyang City. Including the distinguished guests in the box, it is estimated that there are nearly 5,000 customers at today's auction. It can be regarded as a rare event. Chapter 38. The auction begins. Ding ding. The doorbell of the box rang, and when it was opened, Wei Yinxing appeared in front of the door. After seeing Luo Yuheng, he smiled and said, "The auction is about to start, and the beast can be handed over to the backstage now." This had been discussed beforehand, so Luo Yuheng naturally had no objection and readily handed over the soft, fragrant rabbit to Wei Yinxing. Not long after Wei Yinxing left, with a dong sound that spread throughout the venue and attracted everyone's attention, someone walked up to the high platform at the front. "Welcome everyone to the Qingyuan Treasures Auction. I am today's auctioneer, Liang Jingxi." A tall, intellectual, classical beauty stood on the stage, as if she had walked out of a painting. She looked at the guests below with a proper smile on her face. Today's auction has a total of 132 items, all of which are rare and exquisite. If you are interested, don't miss it. In the box of Luo Chen's family, Luo Yuheng saw the auctioneer clearly and spoke in surprise. The Liang family really takes this auction very seriously. Even the eldest daughter of the Liang family has shown up to be the auctioneer. Su Muqing said calmly, "It's normal. I guess the Liang family wants to use this auction to return to Luyun City." Luo Yuheng frowned and twitched the corners of his mouth. That might be a little difficult, but it should be possible to attract the attention of some of the upper echelons of Floating Cloud City. "Maybe," Su Muqing said noncommittally. After a brief opening speech, the auction officially began. Our first lot is a 16-leaf Xinling grass. As we all know, the more branches and leaves a Xinling grass has, the more spiritual energy it can produce every day. The Xinling grass sold on the market today is rare, and even those that are sold mostly have 4 to 10 branches and leaves. And this Xinling grass should be considered the best among the best. When Liang Jingxi started to introduce, the curtain on the booth in front of her had been lifted, and a plant of Xinling grass with lush branches and leaves and a green body appeared in the glass display case. At the same time, the large screen behind the entire stand also displayed the Xinling grass in 360 degrees, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared on the table in the box. Luo Yuheng stretched out his finger and slid it on the 3-dimensional projection. Then the 3-dimensional model expanded or shrunk, or changed angle, along with his finger. It was very convenient. Luo Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the technological level of this world was at most similar to that of his previous life, but who knew that it had developed to this point? What's the feeling of suddenly changing from fantasy style to science fiction style? Liang Jingxi gave the customer some time to check the information about this Xinling grass, and then continued. The starting price of this Xinling grass is 100,000 spirit coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit coins. Bidding starts now. You don't need to shout out your own bid at the Qingyuan auction. You just need to enter your bidding price on a tablet on the table in front of you, and the current highest bidder will be displayed on the big screen behind Liang Jingxi. The numbers on the big screen changed very quickly, and finally after a few minutes, the speed of change slowed down a little. The current highest bid is 450,000 spirit coins from customer number 132. Is there a higher bid? However, the number only paused for a moment, and even before Liang Jingxi finished his sentence, the number started to jump. 470,000 spirit coins. 480,000 spirit coins. 483,000 spirit coins. Looking at the soaring prices, the customers in the hall could only sigh in despair and silently put down the tablets in their hands. It was not that they did not have the financial resources to bid. If the price rises too much, they will consider whether it is worth it. For them, it is better to save the money and compete for the high-level beast that will appear later, which can quickly improve their strength, rather than buying a long-term effective Xinling grass. 600,000 spirit coins. The guest in box 25 is bidding. When the price reached a certain level, customers in the box also began to bid, and the atmosphere in the auction venue gradually became heated. Liang Jingxi smiled and looked at the guests in the audience, 600,000 spirit coins for the first time. The numbers on the big screen changed again, 620,000 spirit coins, box 17. This time, the price of Xianling grass reached its peak, and no customer made any bids afterwards. Then this Xianling grass belongs to the guest in box 17. Luo Chen blinked in the box. That Xianling grass should be the one he sold to Wei Yinsheng. He bought it for 400,000 spirit coins at that time, but now he sold it for 620,000 spirit coins? It's not that I regret it. They spent a lot of money in the early stages to hold such an auction. I can only say that they deserve to make the money. The first lot was a success, and Liang Jingxi's cheeks were also slightly pink, making her even more charming. Let's start with the second lot. In the subsequent auction process, various products appeared. Most of them are spiritual beasts. Of course, those that appear at the Qingyun Treasures auction are not ordinary ones. Most of them are either rare or have some attractive characteristics of their own. Most of them also bid high prices, but the appearance of these beasts made the guests in the hall very excited. However, when facing the guests in the boxes, they were a little cold and seldom participated in the bidding. Liang Jingxi glanced at the boxes with the earlier numbers. There had been no movement from the opening to now. It seemed that the products at the auction really could not attract their attention. The box where the He family is located is box number 2. The arrogant young man looked at the products being auctioned off the stage and said with some disdain, "The countryside is the countryside. Such inferior products can be auctioned. But this auctioneer is indeed okay. After the auction, ask the Liang family if they can offer someone to us. Maybe we can consider their request to open a store in Luyun City." At the end of his words, there was an obscene gleam in his eyes. He Liangyu looked at He Liangshu, who was talking nonsense in front of him, with a well-hidden disgust between his eyebrows. The captain of the law enforcement team of Luyun City will soon come to move the secret realm. You'd better behave yourself recently to avoid leaving a bad impression. After hearing what He Liangyu said, He Liangshu seemed to remember something, and his expression became slightly restrained. "I'm not robbing you. It's a matter between us. How could it be reported to the law enforcement team?" He Liangyu glanced at him and said calmly, "You'd better be. This guy always relies on the fact that he has a wild-level ancestor, a king-level father, and a genius brother to stir up trouble everywhere. Fortunately, he has some foresight and will not offend people with strong backgrounds, so most families indulge him. You'd better not provoke the mayor of Qingyang City. He is a member of the Feng family. What you said during the last siege has already made him unhappy." Speaking of this, He Liangshu's expression was completely indifferent. Even if he is a member of the Feng family, so what? I am still a member of the He family. His sister is Feng Manhwa. In response to his indifference, He Liangyu said calmly, "Feng Manhwa again, huh? Feng Manhwa? The wild-level beastmaster that the Feng family sent to support this time?" He Liangyu nodded. He Liangshu shrugged. "It's really troublesome. I'll just avoid him from now on." Although his grandfather and Feng Manhwa were both wild-level beastmasters, his grandfather only had one wild-level beastmaster, while Feng Manhwa had two. Therefore, he classified Feng Manhwa as one of the people who should not be provoked. The next lot is the 55th lot, the extremely cold spiritual flame. Chapter 39. The debut of the soft and fragrant rabbit. The next lot is the 55th lot, the extremely cold spiritual flame. After hearing these words, Luo Yang, who had been listless, suddenly became energetic, like a puppy smelling the fragrance of food. His eyes brightened up. In the past 2 days, he ran almost all over Qingyang City but couldn't find ice fire. Unexpectedly, he found it at the auction. The energy contained in the extremely cold spiritual flame auction today has reached the peak of the spiritual level. It is a good choice whether it is for fire-type beasts to absorb, as a collection, or as a gift. The starting price is 100,000 spirit coins. As the voice fell, the price displayed on the big screen soared all the way. After the price reached 460,000 spirit coins, it began to rise slowly. The rarity of this item is similar to that of Xianling grass, but Xianling grass is a general auxiliary material, while this extremely cold spiritual flame is a disposable consumable material. Therefore, its value will be lower than materials such as Zuanlinko that can be used for a long time. At this time, Su Muqing also started to participate in the bidding under Luo Yang's whisper. The price increase each time is not much. After the highest price appears on the screen, the price is slowly increased by an additional 2,000 spirit coins. 523,000 spirit coins for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in Box 50 for obtaining the Extreme Cold Spirit Flame. After Liang Jingxi uttered the word deal, Luo Yang's tense spirit relaxed and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the Extremely Cold Spirit Flame was delivered to their box. Su Muqing took out his gold card in a domineering manner and asked the waiter to swipe the card to pay. The Extremely Cold Spiritual Flame, a kind of fire in the ice, is truly wrapped in a ball of ice, but it is only the size of a palm. Through the half-meter square ice block, you can see it slowly fluctuating in it. It really looks like a flame burning quietly with ice's fuel. Luo Chen could feel that since the Extremely Cold Spiritual Flame entered the box, the temperature was dropping rapidly. It was obvious that this was not something that the ice that wrapped the Extremely Cold Spiritual Flame could do. This feeling of dropping temperature disappeared only after Luo Yang put the Extremely Cold Spiritual Flame back into the storage bracelet. The following lots are becoming more and more valuable. Many of them are spirit beasts that have the opportunity to be promoted to king beasts, attracting many customers. Sangshuelingya, crystal butterfly, cloud tit, and so on. Luo Chen was even interested in several of the beasts and wanted to buy them to study. Because these beasts seem to be very rare in Qingyang City, they are relatively rare. I don't know how the Liang group got them. Luo Chen also saw what the general price of a high-level spiritual beast was. Just like the Sangshuelingya, that looks like both a tiger and a lion, its current level is a 7-star spirit beast, and its appearance is also in line with human aesthetics. It was finally sold for 1.35 million spirit coins. Crystal Butterfly has a beautiful and dreamy appearance and is an 8-star spiritual beast. However, its skills are more auxiliary, so its price is not as high as the previous Sangshuelingya, and it was sold for only 1.275 million spiritual coins. Clouded Tit is the third to last lot, and it is also the most valuable lot that has appeared so far today. A true king beast species. Although its current rank is only 3-star spiritual beast, if this beast is given to the younger generation in the family, or a contract is made with a spiritual level beast tamer, and it is trained well, a king level beast tamer will surely emerge. Therefore, its bidding price kept soaring, and it was all thanks to the people in the insurance boxes in the first few numbers who couldn't help but bid. In the end, it was bought by the Qin family of Luyun City in box number 3 for 3.45 million spirit coins. We have 2 lots left. For those of you who have not bid today, you must not miss the next 2 lots. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised. I will not introduce the second to last lot, which is also known as the finale, in detail. Please look at the big screen. Liang Jingxi walked to the side, fully displaying the view of the big screen behind her, and then a text introduction appeared on the big screen. Race: soft and fragrant rabbit, king-level species. Level: spirit beast 1 star. Department: life science. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Soft fragrance. Xin level: the soft fragrance spontaneously released by the soft fragrance rabbit can calm the mind, and smelling it for a long time can enhance the resistance to mental attack skills. 2. Familiar spirit. Earth level: the soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit anchors 3 plants as its own familiar spirit. As long as it consumes enough energy, it can replicate the familiar spirit. Familiar spirits have no reproductive ability and cannot be divided. The energy level of the familiar spirit cannot be too different from that of the soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit. 3. Life crystal. Xin level: the soft fragrant rabbit consumes energy to condense the life crystal. The life crystal contains rich life energy. Swallowing it can continuously produce a healing effect for the beast. It's basically the same information as the Eye of Truth, but they just removed the status column. Another king beast species. Why are king beast species like cabbages in today's auction? This is the second one. This one is even lower in rank than the previous one. Why is it ranked lower than the cloud tit? That's right. The cloud sparrow at least has some attack skills, but this one is worse. It only has auxiliary skills and can't even protect itself. Well man, this is an excellent king bee species. Not only does it advance quickly, but it is also easy to learn other skills from it. If you don't know how to use offensive skills, just learn them. Similar remarks are heard frequently. In box number 3, Qin Zhou and other members of the Qin family were sitting in the box. After reading the skill introduction of Soft and Fragrant Spirit Rabbit, Qin Zhou's breathing became heavy. A boy next to him who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old saw Qin Zhou's excitement and asked in confusion, "Second uncle, what's so special about this beast?" "Xiaomu, let me ask you how much the longyang grass in your family is worth?" The young man thought it was his uncle testing him. One plant is worth 2 million spirit coins, and there is still no demand for it. Qin Zhou nodded. "You are right. the yield of longyang grass is scarce. If we have this soft, fragrant rabbit, the family's longyang grass may not have to worry about the yield in the future. The young man turned back and carefully read the skill introduction of soft, fragrant rabbit. Then he murmured belatedly, "So that's it?" Qinzhou stared eagerly at the Ro Xiang Wan spirit rabbit that appeared on the exhibition stand, wishing he could go down and snatch it right away. He didn't know how others evaluated the value of this beast, but to him, the value of this soft and fragrant rabbit was even higher than the mermaid obtained during this trip to the secret realm. Longyang grass is their family's special beast taming material, the most critical material for upgrading to a king beast. They may even be able to use it to cultivate a king beast with a higher concentration of dragon blood, and the family will therefore enter a period of vigorous development. There may still be some people in the hall who have not realized the true value of Ro Xiang Wanling rabbit, but everyone in the box has reacted. Just wait for Liang Jingxi to say start bidding. Liang Jingxi estimated that everyone had finished reading the information about soft and fragrant rabbit before she walked onto the stage with graceful steps. This beast comes from Qinyang Pet Shop in Qingyang City. Liang Jingxi's eyes moved, and he suddenly said this. Regardless of what the people in the hall and the box thought after hearing this, she continued. The starting price of the soft, fragrant rabbit is 1 million spirit coins, and each bid cannot be less than 10,000 spirit coins. The bidding begins now. Qinzhou in box number 3 had been waiting for her to say this for a long time, so as soon as Liang Jingxi finished speaking, he had already entered a number on the tablet. 5 million spirit coins, box number 3. Chapter 40 The Boss is Coming. 5 million spirit coins, box number 3. This should be the fastest price surge in this auction, with the price being 5 times the reserve price at the beginning of the auction. But this is just the beginning. 8 million spirit coins, box number 1. The price jumped drastically again, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the venue. The cloud sparrow, which is also a king bee species, is at a higher level than the soft and fragrant rabbit, but it was only auctioned for 3.14 million or 3.15 million spirit coins. The auction of Ro Xiang Wan spirit rabbit had just begun when the guests in the front row seats at the top started bidding for it. Now, even those who were sitting in the hall and didn't know the true value of soft, fragrant rabbit could smell a hint of something unusual. But even if they understand it now, this price is enough to discourage most people. 8,200,000 spirit coins, box number 2. The competition was limited to boxes 1 to 3, and other competitors knew the identities of the people in the boxes in advance, so they wisely chose not to bid. 8.5 million spirit coins, box number 3. Qinzhou frowned, feeling that he was in some trouble. Although he was a king-level 7-star beastmaster and had a lot of say in the family, the amount of money he could use at one time was only limited to 15 million spirit coins. Moreover, they had already purchased the king beast species, Cloud Sparrow, and now they could spend only more than 10 million spirit coins. Now they were afraid that the other two families were also determined to get this beast. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said, Qin Mu, contact your grandfather quickly and send him the information about this beast. 9.5 million spirit coins, box number 9. Originally, it was a competition among the 3 major families in Luyun City, but suddenly, a mysterious box number 9 appeared. Qinzhou just frowned and started entering numbers on the tablet again. 9,500,000 spirit coins, box number 3. This time, Qinzhou decided to increase the amount little by little, just to delay time and give Qin Fuzhong, the Qin family's wild-level beastmaster outside Qingyang City, time to arrive. 9,520,000 spirit coins, box number 1. Box number 1 only increased by 10,000 spirit coins. Thinking of a certain possibility, Qinzhou not only cursed, "Fuck, the Feng family and I are going together." 10 million spirit coins, box number 2. He Liangyu still looked elegant and dignified, but what he was thinking in his heart was that in terms of financial strength, his He family was not inferior to the other two families. When the other two families wanted to add little by little to delay time, He Liangyu was thinking about using the financial resources he could control to crush the other two families and get the beast in his own hands. When Qinzhou saw the numbers on the big screen, he couldn't help but slam the table. This black-hearted boy from the He family. After Liang Jingxi confirmed the price twice and was about to confirm it for the 3rd time, she sent out the number entered on the tablet. 1,100,000 spirit coins, box number 3. Huh. He Liangshu snatched the tablet from He Liangyu's hand and then directly entered a string of capital numbers. 1,100 and 100 spirit coins, box number 2. The extra 10,000 at the end seemed like a provocation. Qinzhou had never been so sensitive that he felt that the 10,000 was a mockery of himself, which made his Fangjing face darker and darker. There was no other way, so he could only hold his nose and raise the price again. 1,102,000. 1,002,000,000 and 100,000. Box number 2. The price of box number 2 was increased very quickly each time, as if saying to Qingzhou, "Is that it?" Boom. A heart-pounding aura descended upon the auction venue. I heard that there are some good things in this auction. Can I ask for an invitation? Everyone looked towards the direction where the sound came from, only to find that a middle-aged strong man riding an armored lion appeared at the entrance of the venue at some point in time. He was one of the 3 people who came to support when Qingyang City was attacked by the Mermaid who calls the tide that day. Liang Qiu, the current head of the Liang Group, was sitting in box number 9, happily watching the competition among the 3 major families. However, when he saw the figure of the burly man, his face suddenly became distorted. It was really exciting, but he immediately calmed down and walked out of the box. The arrival of Lord Qin really brings honor to my humble place. Please come and see me. Every step taken by the lion under Qin Fuzhong seemed to be stepping on the hearts and minds of everyone in the hall. Everyone could even hear the boom-boom of its heartbeat. That's good. After all, I'm here uninvited. I'll just stay here. Let's continue the auction. The armored lion stopped at a position closer to the platform in front, and Liang Qiu had no choice but to stand beside it with a smile. After receiving Liang Qiu's signal, Liang Jingxi was about to continue the auction process when another inappropriate voice rang out. Since Qin Fuzhong is able to participate in this auction halfway, Patriarch Liang doesn't mind having 2 more of us, right? There were 2 more figures at the entrance of the auction house, 1 old and 1 young, 1 man and 1 woman. They are also the remaining 2 of the 3 people who came to support the battle to defend Qingyang City. Facing a big boss of the wilderness rank, what could Liang Qiu do? His face, which already had many wrinkles, was now almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Of course you can. Old man he, why are you everywhere? Being disrespectfully addressed as old man he, the man was not angry at all. He continued to smile and said, "This world is so big. You should always allow someone to walk the same path with you." Tisk. Qin Fuzhong glanced at him disdainfully, then said, "I offer 15 million spirit coins." "I offer 18 million spirit coins." "Old man," he said lightly. "Fuck, you old man. You haven't taken out all your pension, have you?" Qin Fuzhong complained in a slightly vulgar manner. As soon as he said this, even the smiling old man his expression cracked a little. "It's just a little money. It won't cost me my pension." I don't know why he emphasized the word pension. Oh, that's good. If you use your pension to buy this beast, your descendants will be miserable if they are unfilial and end up living on the streets. Qin Fuzhong seemed to be giving advice with good intentions, but every word he said was secretly cursing the He family for their bad family traditions. He Song, also known as Old Man He, finally couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, "Qin Fuzhong, if you have the ability, just use your financial resources to speak directly, and don't talk endlessly like a gossipy woman." "Tisk, I'm thinking about you. Why are you still angry?" Okay, I'll offer 20 million. Feng Manhwa, who had been silent the whole time, seemed not to notice the undercurrent between the 2 of them. She just said coldly, "On behalf of the Feng family, I bid 21 million. Hearing that Feng Manhwa had also joined the bidding, Qin Fuzhong showed a trace of helplessness on his face. "Big sister, this is just a king beast. There is no need to raise the price so high. Brother really likes this beast. How about you give it to brother?" Feng Manhwa looked at Qin Fuzhong, who was acting like a drama queen, with no change in expression. "I'm sorry, I also like this beast, but I still want to try it with my financial resources." Looking at the 2 people who were uncooperative, Qin Fuzhong finally showed some helplessness on his face. The family did have some financial difficulties recently, and it was difficult to directly take out 20 million spirit coins. "Okay, I won't compete with you guys anymore. I'll just offer the highest price I can, 15 million spirit coins plus a king-level beast, the red blood dragon cypress. If you can offer a higher price, I will withdraw from the competition." Qin Fuzhong's words shocked everyone in boxes 1 to 3. Even the 2 people next to him could hardly control their expressions. The Qin family is really bold. They can even trade out the special beasts in the family. My He family is withdrawing. Old man he regained his smiling expression, but his trembling eyebrows showed that he was not in a calm mood. Feng Manhwa also shook her head. Unlike Qin Fuzhong of the Qin family, there was more than one wild-level beastmaster in the Feng family. She did not have much autonomy over the family's beastmasters or funds, so she took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Although he felt very painful about the price he paid, Qin Fuzhong showed a look of relief on his face after hearing that both of them had withdrawn from the competition. As long as he could capture this soft and fragrant rabbit, he thought it would all be worth it. He looked at the auctioneer Liang Jingxi on the stage, somewhat dissatisfied with her daze. Little girl, didn't you hear that they all withdrew from the competition? Why don't you announce the result quickly? Liang Jingxi, who had just come to her senses after being reminded, pounded the stage 3 times and said, "Then this gentle and fragrant rabbit was successfully photographed by this gentleman." Chapter 41 Predestined. The 3 families in the first 3 boxes had already walked down early during the bidding between the 3 big guys and came to the center of the hall. Seeing that Qin Fuzhong had auctioned off the Ro Xiangwan spirit rabbit, Qin Zhou was now both happy and heartbroken. The good news is that with the addition of Ro Xiangwan Ling rabbit, maybe it can change the current predicament of the family. What was heartbreaking was naturally the red blood dragon cypress, the family's beast that was never allowed to leave the family. One of them was actually traded away as a bargaining chip. When paying by credit card, Qingyun Treasure's auction house will deduct a commission of 1.05 million spirit coins from the 15 million spirit coins, and the rest will be transferred to the terminal left by Luo Yuheng in advance. As for the king-level beast, red blood dragon cypress, that Qin Fuzhong mentioned, Qingyun Treasure's auction house wisely did not mention the matter of taking a commission. I wonder if you can contact the seller? There are many things to pay attention to when cultivating this red-blooded dragon cypress. I need to explain it to the seller in person. Qin Fuzhong watched Qin Zhou swipe his card and pay the spiritual coins before asking casually. But even if it was just a casual question, Liang Qiu could directly feel the unquestionable nature of it, for the reputation of Qingyun Treasure's auction house. Liang Qiu was still under tremendous pressure. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He answered carefully, "In order to protect the privacy of the seller, we have to ask the seller for his or her opinion." However, he thought that the seller had taken the initiative to advertise at the auction house and would not hide his identity. He did this just to gain favor in front of the seller. He thought that Qin Fuzhong, who seemed carefree, would not be angry about this. When saying this, Liang Qiu had already gone through many thoughts in his mind. After making sure that he was sure to make a profit, he straightened his shoulders slightly and relaxed a little. Okay, contact him quickly. As Liang Qiu expected, Qin Fuzhong did not care. After receiving a signal from his boss, Wei Yansheng sent the message early. After receiving a confirmation reply, he walked up and whispered a few words in his boss' ear. After hearing this, Liang Qiu's face showed a look of relief. "Master Qin, the seller has agreed. Should we go directly to our reception room now? Or should we wait until the last beast is auctioned off?" Qin Fuzhong, who was holding the soft, fragrant rabbit in his arms, was in a particularly good mood. He asked, "What is the last beast? Is it more precious than this rabbit?" Hearing this, Feng Manwu and Hisong on the side both paid some attention and were obviously looking forward to what the last beast would be. Well, the last one is a 2-star king-level red flame lion. Liang Qiu's face was a little embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he would have let soft and fragrant rabbit be the last item to be auctioned. The price of the auction is now enough to buy several king-level red flame lions. It is indeed a bit embarrassing now. Qin Fuzhong's expression was indifferent when he heard Liang Qiu's answer. "Oh, then let's go directly to the reception room now." Although there is no direct evaluation of the value of the last beast, this attitude of ignoring is the best evaluation. Liang Qiu had no choice but to respond with a smile. He turned and looked at the other 2 masters, thinking that they were probably not interested in the last beast master either. "My lords, we have prepared a VIP room for you too. If you don't want to stay here, you can go and have a rest first." Old man Hisong said with a smile, "We are together with this Lord Qin. Wherever he goes, we will go too. Don't worry about us." Although Feng Manwu showed no expression, she did not voice any objection, which naturally meant she agreed. But Qin Fuzhong was not happy with this. "Who is with an old man like you? We have nothing to do with each other. Stay away from me." Hisong kindly reminded, when carrying out tasks assigned by the law enforcement team, leaving one's post without permission is not a minor crime. Qin Fuzhong's face darkened, and his tone became somewhat hostile. "Aren't you two the same as me? You also left the entrance to the secret realm." Hearing his rebuttal, Hisong shook his head and said, "We left the secret realm to find the first teammate to leave his post, and we also left a beastman each to guard there, so we can sense the edge of the secret realm at the first time." As he spoke, Hisong glanced at the armored lion he was sitting on, the beast named Earth-Shaking Armored Lion. "It's indeed different from you." Qin Fuzhong's expression changed again and again, but now he had the handle in the hands of this old man, so he could only speak, "Okay, the 3 of us will go, and let your younger generation stay wherever it's cool. Old man, he didn't mind his bad attitude at all. He waved to Liangshu, Liangshu and others around him, signaling them to leave. Feng Manhwa didn't need to say anything. The Feng family members behind her left on their own accord. Qin Fuzhong's expression softened a little. When the law enforcement officer comes, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Song's smiling expression seemed to be engraved on his face. His eyes narrowed into slits, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. Of course, I have never been a talkative person. Humph. A light snort expressed Qin Fuzhong's inner distrust. Liang Qiu, who had been standing aside for a long time, saw that their argument had finally ended, and then he carefully led the way for them. The VIP room was just upstairs from the auction house, and they soon arrived at their destination. There were only 3 people in the VIP room at this time: Luo Chen, Luo Yuheng, and Wei Yinsheng, who were accompanying them. Liang Qiu gave a brief introduction, emphasizing the identities of the 3 people as wild-level beastmasters. To prevent Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen from offending important people, Luo Chen sighed. He was just a rookie in the 1st realm, ferocious beast realm, but now he could meet a big shot in the 4th realm, wild realm. From this perspective, there is nothing special about these big shots. Apart from the fact that they look particularly energetic and there seems to be an invisible vibration around them, they are not much different from normal people. While Luo Chen was absent, everyone had already taken their seats. Master Luo, I wonder if this soft, fragrant rabbit is a beast of a new evolutionary route that you researched, or was it discovered by chance in the wild? After sitting down, Song asked directly. I, Luo, have discovered a new evolutionary route by chance recently. However, the evolutionary materials are hard to come by and it took a long time, so I have only managed to evolve one. Even though he was facing 3 wild-level beastmasters, Luo Yuheng's answer was still neither humble nor arrogant, because in China, the status of a breeder is still very honorable. The Animal Breeders Association is notoriously protective of its own people. If a serious animal breeder dies, there will definitely be people at the top who will investigate the cause of death. Moreover, they will even use beast tamers that can travel back in time to investigate. Don't doubt the financial resources and background of the Breeder Association. Qin Fuzhong smiled cheerfully. The beast itself is a treasure, so it is understandable that the breeding process is difficult. Luo Yuheng smiled at Qin Fuzhong. Feng Manhwa's clear and pleasant voice rang out. I wonder if this beast can evolve into another one. If it requires any materials, maybe I can find a way. Luo Yuheng tapped the table with his fingers regularly. Master Feng also wants to buy a Jiying Spirit Rabbit? Feng Manhwa nodded. Master Luo, if you have any requests, you can mention them. Originally, we don't allow beast taming reservations in our store, but the 3 adults still have to give us face in person. 20 million spirit coins, plus several hard-to-find materials, will be provided by the adults. I will make an exception here. However, the species of the beast can remain consistent, but their qualifications cannot be determined. If the 3 adults can agree, shall we sign the contract now? After Luo Yuheng finished saying this, he looked at the reactions of the 3 people opposite him. This price was naturally determined after Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng discussed it after the auction. It was not very cheap, but it was within their acceptable range. After thinking for a while, Feng Manhwa spoke first. Okay, I accept this condition. Then our Qinyang pet shop will reserve the next soft, fragrant rabbit for Lord Feng. Seeing that Feng Manhwa agreed, Song also agreed to this condition. Finally, even though he had already obtained a Rose Xiangwan spirit rabbit, Qin Fuzhong still asked to reserve another one, but he still had some foresight and was the last one to reserve. This would reserve a lot of time for the family to raise spirit coins, and also allow them to verify the effect of the soft, fragrant spirit rabbit in their hands in advance. If it is not worth it, they could just use the excuse that they cannot find the corresponding materials to invalidate the treaty. After signing a treaty with each company and leaving contact information, everyone's faces showed some sincerity. The contract has been signed, and the beast has been reserved. You 2 can go now, right? Do you want to stay and spy on the secrets of my beast? After the contract was signed, Qin Fuzhong immediately started to chase the people away. The other 2 did not stay long and left the VIP room after Qin Fuzhong finished speaking. Liang Qiu, who left last, even considerately closed the double doors made of fragrant wood. Qin Fuzhong's face showed a look of pain and reluctance. He said to Luo Yuheng like an old father who had entrusted his daughter to someone else. Master Luo, next is the other part of the reward for today's auction. Our Qin family's signature beast, the red blood dragon cypress. You must take good care of it. Chapter 42 Evolution. Evolution. A bright red plant appeared in front of Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng. This plant is bright red from its branches to its leaves, but the color of the branches and leaves is darker than the main trunk. Compared to its tiny branches and leaves, its trunk is very wide, and there seem to be strange protrusions on the main trunk which serves as the base, as if some reliefs were carved on it. Luo Chen looked around and saw that the relief vaguely looked like a swimming dragon. No wonder this beast was called the red blood dragon cypress. However, his realm was too low, and the Eye of Truth could not view some information about red blood dragon cypress. Qin Fuzhong was still watching here, and he needed to maintain his stable image, so Luo Chen suppressed his curiosity. Similarly, Luo Yuheng was also attracted by the beast in front of him, but unlike Luo Chen, he obviously saw more information from the beast in front of him. But after watching for a while, his face showed some doubts. Luo Chen only heard Luo Yuheng ask Qin Fuzhong, "Master Qin, is this beast lacking a lot of necessary resources to support it? How can it be in a state of lacking dragon energy nourishment?" Qin Fuzhong's face showed a trace of sadness. He sighed and said, "This is what I want to tell you to pay attention to. The growth of the red blood dragon cypress must be nourished by sufficient dragon energy, otherwise its growth will stagnate, and it may even regress or eventually wither and die. In our family, there is a kind of longyang grass with very low yield, which can provide the dragon energy needed for the growth of the red blood dragon cypress, but the yield is extremely low. But I am in charge, and I can allocate 5 pieces from the family every month to ensure that the level of the red blood dragon cypress will not fall." After hearing what he said, Luo Yuheng finally understood why Qin Fuzhong was willing to sacrifice the bloodline of the family's guardian beast in order to get this soft and fragrant rabbit. "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Qin. However, now that the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit has arrived at the Qin family, I'm sure that the longyang grass will not be in short supply in the future." After hearing Luo Yuheng's words that sounded like a promise, Qin Fuzhong's face showed a little more joy. "Haha, if it's really as you said, I will take the initiative to give you a few more leaves of longyang grass every month." Over the next period of time, Qin Fuzhong and Luo Yuheng carefully discussed some matters that should be paid attention to during the daily growth of the red blood dragon cypress. Finally, because he was in a hurry to go back to guard the secret realm, he took a reluctant look at the red blood dragon cypress and resolutely left the VIP room. After Qin Fuzhong left, Luo Chen finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and urged to ask for information about red blood dragon cypress. Race: red blood dragon cypress. Level: King Beast 3 stars. Category: Wood, martial. Status: Weak, lack of dragon energy, dormant. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Blood Dragon Shadow. Earth level. The blood dragon relief on the body of the red blood dragon cypress consumes a large amount of blood and energy and can temporarily break away from the body to engage in combat. 2. Blood Encouragement. Shin level. The red blood dragon cypress boils its own blood and energy, increasing its combat power in a short period of time. 3. Qi and blood conversion. Shin level. During a battle, the red blood dragon cypress can absorb the blood in the field, temporarily enhancing its own combat power. At the same time, it can use the collected qi and blood to perform other skills. 4. Blood barrier. Shin level. The red blood dragon cypress uses its blood to transform into a solid shield to protect its own body. 5. Dragon might. Earth level. The red blood dragon cypress consumes the dragon energy in its body to generate dragon might, which deters the same level or lower level, weakening the target's skill strength, and will also have a certain impact on beasts with higher realms than itself. After listening to Luo Yuheng's retelling, Luo Chen's expression became somewhat indescribable. This beastmaster is obviously a combat-oriented one, and judging from Qin Fuzhong's confident speech just now, it seems that he has a strong combat capability. But the shortcomings are now too obvious. That is, it cannot get enough nourishment from the dragon energy. Not only can it not exert its full combat power, but its current growth is also restricted. The auction was over, but compared to the fierce competition for the second-to-last item, the bidding for the last item, Red Flame Lion, seemed a bit sloppy. In the end, it was only sold for nearly 5 million spirit coins, which was not a very high price. However, these naturally have nothing to do with Luo Chen, who has already returned home. The most difficult materials for Qi Yan's evolution have been found, so it is natural for him to start his long-awaited evolution. At night, the moon is bright in the sky. Qinyang Pet Shop. Looking at Luoyang and Qi Yan opposite him, Luo Chen's expression was very serious. "Are you ready?" Perhaps it was because Luo Chen's expression was too serious. Luo Yang couldn't help but feel a little more uneasy. He said tentatively, "Brother, how about I make some more preparations?" Luo Chen looked at him speechlessly. "It's not you who evolved. You don't need to prepare. I'm asking Qiyin. Qiyin looked at Luo Chen with innocent eyes, then nodded. His serious look was so endearing. Luo Yuheng, the caretaker, stood nearby, watching their conversation with great interest and smiled silently. Okay, Qiyin, you go into this breeding room. Luo Chen pointed to the breeding room behind him, which was surrounded by some special transparent material. After Qiyin crawled obediently in the breeding room, Luo Chen took out the two materials needed for its evolution, the extremely cold spiritual flame and the ice jade. Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng, who had been acting as a transparent man beside him. Dad, it's up to you now. You need to use your mental power to refine the ice jade hammer into liquid. Then the extremely cold spiritual flame was divided into 5 parts, each of which was wrapped in liquid melted from the ice jade. Wait until the ice jade is burned back into jade by the extremely cold spiritual flame, and then let Qiyin swallow it. The whole process seems very simple, but each step is a great test for the breeder, requiring the breeder to have a strong control over his or her own mental strength. Only then can the ice jade be successfully melted into liquid, and then the ice spiritual flame can be divided into 5 parts. This will test the resilience of the breeder's mental strength. If the strength is not enough, it will be easy to be injured by the extremely cold spiritual flame. Luo Yuheng is worthy of being a 5-star breeder and has perfectly replicated Luo Chen's requirements. Looking at the finished product floating in the air like an ice crystal jade ball, and to the naked eye, each grain is basically the same size, about the same size as the glass marbles I played with when I was a child. However, the miniature version of the extremely cold spiritual flame inside kept beating, but the cold air it brought was locked inside by a layer of ice jade outside. Qiyin, swallow one first. After hearing Luo Chen's arrangement, Qiyin first looked at Luo Yang, and when he nodded, he swallowed one of the ice crystal jade pills without hesitation. Qiyin tilted his head. The cool feeling was quite good. After a while, special changes appeared on Qiyin's body. Its originally deep red skin suddenly turned white, and even the flamboyant red mane next to its head suddenly turned white from the roots. However, this change only lasted for a moment, and the mane soon turned back to red. At this time, Luo Chen and the other two were standing outside the cultivation room. Luo Chen shouted to Qiyin inside, Qiyin, take another ice crystal jade pill. Qiyin obediently swallowed another one. This time, the changes on his body seemed to have subsequent power, and large areas of his skin turned snow white. After about 10 minutes, Luo Chen asked it to swallow the third ice crystal jade pill. It was like a large army approaching. Qiyin's body had turned completely snow white, but this white had a distinct layering feeling. Luo Chen then let Qiyin swallow the fourth one. This time, light blue stars appeared on its body, dotted on its white jade skin. The fifth and final one, a faint blue flame suddenly emerged from its head. It opened its mouth, and then a blue flame emitting a low-temperature flame emerged. It was so scared that it immediately closed its mouth, and then ice blue flames would occasionally emerge from all over its body. Finally, it was the tail. Unlike other parts of the body where flames only appeared from time to time, the extremely cold spiritual flame continued to burn on Qiyin's tail as if it would never go out. The tail also turned completely blue. After eating the last one, Luo Chen confirmed that its evolution was complete, because Luo Chen had used the Eye of Truth to see all the information about its evolution. Chapter 43. Ice Flame Lion King. Race: Ice Flame Lion King, King of Beasts. Level: Spirit Beast 1 star. Type: Fire, Ice. Status: Confused. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Ice Flame. Shin level: The Ice Flame Lion King controls the fire in the ice that emits low temperature. This allows it to have the characteristics of continuous burning fire and can use extreme low temperatures to cause damage to the target. 2. Ice and Fire spreading across the prairie. Earth level: The Ice Flame Lion King controls the extremely cold spiritual flame within his control, which quickly spreads out in all directions with himself as the center. Wherever the ice and fire pass, everything will be frozen. 3. Flame. Yellow level: The Ice Flame Lion King can inhale and spit out or attach ice flames to its claws to cause damage to the target. 4. Stream Flame Bomb. Shin level gathers ice flames to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 5. Ice Flame True Body. Shin level consumes a large amount of ice flame energy in the body and summons a flame true body that is twice the size of itself. 6. Fire Devourer. Earth level: The Ice Flame Lion King can enhance the strength of itself and its skills by devouring different types of ice and fire. Luo Chen simply couldn't believe that a beastmaster who had just been promoted to a spirit beast could possess 6 skills, 2 of which were Earth level. even though one of them was just a passive skill like fire devouring. Normally speaking, it's not impossible for a spirit beast to have so many skills, but that's usually only the beast tamers that have stayed in the spirit beast realm for many years and have no hope of advancement, so they'll spend more time learning skills to find hope for a breakthrough. However, it is rare for a beast tamer to be able to add 3 new racial skills directly after evolution. Most of them add new effects or mutations based on the original skills. This beast is pretty good. Luo Yuheng had obviously also seen the skill introduction of the Ice Flame Lion King, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although Luo Yang still doesn't know the specific situation of the Ice Flame Lion King, but when he saw the amazement on Luo Chen's face and heard Luo Yuheng's praise, he knew that he had made the right bet this time. The next moment, the feedback of Qi Yin evolving into a spiritual beast came to him. A layer of blue flame suddenly and strangely appeared on his body, but it did not cause any harm, as if it was an illusion. Considering his talent as a beast master and his inherited abilities, the Ice Flame Lion King has not yet mastered his own skills, and this kid may also lose control of his skills. Luo Yuheng quickly opened the door of the breeding room and decisively threw Luo Yang in. When will you two learn to control your own power? I will let you out. Having said that, he locked the door of the breeding room without hesitation. If other beast masters were promoted to spirit beasts, it is possible that only their physical fitness, reaction ability, and the energy level in their bodies would be improved. However, Luo Yang is able to inherit the skills of the beast, so the various changes in Qi Yin may also happen to him. Before you can control your own strength, it is better not to come out and harm others. It's getting late, Xiaochen. Let's go back and rest first. Luo Chen looked at Luo Yang in the cultivation room with a faint blue flame on his head and tapped the glass gently. Brother, you should reform yourself in there. I will come to see you tomorrow. The two brothers looked at each other through the glass window, and it really felt like they were visiting a prisoner. However, after hearing Luo Chen's words, the depressed look on Luo Yang's face was almost solidified. Brother, do you want to play like this? Haha, you should hurry up and get familiar with your own strength. We will come back to see you tomorrow morning. After saying that, Luo Chen followed Luo Yuheng downstairs and went home. As for the problem of sleeping at night, as a turn-level beast master, it would be no problem for him to not sleep for a night. Luo Yang and Qi Yin, who stayed in the cultivation room, looked at each other. Luo Yang sighed and said, take control of your own power, or you won't be able to get out tomorrow morning. After saying that, Luo Yang closed his eyes, felt the energy flowing throughout his body, and tried to control it. After this feedback, he, who was able to inherit the power of taming beasts, also knew the various skills that Qi Yin now had. After a while, a fist-sized ice blue fireball emerged from his body and smashed into the wall. Or a giant made of ice flame more than 3 meters high would appear, moving left and right or waving his arms constantly under Luo Yang's control. There was also a cold white flame spreading from his body to the surroundings, but it could not get close to Qi Yin, because Qi Yin also used the skill called Ice and Fire. The man and the beast each occupied half of the breeding room. From the previous release of skills by each of them, to the final confrontation between the man and the beast using skills, it is unknown when they completely mastered the power they now possess. Luo Chen arrived at the store early in the morning and saw Luo Yang and Qi Yin sleeping in each other's arms in the breeding room. Luo Chen opened the door of the breeding room and woke up the man and the beast who were sleeping soundly. Wake up, have breakfast, and then go home and rest. Luo Yang and Qi Yin, who had just woken up, were slightly stunned. Okay. Their voices were all soft, and it seemed that practicing skills yesterday really tired them out. However, after eating the breakfast brought by Luo Chen, the man and the beast wanted to go back to rest but still failed to do so. At the Qingyun Treasures auction yesterday, when auctioning the Ro Xiangwan Spirit Rabbit, Liang Jingxi mentioned a Qinyang pet shop, and the effect was indeed seen today. Not long after Luo Chen opened the store, the number of customers in the store grew wildly, and soon the store was as bustling as a vegetable market. Luo Yang took a look at the bustling crowd downstairs and quickly decided to stay in the quiet space on the second floor. Is this the pet shop that bred the Ruxiangjuan Spirit Rabbit? The decoration looks pretty good. Is the cage filled with a sea beast? Isn't this the sea beast that appeared during the siege a few days ago? Why is this kind of store still selling low-level beasts like the Xinxiang Rabbit? Wow, this frost wolf looks so powerful. 120,000 spirit coins. Sorry to bother you. Where is the boss? I bought this electric mouse. But in addition to these doubts or discussions about the store, there is also all kinds of noise. Brother, move aside. You are stepping on my foot. Oh, sorry. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. In the surging crowd, voices would be heard from time to time. How dare you squeeze into this young master? Fuck, which family's young master is this? Let me see. Ah, it's Master Liang? Sorry to bother you. Luo Chen stood at the stairs on the second floor, looking at the densely packed people on the first floor, and felt his temples throbbing. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Silence!" Startled by the sudden sound, the people on the first floor all looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, Luo Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, "Those who said they wanted to buy beasts just now, come to the front desk to check out." After saying that, he walked downstairs leisurely. Even though there was a crowd, they still made way for him with difficulty. Fortunately, Luo Chen was thin, so he was able to successfully reach the cashier counter. "You want to buy the Frost Wolf? I'll give you 120,000 spirit coins. Lightning Mouse, 73,000 spirit coins. Cold Bonefish, 320,000 spirit coins. Those two fragrant rabbits? They are ornamental animals, not for sale." After a while, Luo Chen registered all the people who wanted to buy the beasts. Seeing that all the beasts had been sold, some people still said that they wanted to buy one, but they were directly rejected by Luo Chen. "Well, sorry, all the beasts in Qinying Pet Shop have been sold out. We are closed today. Thank you all for coming. Except for the few people who bought the beasts, other customers please leave in an orderly manner. Thank you again for your visit." Luo Chen repeated this sentence twice before customers started to come out. There were some stubborn people who didn't want to leave, and Luo Chen had to step forward and persuade them to leave one by one. After nearly an hour of hard work, the store finally became deserted, with only a few people who had invested in purchasing the Beastmasters remaining. Luo Chen looked at the crowd that was gathered outside the store and refused to leave, and closed the door without hesitation. Chapter 44: The Mysterious Fatty. "You bought the Frost Wolf, right?" Luo Chen looked at the middle-aged man closest to him. After the middle-aged man nodded, Luo Chen walked to the cage of the Frost Wolf, which was now a 7-star ferocious beast. "How are you going to take it away?" Luo Chen sought the man's advice. The man simply took out a beast-binding ring with a leash and handed it to Luo Chen. Luo Chen released the Frost Wolf from the cage and put the beast-binding ring on it. He handed the end of the leash to the man and said, "Okay, sir, take care." However, when the man heard Luo Chen's obvious words of sending him away, he did not move to leave. He said sincerely, "Well, could you introduce me to the breeder in your store?" Luo Chen paused. "I am the manager of this store and also the breeder. What's your question?" "You?" The middle-aged man was indeed surprised. He thought Luo Chen was handsome and young and was just a clerk in the store. So he tried to summon a beast from his beast bracelet. This beast was generally very similar to the wolf in the previous life, but it was much larger in size and was more than 2 meters tall just when standing there. There are light gray patterns on its brown skin. The strength of my gray wolf has not improved for a long time. I want to find a breeder to develop a training method for my beast." Luo Chen looked at the information of the gray wolf while listening to the man's request. Race: gray wolf. Level: spirit beast 5-star. Department: gold. Status: curious. Qualification: general. Skills: 1. Iron claw, yellow level. When attacking, metal elements are attached to the claws. 2. Gray marks, Shin level. The gray marks on the body increase the energy flow of the gray wolf throughout the body, allowing it to absorb energy from the outside world and recover faster. 3. Iron sand, yellow level. The gray wolf condenses metal elements to form iron sand, which interferes with the sight of local targets or causes damage to the eyes. 4. Pounce, yellow level. A skill developed through years of training and practice that instantly increases speed. After checking the information, everything seems to be relatively normal. This gray wolf must have reached the bottleneck of its growth. If it wants to make some breakthroughs at this time, it either needs reasonable stimulation from the outside world or consumes some special resources suitable for it. But Luo Chen doesn't have any good solution now. He is still a small apprentice breeder. Luo Chen could only tell him the 2 methods he had deduced. The materials suitable for it were actually very broad, as long as they were not very special gold materials. As the middle-aged man thanked him, Luo Chen escorted him out of the store. Luo Chen took the electric mouse out of the cage and handed it to the customer who bought it. Originally, he wanted to wait until it reached the 9th star of the ferocious beast and then see its evolved form, but since it had already been bought, he could only say that it did not have this blessing. Luo Chen looked at the last wealthy guest, a little fat man wearing gold and silver. Somehow Luo Chen always felt that he looked familiar. "Are you sure you want to buy all the remaining sea beasts?" Although in Luo Chen's opinion, This little fat guy is not short of money, but 6 spirit-level beasts, even if they are all sea beasts, will still cost more than 2 million spirit coins. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to buy a high-level spiritual beast that can run on land? The little fat man didn't answer his question, but said to himself, "Don't you remember me? The one who talked to you during the last breeder assessment." After the fat boy's reminder, Luo Chen finally understood where the sense of familiarity came from. "So it's you. So you really want to buy all 6 sea beasts?" The little fat boy, who originally wanted to keep in touch with Luo Chen, was caught off guard. Wasn't this the procedure for negotiating business with people that he learned at home? Shouldn't we exchange pleasantries first, build up our relationship, and then talk about business? But the fat guy is not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. He nodded decisively. "Yes, I want to buy them all. How much is it in total?" Hearing that he really wanted to buy it and was not making fun of himself, Luo Chen's attitude became more friendly. "The total is 2.36 million spirit coins. I'll round off the difference for you. Just pay 2.35 million spirit coins in total." The fat man did not bargain with Luo Chen. He took out a black bank card and asked Luo Chen to swipe the corresponding amount. Then he continued, "Now can we reconnect?" Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at the little fat boy in surprise. He really didn't understand what kind of relationship he had with him. However, considering that he was the biggest customer in his store, Luo Chen still gave him face and did not reject him. Instead, he asked, "What kind of relationship do you mean?" "Of course we are friends." "Okay, please start your performance." "My name is Chang Guiheng. I'm from Xingyue City. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a 5-star spiritual beast master." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and looked at Luo Chen with sparkling eyes. Luo Chen could only imitate his sentence structure and introduce himself again. "Luo Chen, Qingyang City, 18 years old, a fierce level 6-star beast master, and also an apprentice breeder." At the same time, he stretched out his slender hand and shook hands with Chang Guiheng's chubby hand. "You are amazing. You passed the breeder assessment on your first try. I have taken the test dozens of times, but still haven't become a trainee breeder." Luo Chen touched his nose and said, "It's just because of my talent. Talent is also part of strength." "Well, you're right." As a person with social phobia, Luo Chen was not used to such awkward conversations with others. On the contrary, the fat boy Chang Guiheng seemed very comfortable. Seeing Luo Chen's embarrassment, Chang Guiheng decided to get straight to the point. An egg with star-speckled surface appeared in his hands. "Pet eggs." There was a look of interest in Luo Chen's eyes. "Race, Luo Star Spirit. Level, hatching. Department, status, incubating. Skill." When Luo Chen used his eye of truth to look at the information about this beast, all he saw were question marks, or it was in the process of hatching. The only useful information he knew was the name, Luo Star Spirit. "What is this?" Luo Chen asked in confusion. "There is a pet egg that has not yet hatched. I would like to entrust it to Brother Luo to see if it can be hatched. The reward can be discussed in detail." Chang Guiheng looked at Luo Chen with anticipation in his eyes. The name of this beast sounds very high level. Luo Chen, who didn't know Chang Guiheng's background, didn't agree immediately. "Why are you looking for me? I'm just a trainee breeder. With your financial resources, it shouldn't be difficult to find a Haoyue breeder. They may have more experience in this area than I do." After hearing his words, Chang Guiheng said calmly, "Perhaps it was fate that guided you. Only you can hatch this beast. And we are friends now. Isn't it normal for us to help each other? What the hell is this guidance of fate?" Luo Chen always feels it's weird. They've only known each other for a few days, and they're already just friends. Luo Chen subconsciously wanted to refuse. "I'm sorry. This pet egg, I have to try it before I know if it's okay." Halfway through his refusal, Luo Chen suddenly made a U-turn. What made him change his mind? It turned out that the system had just issued a new task in his mind. Task 4. Successfully hatch the Luo Star Spirit and receive the Starlight Protection as a reward. Starlight Protection. Starlight creates protection, making the target immune to curse skills. The skill of immunity to curse is known as the most difficult skill to defend against. With such a generous reward, it is too difficult to just give up. But you need to leave this egg with me for a while. I need to study it before I know whether it can be hatched." Luo Chen felt that he should still leave room for himself, so he gave Chang Guiheng a shot of prevention. Chang Guiheng nodded as a matter of course. "Sure, if there are any materials you need, you can also tell me and let me find them." Seeing that he agreed, Luo Chen took the Starlight Egg from him and said, "Okay." Chapter 45 Energy Stone. The Starlight Egg was cold to the touch and felt like fine jade. Luo Chen could even feel the vigorous yet weak throbbing of life in the egg. These are clearly two completely opposite feelings, but now they appear at the same time. Perhaps this is the reason why Fatty and the others cannot hatch this beast? Luo Chen held the starlight egg in his hand and examined it carefully, then looked up at Chang Guiheng, who was looking at him expectantly. His eyes clearly asked, "Why are you still here? Did you see anything just now?" Chang Guiheng rubbed his chubby little hands and asked expectantly, "No, it's only been a short while. What can you tell? I'll put it upstairs and study it when I have time." As he spoke, Luo Chen took a step forward and walked up to the second floor of the store. Chang Guiheng also moved his legs, obviously wanting to follow, but Luo Chen immediately stopped him after noticing his intention. "The second floor is a training ground. No one is allowed to disturb us. If you have nothing to do, go back first." "Not even friends?" "Can't." "Well, all right then. Be sure to contact me on the terminal if you have anything." After saying that, the fat boy Chang Guiheng walked out of the store, looking back every few steps. After waiting for the strange little fat man to leave the store, Luo Chen immediately locked the door from inside the store. Thinking of Chang Guiheng's inexplicable desire to be friends with others, Luo Chen always felt something was weird and had no idea what his purpose was for the time being. You can only take one step at a time and see what happens. After a long time, the truth will be revealed. The fat little man Chang Guiheng walked out of the store, ignoring the other people gathered at the store entrance and their prying eyes. I just asked quietly in my mind, "Can he really hatch the star spirit?" A clear voice answered in his mind, "The revelation of fate points here." I only heard a vague voice, and the two words Luo Chen were in it. Although fate may make mistakes, all predictions this time are on the good side. Luyue Xingling's egg has been handed over, and there is no use worrying here. In his opinion, Luo Chen is not a bad person. At worst, he will not break the egg. For the defense of this egg, Chang Guiheng still has a certain degree of confidence. "Qianza, thank you." This voice was very sincere. He and Qianza Luckwheel traveled around many cities, and finally they spied a trace of the hatching Luyue Star Spirit here. Among them, Qianza Fortune Wheel's destiny detection skill helped a lot. "Wait until the Luyue Star Spirit hatches, then you can thank me." Being thanked so formally by the fat man, Qianza Fortune Wheel seemed a little shy. After Chang Guiheng responded, "Okay," in his mind, he walked into a shop next to Qinyang Pet Shop. "How much is your store selling for?" "Qinyang Pet Shop." After closing the shop door, Luo Chen carefully carried the egg up to the second floor. "I first placed the egg in the incubation pool on the second floor. I don't know if it will be useful, but considering the effect of the incubation pool, it will not do any harm." The starlight egg slowly sank to the bottom of the incubation pool, and then Luo Chen witnessed the horror of this egg. Originally, the water in the incubation pool was only 1 meter deep. After placing the starlight egg into the pool, the water level of the incubation pool dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Luo Chen thought that the starlight egg was absorbing energy to hatch, after absorbing half of the pool of water, he did not see any special changes in the starlight egg. Luo Chen immediately stepped into the pool and took it out, otherwise this guy would definitely suck the pool clean. This pool is an important facility for opening my own shop and completing my mission, so there must be no problems with it. System, how do we hatch this thing? Don't just push me to take on the task and then leave it alone. What is the difference between this and digging a light pipe without burying it? System. After a long silence, the system's voice appeared in his mind again. "Once you obtain the second secret realm, you can hatch this egg there." Luo Chen quickly opened his shop panel and checked the status of his tasks. Task 1. Sell a spiritual beast, completed. Reward 100 points and 5 energy stones, can be collected. Mission 2. Make 3 beasts evolve, 1 has evolved. Reward 200 points and a level 2 secret realm. Task 3. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, 4 have been sold, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items will be added to the store. Mission 4. Successfully hatch the Luyue Star Spirit and receive the Starlight Protection as a reward. The reward for the first completed task has been collected, and 100 points have been credited to my account. The current balance in the store system is 250 points. Then 5 pieces of jade the size of a baby's fist appeared in Luo Chen's hands. It's crystal clear and looks very expensive. It seemed that this kind of thing could be used on the animal cages on the first floor and next door. Luo Chen first collected the 5 energy stones and planned to use them when there were new residents in the cages. When Luo Chen was staring at these energy stones in a trance, the little fur ball that had been quietly lying on his shoulder suddenly took an energy stone from his hand and swallowed it when Luo Chen was not paying attention. Luo Chen, who noticed the movement of his hands, broke out in a cold sweat after just one look. My God, how could you eat such a big thing? Spit it out quickly, don't let it get stuck in your throat. During the intense movement, several energy stones fell to the ground. Luo Chen didn't care, but just anxiously pried open the little ball's mouth. No. The open mouth was empty, with only the little fur ball and little lotus showing their pointed milk teeth. Did you really swallow it? Luo Chen looked at the bewildered little ball of fur with a serious expression. Didn't you swallow it? Luo Chen searched the ground and only found 4 energy stones, but did not find any trace of the 5th energy stone. He picked up the little fur ball in his hand and squeezed its soft belly, but there was no feeling of any hard object. That's strange. Where did the stone go? After searching for a long time without finding it, Luo Chen decided not to look for it anymore. Instead, he ordered the little ball of fur to stand in front of him obediently. From now on, you are not allowed to eat anything without my permission. Do you hear me? If I catch you eating something else next time, you will fast for 1 day. If you do it again, you will fast for 2 days. When dealing with little ones like these, they must be educated strictly and naughty children must be supervised more. Luo Chen pressed the little ball of fur on the head and made it nod a few times, forcing it to sign the treaty before he let it go with satisfaction. The system, which had been a bystander, could no longer bear it and said, "My stupid host, it did eat the energy stone?" But there's nothing abnormal in its stomach? Worried, Luo Chen picked up the little fur ball again and checked its stomach again. The energy stone melts in your mouth and turns into the purest and gentlest energy, replenishing every part of your body, so the energy has been completely absorbed by it. If you don't believe it, you can look at its current level. Race, light cat. Level, 7 stars of fierce beast. Category, psychic. Status, satisfied, sleepy. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Spiritual membrane. Shin level attaches a layer of air membrane formed by energy to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. Indeed, the rank of the little furball has been upgraded from the original 6-star ferocious beast to the current 7-star ferocious beast. It turns out that energy stones can also be used as food for beasts. How come this effect seems to be even better than the breeding pool? As if knowing what Luo Chen was thinking, the system spoke. Energy stones are good for providing energy, and they do have a great effect in promoting the early growth of beasts. However, the nurturing pool is used to warm up the beast's physical quality in all aspects, including removing the remaining hidden injuries in the body and improving the aptitude imperceptibly, which has a great effect. The two cannot be regarded as the same. Okay, then I'll use both together. Looking at the little fur ball squatting on the ground and feeling very sleepy, and knowing that it had absorbed too much energy, Luo Chen didn't want to think about educating it anymore. After placing it in its own nest, Luo Chen looked at Luo Yang, who was struggling with the terminal in the beast taming skill simulation room. I have been on the 2nd floor for such a long time, but he didn't seem to notice anything. I wonder what is on the terminal that attracts him so much. Luo Chen walked in and patted Luo Yang on the shoulder. What are you doing? You are so focused. Chapter 46, Spending Points. Hearing that it was Luo Chen's voice, Luo Yang pushed the terminal in front of Luo Chen and said in an angry tone, "Someone is blackmailing the pet shop online." Luo Chen took the terminal that was about to be put into his mouth a little further away from himself, and then he could see the contents clearly. The Qinyang Pet Store has a poor service attitude and drove customers out of the store. Then there are several thousand words below, which exaggerate what I saw and heard in Qinyang Pet Shop. The staff had poor service attitude, the store was small, and there were few beasts in the store, so everyone went there in vain. Moreover, the store only keeps some ordinary useless beasts, and the photo of Xinxiang Rabbit is given a big close-up. Under this post, there are many people who agree with it and said that they will not shop at this restaurant in the future. When he first saw it, Luo Chen was a little angry, but after a while he gradually calmed down. Because apart from the large amount of personal emotional words in this post, Luo Chen felt that the rest of what people said made sense. Poor service attitude? Luo Chen thought about it and realized that there were too many people just now. His face seemed to be a little cold, but he could explain that it was just that his face was not cold. So many people did not go out. The space inside the store is small. With more than 400 people coming in at the same time, the store is only 500 square meters, so it seems small. There are not many beasts in the store. Luo Chen has no way of refutation on this, but our store will go the boutique route in the future, so isn't it normal to have fewer beasts? Let's talk about the close-up of the fragrant rabbit. Can our fragrant rabbit be the same as those in other stores? Have you ever seen the fragrant rabbit with a 5-star rating? Luo Chen touched his chin and thought, should they also open an official account like other internet celebrity stores? But when he thought about the busy state of the store, Luo Chen had to give up this idea temporarily. In addition to running the store, he also had to practice. How could he have so much time to maintain the account? However, you can directly open a certified official account and then post the beast for sale on it in the future, which will be convenient for customers. Luo Chen took out his own terminal and followed the authentication process to create an official account for Qinyang Pet Shop. But now it's empty and there's nothing inside. After finishing it, Luo Chen put it aside and didn't care about it anymore. Luo Yang watched Luo Chen authenticate an official account and then stopped taking any other actions. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why don't you do something to fight back against those posts that slander you? What are you fighting back for? Don't you think what they said is right? Besides, black and red are still red. This is a good thing. When we have new beasts in the future, we can fight back with equality." Although what Luo Chen said made sense, Luo Yang still felt a little aggrieved. So he simply turned off the terminal and stopped reading the content. Luo Chen patted his shoulder, and his calm eyes calmed Luo Yang's emotions. "You are now a spiritual beast master. You should consider the contract for your second beast. Also, school will start the day after tomorrow. Have you finished your homework?" When Luo Yang heard Luo Chen mention this, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes, and he smiled at Luo Chen awkwardly. "Brother, well, I'm going home to rest first." He picked up his coat that had fallen to the ground and patted Qi Yan on the head. "Qi Yan is gone." Looking at Luo Yang and Qi Yan's embarrassed escape, Luo Chen smiled silently. Opening the system panel and looking at the account balance of 250 points, Luo Chen felt inexplicably dazzled. It would be better to spend part of this number. He looked at the 5 items on the supply board and wanted everything on them. After hesitating for a while, I finally spent 100 points to buy a level 1 spiritual spring, which can produce 10 cubic meters of spiritual water every day. This can be placed in the secret realm. Then he spent another 50 points to buy 5 stalks of Shinling grass, which he planned to place in the store, 2 downstairs, 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor. Moreover, Shinling grass can not only continuously increase the concentration of spiritual energy every day, but it is also the key material for the Xinxiang rabbit to evolve into the Ruxiangjuanling rabbit. It can be said to be the material that has the greatest effect on Luo Chen now. With the last 100 points, Luo Chen bought a level 1 secret space expansion stone and a level 1 marrow cleansing pill. Both items cost 50 points, which just used up all his points. The level 1 secret realm space expansion stone is naturally used in the only level 1 secret realm. Now that secret realm has been renamed by Luo Yuheng, called Qingyu Secret Realm. The origin of the name is naturally related to the only beast taming, Qingyu grass, in the secret realm. The level 1 marrow cleansing pill is naturally prepared for the little furball. It's your own beast, so if you don't feel the pain yourself, who else can you let feel the pain? In the second task of the system, one of the 3 beasts has been evolved, the Frost Wolf King, and Luo Chen plans to complete the remaining 2 with the little furball and the fragrant rabbit. The items purchased from the system were still delivered very quickly, but this time they were not thrown on the ground like garbage like last time, but were placed more gently on the only table in the cultivation room. A purple hexagonal stone with the word empty written on it. It should be the secret space expansion stone. A bead the size of an adult's fist that emits the glow of white jade. It is impossible to tell what it is from the outside. There are also 5 Shinling grasses that Luo Chen is familiar with. The last thing he saw was a purple square jade box. When Luo Chen stepped forward and opened it, he discovered that there was a thumb-sized pill inside. When the jade box was opened, a faint fragrance lingered around Luo Chen's nose, making him want to swallow it. He picked up the pill from the jade box, walked to the sleeping little furball, and shook the pill under its nose. As if it had dreamed of something delicious, it closed its eyes, stuck out its pink tongue, licked the pill, and then rolled its tongue, and the thumb-sized pill disappeared into its mouth. It even smacked its lips with satisfaction. Luo Chen smiled and rubbed its head, letting it sleep peacefully in its nest again. Find the flower pots in the store and transplant 5 Shinling grasses into them. Then put 2 pots on the 1st floor, 1 pot each in the cultivation room and foster room on the 2nd floor, and 1 pot in the empty room on the 3rd floor. While Luo Chen was arranging these Shinling herbs, with his sensitive perception as a breeder, he could clearly feel the abundant spiritual energy in the store. Holding the remaining 2 things, Luo Chen has guessed that the bead emitting white light should be the spiritual spring, although he doesn't know why it is a white bead. But the system says that as long as you dig a hole and put it in, a fixed amount of spiritual spring will be produced every day, which is very convenient. Luo Chen took these two things to the third floor and entered the quiet and secret realm. The ground was still covered with dense green grass, and walking on it felt like walking on a soft carpet. However, the only flaw is that there are large patches of black stains on this green carpet, which are the empty spaces left after the Qingyu grass was dug up. Now the remaining green grass has not yet occupied the land they left behind, so this inharmonious picture appears. However, what attracted Luo Chen's attention most was a small hut standing on the flatland. In front of the door of the hut was an enlarged version of a small furball crawling. Luo Chen walked nearly 300 meters before arriving in front of the wooden house and greeted the Light Elvis at the door. "My dad is still practicing in there?" Light Elvis nodded lazily, then turned around and arched the door, indicating that Luo Chen could go in directly to find him. Luo Chen shook his head and came to the front of Light Elvis with a friendly smile on his face. "Big Furball, do me a favor." The Light Cat King, called the Big Hairball, tilted his head and looked at Luo Chen curiously, as if asking, "How can I help you?" Luo Chen stretched out his hand and touched the fur on the broad back of Light Cat King and sighed in his heart that it was so smooth, and said, "Just dig a hole for me in front of this house." Light Elvis tapped his feet, not quite understanding what was going on. Luo Chen quickly said, "No, not under your feet." He walked about 30 meters in front of the wooden house, then looked at the distance and felt that it was appropriate. Then he pointed to the ground below him and said, "Here, dig a pool that is about 15 meters long and 5 meters deep." Light Cat King stared at Luo Chen's feet thoughtfully and waved its paw at Luo Chen, signaling him to move aside. Luo Chen obediently moved away from his spot and saw that the eyes of Light Elvis became bright, and then a transparent big hand appeared where Luo Chen had just stood. The transparent giant hand stretched out its 5 fingers and dug hard into the soil underground. The dark brown soil was easily grabbed out and then placed on the open space next to it. A large hole more than 1 meter deep was left on the spot. Seeing that Light Elvis moved quite quickly, he understood what he meant. Luo Chen took out another hexagonal purple stone and pressed it on the ground in the secret realm. An invisible wave spread out from the secret realm, and then the boundary of the secret realm suddenly retreated a little, and more dark brown soil appeared at the boundary. If you look from top to bottom, you can find that the secret realm has become a whole lot bigger. After all, 100 square meters is equivalent to 1/10 of the size of the original secret realm. For the secret realm, this increase is still very obvious. The Light Cat King, on the other side, just looked up at the expansion of the secret realm, and when he saw there was no danger, he no longer paid attention to it. He continued to use his giant hands to diligently dig a hole for Luo Chen. However, Luo Yuheng, who had been immersed in cultivation, was startled by the vibration. However, his original cultivation came to an end. When he realized that Light Cat King used his skills, he stopped practicing. The changes in the entire secret realm now made him feel even more surprised. He immediately walked out of the wooden house and saw the scene outside. He spoke with some doubts. "What are you doing?" Chapter 47 Soul Tempering Method. Light Cat King controlled the giant hand formed by mental power and dug within the range defined by Luo Chen. When he saw Luo Yuheng asking questions, he just raised his claws and pointed at Luo Chen. Luo Yuheng was just about to ask Luo Chen something when he looked up and saw the expanded edge of the secret realm. After his mental power was spread out, he measured the size of the secret space and felt that the secret realm had really expanded by nearly 1/10. How was this done? Luo Yuheng murmured, extremely confused by the scene in front of him. Based on his own experience at the age of 42, this was the first time he saw a secret realm growing on its own. He looked at Luo Chen with a confused look, who was most likely to know the answer. A stone that can increase the size of the space in the secret realm. Luo Chen had no way to give him a better explanation. Anyway, the facts were already in front of him, so what else did he need to explain? Seeing that Luo Chen found it difficult to give a reasonable explanation, Luo Yuheng realized that it was related to his magical talent for taming beasts, so he buried this matter deep in his heart. Luo Yuheng raised his chin and looked at the more than 10 meters wide pit dug by Light Elvis. Then what are they doing? When it comes to this, Luo Chen is a little mysterious. Wait a minute, when the pit is dug, you will know. Light Elvis was very fast, and a pit 15 x 15 m and 5 m deep appeared in front of the wooden house. Even some irregular edges and corners were flattened back and forth by the mental power of Light Cat King, and a big pit that looked quite perfect from the outside appeared in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen took out the fist-sized white ball and asked Light Cat King, to put it into the middle of the deep pit. Light Elvis did as he was told, and the white ball of light formed a sharp contrast with the dark brown land. It can be unblocked now. Following Luo Chen's instructions, the system silently removed the seal on the white light ball, and then water droplets were seen continuously oozing out from the surface of the light ball. As time passed, the speed at which water seeped out of the surface of the light ball became faster and faster, almost becoming a small water pump. There was water gathering at the bottom of the pit, but it seemed that more of it was seeping down. From Luo Chen's visual observation, about half of the water was seeping down. In the end, the water in the pool only filled a small half of the pit, and the water level stopped rising. Spiritual energy? Luo Yuang took out some water and smelled it in front of himself, his eyes bright. The concentration of spiritual energy contained in this water is very high. However, Luo Chen's focus was different from Luo Yuheng's. After the water level stopped rising, he saw that the ball of light at the bottom of the pool was still there, and he felt confident. It seems that this spiritual spring can be moved at any time in the future. After Luo Yuang took out some spring water, he dripped it next to a plant of Qingyu grass not far from the deep pit. The branches and leaves of the Qingyu grass were visibly stretched out and became more energetic. Light Elvis also used his mental power to take out some spring water, drank a sip quietly, and smacked his lips. There is a special sweetness, and at the same time, one can feel spiritual energy flowing through one's limbs and bones. Although for a king beast like it, this spiritual energy is very weak, drinking it regularly will still have great benefits. While Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng were not paying attention, Light Elvis secretly took a few more gulps and did not stop until he was full. Luo Yuheng looked eagerly at the ball of light at the bottom of the pool. This was a really good thing. It could produce spring water containing spiritual energy. It should be something that could serve as a foundation for those big families. The look he showed towards Luo Chen became very complicated. This kid kept taking out good things continuously, and it was hard to tell when his limit would be. Xiaochen, come with me to practice. By the way, I will explain to you some important points to pay attention to after becoming a starbreeder. He decided that for the next period of time he would keep a close eye on Luo Chen's training. Only when his strength improved could he protect what he had in his hands. Luo Chen originally wanted to study hard, and Luo Yuheng's request coincided with his, so he agreed without hesitation. Following Luo Yuheng into the cabin looked very ordinary from the outside. In fact, when I came in, I found that it was really nothing special. The wooden house is only about 100 square meters in size, but the left half of the house looks particularly messy, with several wooden tables filled with materials. The table was a very ordinary wooden table. Although the materials on it were arranged in a messy manner, they were very valuable. The few types of materials that Luo Chen could identify were all worth 200,000 or 300,000. The right side of the wooden house should be where Luo Yuheng usually rests. There is a low bed with several futons on it. However, through the back window of the wooden house, you can find that there is actually a backyard with 4 cages, 3 of which contain beasts resting, 2 antelopes and a plant of Qingyu grass, which seemed to be related to Luo Yuheng's recent research. Luo Yuheng was the first to sit cross-legged on the futon